PKA 797. We have two guests tonight, although none right now. Vito and Hutch. Should be a good show. Taylor?
This episode of PKA is brought to you by Lock and Load and our wonderful merchandise. Check that out. Now, Kyle, you've been tantalizing myself and Woody for 3 days now with this story of your father and his your 75-year-old father, correct?
He'll be 73 next month.
Your 73-year-old father and his experience, I would guess, first with marijuana gummies. So please take us over.
Yeah. So I went and visited my dad, hung out with him for a few days at his spot, and just sitting on the couch there, just shooting the shit. I think weed came up somehow. He was like, "What are you puffing on there?" And I got my Delta 8 thing, and I'm like, it's legal weed.
Drugs.
Yeah, I was like, legal weed. He's like, it smells funny. And I'm like, yeah. He's like, let me tell you a story. I was having trouble sleeping. So I went up to town to the dispensary they got, and I asked that old boy in there, what kind of gummies do you have that would help me sleep? And he held up a package, said, this is what I take right here. I take 2. And he said, well, how much should I take? Well, a little less than that, maybe. Well, so I came on home, and I'm like, wait. What does it say on the package? Do you have the package? I'm already nervous. Like, where's the? He's like, I threw him sons of bitches away, but we'll get to that. I do remember it said 25,000 on the jar. So what it is, it's probably 25,000 milligrams divided by how many pieces are in there.
Sure.
But we don't know how many pieces are in there. It could have been as low as 40 or even 25. That could be 1,000 bangers.
Yeah, that better be a giant bag.
Yeah. I was like, well, how big were they? And he's like, well, about like that, about like a cough drop or something. I was like, how many did you take, Dad? Said, well, I eased on in there, and I ate 1.5 of them. I figured I'd eat less than he does. You know, he's a professional and all. Something came over me after about hour and a half, 2 hours. I was sitting here sitting on my chair, and I thought, damn, I got to go lay down. I fell in the bed in there and passed out. Woke up in the middle of the night, vomiting already before in my sleep. He's like that, but Kyle, I couldn't move. I was paralyzed. So I couldn't move. So I threw up all over myself, and finally I was able to will myself like Uma Thurman and Kill Bill to wiggle my big toe. And eventually, after about an hour of laying there with vomit on me, I rolled over, and I vomited some more then off the side of the bed. So there I am, vomited on the side of the bed, but I still can't move. So I start crawling. I crawl out of the bed. I crawl down the hallway. I crawl all the way into here to my chair. That's where my phone was, you see. I was like, yeah. I'm looking at it. I'm like, I know he didn't die because here he is. But this is sounding rough. And he says, I got sitting there on the chair, and I passed out again. And I woke up about 3 hours later, and I still couldn't move a muscle. I could just wiggle a little. And so I got my phone, and I called Ronnie. Ronnie's his buddy who lives about less than 10 minutes away. Mm-hmm. The problem is Ronnie got macular degeneration a couple years ago and went legally blind, like blind. Well, Ronnie's a trooper, so he hopped in his truck. Okay. And he's like, I'm like, how did he get here blind? He's like, well, he knows the way. So Ronnie drives like a 7-minute backcountry road drive to my dad's house, legally blind. And when he gets there, the doors are locked. All the doors around the house are locked. And he's on the phone with Dad, and he's yelling through the Lamar, and he's like, I'm in here. Well, there's nothing for it at this point. Gotta call 911. Dad needs rescuing at this point. It's become a search. It's become a search and rescue operation at this point. And we have to involve the authorities. So they call 911. Sure enough, a fucking fire department ambulance shows up. They got the same problem Ronnie's got. The doors are all locked. So they're all hustling around the house, trying to open windows, and they're yelling in. Like they can't see him because the glass is fogged. You know, it's like frosted
Your
glass.
dad's on the ground.
He's crawled into his recliner. He's got like an oversized recliner in the living room, like an old school thing. He's in it, and he can't get out of it. He literally can't get up. Like,
I'll have what he's having.
At this point, he has been high for a day and a half, and he hasn't eaten or drank anything. So so they're trying to find a window. They're hollering at him through a couple of doors and some glass, and he's hollering back, "Yeah, I'm in here." And then he hears smash. They've knocked the window out of the back door. They've made entry. So they come in there and they're like, "Are you all right? Are you all right?" And he's like, "Yeah, I just can't move. I took a weed gummy and I've been paralyzed for almost 2 days." And so they take his vitals and they clean him up a little bit. And they say, "Well, you're okay. There's nothing medically wrong with you. Your blood pressure's good. Your heart rate's good. Everything. You're fine. You don't need to come with us. What can we do for you?" He says, "Well, food. If you could help me back to the bedroom. I'm awful tired." So they say, yeah. So 2 or 3 of them get him up and they walk him back to his bedroom. They haul him in there, put him back in his bed. He sleeps until the next day again. He doesn't wake up until noon the next day. And he's like, "And I still wasn't right, Kyle. It was 2 days after that before I felt sober again enough to drive my truck."
He had his own kind of Christ is risen story there.
Oh my God.
There's a legend.
From 1.5 gummies. Dude, they need to talk to that dispensary. Find out who told him to take less than 2 of these. Probably, what do you think? Probably 50? They must have been at least 50s.
And he's the trooper. So I asked him, I was like, "Did you throw them away right after that?" He's like, "Well, they were a little expensive. So I thought maybe I dosed down a little." So he said,
"Yeah, just eat the pause."
Yeah.
He was like, "So I cut it in half," and he walks me through this process. He's like, he got 1/16 of the gummy, and he's like, way too much. I felt awful from that 1/16 of the gummy. So either he is like a hyper sensitive responder to THC, which genetically speaking doesn't make a lick of sense, or that guy really gave him some good shit. I want what he's having.
I know, right? Now I want to try the super gummy.
Yes.
Used for maximum strength.
It'll paralyze you.
We used to sell Death by Gummies, and then they were sued for putting more in than advertised. I forget how the lawsuit worked out, but their hundreds were so much better than everyone else's hundreds. Mm-hmm. I genuinely thought everyone else was selling 70s and advertising them as hundreds. It didn't even occur to me.
Oh, you thought they were overselling, but it turns out
I think
they were really going above and beyond.
Exactly. That was their sort of competitive strategy. I don't know what's true. I don't want to get sued for saying this, but I know that they were sued for putting too much in, and I don't know how it worked out. But on the show, I took a quarter of 100 or just nip the feet off. Mm-hmm. And I was like, it is irresponsible to sell these. At the time, I had no tolerance whatsoever. People thought I was faking. I swear to God, I wasn't. I don't know if they're as strong as they used to be.
It's a drug that you...
Did they have to reformulate them because they were too much?
I think so.
I don't know.
Yeah. Because every once in a while, I would take one of those. But this is years ago when they were still sponsoring us. And I could taste sometimes where I was like, "Oh, that was a hot shot." That was
Well, when you think about making a gummy, first you're making a liquid, you're mixing everything together. But if one part of the batch just kind of doesn't get properly mixed in, some of the gummies will be shitty, and then there's gonna be one super gummy that kills.
They don't create a solution and then pour. They don't create a solution and then pour. They pour the gummy base and then they drizzle it.
They drop. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
So
I was going to say, if they took an eyedropper of solution and had the same amount in each gummy, maybe that would be no.
Apparently,
so it's a drizzle. It's a random. It's the guy at the fucking pizza place putting a little marinara on top. Is determining how much THC gets in my gummy.
Although you would imagine that, since they were stamping them into bears, I think weren't they bear shaped?
They were bears.
They've got some sort of a press or something. I don't know. Maybe it was a silicone mold. In any case, at my highest tolerance, I think I'd take 2.5 of those, and it's that's a ride. You that's one of those where you make sure that everything is done for the night before you eat those gummies, because you're done for the evening.
Do you remember at my higher tolerance, I would take one, and that for me was still the same sort of thing. Make sure you have nothing to do before lunch tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. Dude, do you remember the bags they came in? Like,
Yeah, what was special about the bags?
there were 1,000 warnings on it. Like it was, there were more warnings than they were aggregately other text, even for marketing on the bag. It was just everywhere. Warning, warning, warning. This is stronger
I
than you
think
think
that's part
it
of the
is.
marketing, though. So they're not required to put any warnings on there. I think the warnings are marketing. It's like those weight loss pills. It says, do not take this unless you have to lose 40 pounds this month. If you only need to drop 10 or 20, don't even try it.
Yeah.
You'll die.
Hydroxycut is not for
Try
you.
not to come, guys. Try not to come. That's my warning to you.
Yeah,
I get those ads all the time, and let me tell you, I still come.
You get trying not
If Taylor was in charge of the marketing, he'd be
warnings
like,
never
let's take
stop.
some of these warnings off. We need more cum splatter. This is a gummy. Let me cook. I got a plan.
You know, Taylor was onto something with the cum pills, but none of these
Oh,
other things
shit.
have to do with cum. He just wants cum splatters on fucking everything. Yeah. How are you doing, Vito?
MrBeast just called me. No big deal. We're tight.
No big deal.
I'm doing all right.
Yeah.
Doing all right.
I got
Chatting
things
with the
to do.
beast. Chat with the
Tell
beast.
him to add more life to his eyes when he smiles.
Stop it. We don't say bad things. Stop it.
That's not
It's always
mean.
funny when I see like some news thing. and it's
Millionaires'
like,
feelings. Then
yeah.
Did you say
I like
100
when I see
million?
like a news thing and it's
Isn't
MrBeast and he's always like, "Well, I was inspired by a guy called Woody's gamer tag," and I go, "Oh, that's adorable."
Mr.
That
Beast
is
a billionaire.
That's what everyone says.
A billionaire at this point? Maybe
sick.
no.
I feel like that would have been news. I haven't seen that.
I don't think he's.
I guess I'm not plugged into the beast.
I hope he is. That's awesome.
His
'cause
net
that's a
worth,
lot of.
according to Google, the most reliable source on Earth, is 2.6 billion.
Yo.
But that was that like him or his like enterprise? Like the problem is there's a lot of like hands in
MrBeast
those
Industries is valued at 5 billion, but he doesn't own
Okay.
all, you know.
All right.
Damn.
I mean, I googled it, so take that for what it's worth. But
What's he do? Is he still making
You tell
YouTube
him I
videos?
said his eyes have plenty of life in them.
yeah, I asked him if he's gay.
My guess would be that
You
he's
stand
taking
behind.
so many pictures all day, every day, that you just got to start phoning in the smiles after a while.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, he's just got like he's got big bright eyes. Is all it is. I see him all over my TV all the time. Is the thing. Like he's constantly advertised to me on Prime. He's got or maybe Netflix too. He's got a couple of shows, at least one.
Well, it's
that
got to
I
be
got-
Prime because he's got that game show on there.
That's what it
Yeah.
is.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Yeah. Constantly getting advertised that. I don't watch.
I fell
games.
asleep watching Grand Tour the other night on Amazon Prime, which is like the Top Gear spinoff where they fired Jeremy Clarkson for, I think, punching Piers Morgan. But it went through the end of that show while I was asleep. And I remember waking up without my glasses at like 3 a.m. to pee and just hearing like, I've got 700 people here in this warehouse. And I'm like, that doesn't sound like Jeremy Clarkson. And it fed me into Beast games. And I was like, what the hell is going on? Well, good
I
for
do
him.
want someone to go back to his African village and see how they're doing. 'Cause
Hold on a second.
I never trust it. I was watching a video where he's like, "We gave 500 kids in Africa a bicycle," and it's been like 2 years. I'm like, how many of those bikes have not been like melted down at this point or sold out? Like, I really want to know if the dream is alive in Africa.
We put 600 yards of copper piping in this village in Africa to provide
They're gonna
them
have
with water.
copper piping for days. The water's gonna be flowing. You're like, Mr.
This
Beast.
is
I know
unreal.
you.
Don't
I know you
show
want
too
to
much of
help
your screen.
people,
Don't
but
show too much of your phone.
PKA.
yeah, you're on speakerphone.
Yeah,
Hey,
don't show
how's it going, boys?
It's all right. Can you guys hear him?
We
Yeah.
can hear. Yeah.
Boys.
Hey, something I get. Why are you calling?
I just wanted to make sure you're still down to be in that video I invited you to.
Yes, I replied to the forum and I'm all set. I've even been
Hell
cutting
yeah.
weight so I don't look so fat.
Let's fucking go. Is FPSRussia still on PKA?
Yeah, he's listening to you right now.
Bro, you want to be in a video as well?
Maybe.
and Vito's here too. Vito.
Kyle said maybe I could give him the details and
Yeah, give it to him offline. Kyle, come on down. I used to watch you shoot guns when I was growing up. It'd be awesome to have you in a video.
Aw.
Very cool.
very cool.
Sounds good.
All right,
Oh,
yeah,
that's awesome.
I'm in.
Awesome. Hey, maybe if you guys come down, we could do a PK here in person. That'd be funny.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's gonna be good.
That sounds dope.
Yeah. All right. Later, boys.
Man, have a good day. All right.
I was so
getting in there.
worried that whole time for some reason that the number was going to be visible.
Me
when
too.
you
It says
said it.
Jimmy though. It doesn't say.
It didn't
I thought-
show
yeah.
anything.
Good old.
Well, that's
Jim.
awesome. So are you?
What's he? Oh, well, I guess you can't say what he's filming. Does he? Does it like announce what he's doing?
I can type it to you, but no, I don't think everyone's
Oh,
supposed
okay.
to
It's
know.
a secret. Is it a challenge? Are you gonna win money?
Worse, I'm supposed to win money for one of my subscribers. But listen, fuck shits. I've been reading your comments on the podcast. None of you like me. So, I'm throwing this fucking thing.
So I'm going to find a charity, give it to them instead. Yeah, that's awesome. That would be, I mean, the funniest possible option is that you, a wealthy retired individual, win a tremendous amount of money on a MrBeast video. That would be very, very.
I was,
funny.
I think it was Steve-O. He was on some podcast. I guess Steve-O won like a MrBeast challenge. And it was really weird to see Steve-O talking about how he thought his life was going to change after winning some MrBeast thing. And I'm like, wait, Steve-O, didn't you already succeed? Are you really like desperate to win a fucking MrBeast challenge? You really thought it was going to be like a big second act for him? And he said like one kid in an airport was like, hey, you were in a MrBeast video. And then I felt bad for Steve-O. I'm like, dude, don't you have like normal people who recognize you at the airport? Like, why are you desperate for MrBeast stardom?
The idea that Steve-O would be recognized for a MrBeast video instead of all that content is sad to me.
Well,
Because
it makes us feel pretty old.
he was a king. Like I think we're of similar age, Vito.
Oh yeah.
Do you remember
all that
middle
Jackass
school,
stuff?
high
You'd
school?
never stop talking about it.
Jackass, Viva La Bam, like we would talk. That was like our Real Housewives. Like we would be at the middle school lunch table and be like, "Did you see the new Viva La Bam last night?" Where he walked.
I can't believe Ryan Dunn did that. That was
Phil
insane.
Did you see
Oh
it?
my
Phil
God.
was taking a shit and then he ran in there and slapped him a bunch.
Dude, I was
Then he ran out.
deep into it. I watched fucking CKY's shitty movie. What was the name of that movie? Do you remember that?
Yes,
I remember
do.
as one of them, like the one of the key plot points was one of them inventing a reverse microwave that makes food cold. They just run around, and I'm like, this is the stupidest low budget like dog shit movie, but I was having a really good time with it. He's like, it's the reverse microwave, it makes food cold, and I'm like, all right, well, that's a good premise. I kind of want that.
I know I haven't been watching or anything, but I've seen a few clips online of the new fish tank season. And Sam Hyde is not hosting this one. Bam Margera is hosting this one. And
I saw that.
Yeah, Bam Margera is there. And I saw a bunch of these like Zoomer commenters on Twitter that were like, Bam Margera doesn't go hard enough. Like, what are you like? We need Sam to come in there and inject some chaos. And I felt like such a boomer where I'm like, Bam Margera doesn't go hard enough. Like, are you serious? Like, it was one day into the show, and I saw a clip of Bam Margera talking to a contestant, and he was like, hey, you know what would be funny? Go in the bathroom and wipe your ass after a shit and then throw it on him. And it was like, that's like he goes hard. Poor Bam not getting the respect he deserves. None of those guys.
It's well, dude, they're doing a new Jackass movie, and I'm like, if Bam's not a part of it, the whole like cutting Bam out of Jackass, I'm like, dude, that's like a tragedy, man. That's like
ridiculous.
The Beatles, and you just go, yeah, we don't fucking do anything with Ringo anymore. Fuck Ringo, and you're like, well, now I don't want to watch it.
Yeah,
They cut him out, dude. They wanted him to get sober.
But
Is
I
that
think he
what it
like
was about?
kind of did get so like I don't know. I think he like failed some piss test, and you're like, hey, you can let him fail one piss test. It's one piss test.
Yeah, give him a
who
break.
amongst those passes a piss test, right?
I mean, I think that if they hire him with knowing his drug abuse stuff, and then he does one of these dangerous stunts and has like a heart attack, and it turns out he was on cocaine when it happened, then his family sues Johnny Knoxville because like you knew that he was abusing drugs and you still let him do the rocket sled doo-doo dash.
Yeah, but that's what every Jackass was. Like they were all after they stopped getting fucked up, it wasn't quite as fun.
No one went as hard as Bam though. Bam like clearly had like an addiction problem with hard drugs. And
like
he's also
I
been a
get
little
it,
odd.
but like there was just like it's hard because you know they're like trying to do it like, oh, it's for his own good, but like it just gets really uncomfortable when they're just like not talking about him and acting like he doesn't exist. And they're like, I think the new thing for the new movie was they're like, Bam is going to be in the new Jackass movie. And you're like, oh my God. And they're like, yeah, we found some footage from 20 years ago and we're going to play it in a montage. And you're like, well, man.
Yeah.
Like, okay, let's put it this way. If he's too fucked up to do the stunts and you're worried about his heart exploding, just have him on set chilling in a fucking easy chair clapping or something. Like, you can just have him there.
Yeah.
You know, he's not necessarily a liability.
He's too integral to cut out entirely from that whole world of Jackass.
Well, dude, I think I saw it was an interview with him, and he's basically like, you know, everybody gives Johnny Knoxville the credit, but let's be clear, those CKY tapes that him and his buddies were putting out, like, honestly, more of like, he almost claims more ownership of Jackass than anybody. Like, him and his buddies were doing the stunts.
Bam really helped, I think, like, sort of get the audience engaged with what those guys were all about. And then, like, he would always, I remember his purple Lambo. There was always some stunt involving that. And I just remember him abusing his dad. And I remember his uncle's like gross toe and like weird eye. That guy turned out to be a pedo. And just the whole lifestyle where clearly his dad, I think there's this one moment where his dad is like, I just wish I had a normal son. I'd rather we were all just normal and poor than this. And Bam is like, well, too bad, because this is what you got, old man. And it's just like this sad moment where his dad's like, yeah, I know. This is what we got. All right.
I guess what drives you nuts is when guys who are clearly responsible for like the current zeitgeist just don't get the credit they deserve. Another guy is like Tom Green, where you go, dude, Tom Green laid the groundwork for like everything. Like fucking stunt videos. He was like one of the first podcasters doing it out of his living room or whatever else. And he's like, he gets like some respect, but in a way he's like kind of forgotten about. When I was a kid, like Tom Green was the biggest fucking thing. Like there's Tom Green skits I will never fucking forget.
I didn't think he was
Tom
remotely.
Green?
Dude, I remember him like putting poop on a microphone and then like interviewing
not
people.
all of them are fucking winners, man.
I was like, I hope I'm the kind of guy who hits him for that. Like I aspire to be the kind of person who doesn't get bullied in that way. I thought his jokes were never funny. He just had like situations he tried to create that were rude and uncomfortable. Rude and uncomfortable is not a good joke. It's a fucking terrible joke, and every hack tries to tell the same one. I think he sucks. And did he invent podcasts? Yeah, kind of, I guess, but they get invented without him.
Did you ever see Undercutter's Pizza, the Tom Green sketch? Where he follows the pizza guy from house to house. He goes, it's Undercutter's Pizza. And the deal is we sell our pizza for cheaper than the other guy. So the pizza guy shows up with the pizza and Tom Green walks in right behind him wearing a pizza guy uniform. And he's got a tackle box. He goes, you ordered a pizza? He goes, yeah, what toppings did you have? And he had a whole tackle box full of toppings. He's like, what, you want pepperoni? I'm like, dude, come on. Like, he had some fucking, yes, some of it was just obnoxious, gross out humor, but man, it was like MTV in the fucking 2000s. I don't know.
Yeah, I think
people were into.
Didn't Joe Rogan start his show because of Tom Green? I know he attributes partially to Tom Green, partially to Opie and Anthony, but it's pretty
there's
impactful.
a clip of Joe Rogan on Tom Green's show, and he's looking around, and there's like a light in his eyes where he goes, wait, you can just do a show out of your fucking house? And Tom's like, yeah, we got like webcams, we stream it. And then Joe Rogan's like, interesting.
I think I'll create the largest media enterprise in
I
history.
think I'll become one of the most influential fucking voices of a generation for some fucking reason. Who saw that coming? Who was watching Fear Factor and going, someday that guy's going to be talking to the fucking president?
I always liked him. I liked him from. I watched him in news radio. Like I really news radio is this hidden gem that like this generation definitely doesn't know about. It's full of stars before there was stars. And people working for way less than they should have been paid, so they're all on the same show with pretty good writing. It's a fun fucking show. So I already liked him from that, and then when I saw him on Fear Factor, I was the perfect age to like really be into like people being forced to eat bugs or like ride a rodeo bull when they had no business being on one or drug behind a car or whatever. Like that hit me just perfectly. So I loved Fear Factor. When it went off the air, I was like, what? It's my favorite show. That's the best show on TV. They took it off. Like, to me, it was. Like, remember when they made those chicks drink horse cum?
Yeah.
How top that?
And Joe Rogan's in the background being like, go, you can do it. And they're,
Joe did a good job.
I think the show might have got canceled because of the horse cum thing. I think
Joe
that was
said
like a
it did.
big... Yeah.
He was like an amateur psychologist, getting people to break through their own barriers and do stuff for the good of the show. Like I don't think anyone else could have done it as well as Joe did. He was good.
He was good.
He does have that kind of like thing where like if he had his hand on his shoulder and he's like, "You're gonna eat those fucking bugs, right?" You'd be like, "Oh man, I mean, I feel kind of peer pressured into it. Yeah, let's do it."
Yeah,
it's like I want to impress the short jacked guy who hosts the show. I guess
he's cool.
I thought I saw a clip of him years ago being like, "Yeah, dude, like the first few bug things I thought were gross, but then after a while, like I would eat one off camera in front of him." To show like that it's not too scary. Like I'll eat a Madagascar hissing cockroach.
Jesus.
Like you just do that, which that was those were always my least favorite. Anything to do with roaches were my least favorite.
Yeah, that's why I couldn't watch it.
Let's take a little poll here then, because if if you think the worst is the Madagascarian hissing cockroach, mine by far is the cave spider. Do you remember the cave spiders? They got these front legs that are almost like backwards elbow pincers that are like it's spiny all over. And I remember like the guy psyched himself up and he started munching it like super aggressively, like as fast as he could. He's munching it and his lips are bleeding because it's spiny and it like pricked his lip. And it's really ugly to look at. Like it looks like a deadly spider to the eyes of me, who's a little afraid of spiders, maybe a lot.
I used to think Peak Woody could do really well on that show because a lot of the fear stuff had to do with heights. Now, I'm as scared as heights as the Nets guy, but I can push through that. A lot of the fear stuff had to do with water. Get the fuck out of here. A lot, and then there was the food. I have no special talent for eating gross things. I'm not. But is that what knocks people out? I feel like you can just power through.
Notice they never had any Chinese contestants because a Chinese guy will just show up and be like, "Yeah, I'll eat that. I'll eat fucking anything."
Stop eating those. We're not even rolling.
He's like, "I thought this was craft services. I thought this was a craft services table. You tell me it's part of the fucking show."
Start filming.
I think Woody could have done well on that show. I'll stand by that.
So the problem with the eating thing, like eating one thing is a lot like jumping off a cliff. It's like just only need to be brave for 1 second here. But sometimes they make you eat a bunch of them. Sometimes you would like, I don't remember specifically, but it seems like they threw like, what do you call them? Horseshoes, for like score. And however many you missed was like a glass of cum you had to drink or a bug you had to eat. And nobody's good at horseshoes. so like they start adding up. And my thing was always, I'll gag. I'm going to vomit this up. That's what's going to happen. Like the problem won't be forcing myself to eat it because it is $50,000. And like, I would like $50,000. I can eat some bugs, but I think I'd start vomiting if I'm drinking a pitcher of horse piss. I think that
was my fear too. Yeah.
I think it would be easier to drink horse cum than eat a roach. Cause like, you just kind of like pretend it's something else. A roach is moving around and shit.
That's fair because like
it's scary.
Liquid's way worse.
When you finish a roach, I guarantee there's legs in your throat, like there's viscera.
What if we give you something to chase it with?
It depends. I remember it was
being big for me. I need to chase
volumes of bad liquids. Like I don't know how much a horse actually comes, but I'm guessing it's like a Dixie cup. I could do that. It's almost a shot glass.
No, a horse shoots more than a Dixie cup.
Really?
Dude, they have those guys whose whole job is to like hook a fucking feed bag up to the horse's cock and like milk the fucking
thing. they have to trick and also we know this for a fact because in Jackass we saw them do exactly what Vito's saying where they like grab the horse penis and then throw the like sleeve on it and then it filled up like a baby bottle of semen.
Baby bottle? That's so much.
That's a lot. And
dude,
then
a horse is a big fucking animal. It's shooting,
Yeah, and horses can't jack off, and so like that's all.
Actually, I'm right. They come about as much as a Dixie cup.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, regardless, Johnny Knoxville drank.
Well, my fantasies are ruined.
All right, Hutch is here. This is perfect. So here's a link of the girls.
How much does a horse
produce?
It says between 15 and 150 milliliters. How much is 150 milliliters?
Why does it have to be metric? These are American horses.
I'm not
2
fucking
ounces.
French.
A Dixie cup is like 90 milliliters.
All right.
And the answer I got was between 50 and 100. You got 15 and 100? So
I got 15 and 150.
Oh, that's a bigger range. I got 50 to 100 with a
How did
Dixie
the-
cup being 90.
How did the topic of horse come up?
We're
You're talking about Fear Factor.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Talking about a dream I had.
Yeah, this link
Gotcha.
here is the girls. These girls drink the horse. I think they played horseshoes for who had to drink piss versus cum or something like that. The
There's
girls
no way
got
they would have them
piss.
drink piss. I think piss is actually has like
Click that link
is
right
actually
there.
dangerous.
Oh no, they drank
Click that
pee.
link right there. They got like a big German mug of piss. Like that.
I
it's-
remember
No
them.
way. They had him drink
Click the
piss.
Yeah.
Wait,
Donkey
is she? This was on cable television. She was
Oh
drinking.
yeah, this was on network television.
This is on network television.
That's unbelievable. There's no way. That's
Yes.
not real. That's not real.
They do
There's
come
no way.
after this. They do come after this.
That is.
I
so-
thought the cum thing didn't make it to air. Did it actually make it to air?
Oh yeah, I saw
No,
it.
it
when I
never
was a
aired in America. It never aired in America is what I'm reading.
Well, I've seen it before,
No.
and here it is right here. These gentlemen
The
are
contestants had
drinking big
to
mugs
either
of
drink
cum.
donkey semen or urine. So controversial, apparently never released in the States. But
I mean,
know.
urine is a walk in the park compared to a stein full of donkey cum.
Agreed.
no. You
Yeah.
think
Not if you're
somebody's
the-
here to drink piss?
Not
These
if you're the
super
guy
hot
in.
chicks in their sports bras drank the cum better than the guys did. Are
They're
they-
twins.
Do they know
Not
what they're
a-
doing?
It's not a walk in the park if you're the guy from like what's that movie 127 Hours who he had to drink his pee over and over again. So it was
Yeah.
just like more
Ooh.
concentrated pee, and that was the only way he could stay hydrated.
And I bet that third time through it really sucks, huh?
I mean, I'm scrubbing through this. Just look, this was a dehydrated animal. This is a thick
Feed
yellow.
that donkey Coke or something? What the hell?
But
This
even
is
so,
brown.
no amount of pee is as horrible as semen. Semen, you're gonna have to like almost like chew it. It's gonna be
Oh,
thicker
I knew
than
you'd say
milk.
that. Would you want it warm or cold?
I'd want it probably fresh from the tap, probably hot. Yeah,
What's the body temperature of a donkey?
I don't know.
relevant.
Talk to your Alexa and see what it's like.
Alexa,
I don't have Alexa.
I don't
what is
need
the
it.
ideal temperature for drinking donkey cum?
You don't have Android? Your iPhone?
I don't have an iPhone.
The pee
iPhone
would be
Siri.
gross, but it would go down just like
Alexa's
drinking a
Amazon.
soda. Like it's still just liquid.
What the hell's Android?
You're talking about like the thickness.
Oh,
of it.
Bixby.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
what you're worried about.
Fucking
Okay.
Bigsby. Bigsby's
didn't
a
know.
bitch. I disabled his ass. I know more than Bigsby. If you got a problem, press a button that calls me, and I'll give you a more accurate answer than Bigsby 9 times out of 10.
That's what I'll do. All right.
Are you guys super AI or anti AI? Like everybody hates AI, but do you guys use ChatGPT or Claude or anything like that?
ChatGPT.
I use ChatGPT every day. I use
Every day.
pseudo and I make artificial music. And if people don't like it, they can lick me from the
What is
back.
what is pseudo?
SUNO, I think I'm pronouncing it right. And it makes
Easy.
AI music. And I used to live stream. I got into a kick of live streaming daily. Like it's been almost a year now. Anyway, a year ago. And I'd have all these songs about me playing Elden Ring and stuff.
That's
And
awesome.
it was super fun. And every once in a while, people are like, this is AI slop. And it's like, well, then you don't belong here. Fuck you. Because I play 20 songs a stream and it's a blast. We do sea shanties about racing marbles around here. If you have a real artist who wants to make this for me, I'm in. But otherwise, like, this is
For
what we
free?
get.
For free, by the way?
I bought the subscription. It wasn't a tremendous amount of money, maybe $100 a year or something.
Okay,
So that
well,
I could make unlimited songs.
that's pretty cool.
I basically never use AI. Like I'll
You use,
ask,
Grok
I'll
a
ask
lot.
AI. I'll ask Grok stuff on this show, but it's almost always to compare answers with like the Chat GPT stuff. There's just not that much I need to talk to it about, and I also
Grok is
don't
my
want to-
personal jerk off
It helps you with your renovations.
Me and Grok are in a fucking sexual relationship at this point. It's disgusting.
Do you
Grok
really
has-
use it for
Oh my
ranking?
god, all day. Yeah,
Damn.
because here's what I'll do is I'll take, my favorite piece of erotic Teen Titans fan fiction from 2005 and I'll go, Grok, can you generate a chapter where a Beast Boy takes a shit on Raven's face? And it goes, absolutely. And you can just feed it whatever you want and ask it to elaborate on it or be like, hey, take this picture of these two lesbians and like make a couple more of them or something. Like Grok will do anything. It's crazy.
But why
Interesting.
everybody else is like canceling the video stuff? Like Sora got shut down.
Yeah.
I think like 3 different AI video things got shut down
Because they're
but Grok-
bad. You got to find the good ones. If you-
Sora,
if
Sora
was
was pretty
great.
good.
Sora
was
was
dog
good.
shit compared to what I'm Kling. You want Kling. Okay? It's a Chinese fucking app. You pay for it on your phone. It's great. It's incredible.
What does Kling do?
What do you use it for?
Kling also makes filthy pornography for me. Look, I don't want to get too deep into it, but you know,
we're going balls deep into this now because you
can
have
animate, dude. You can feed it fucking like you can generate like your own fucking characters and be like, have him swing a sword at this bitch or whatever, and it'll just
made up characters. I want trademark characters.
Oh, like, yeah, you can put trademark characters in it. It doesn't give a shit.
Can I finally get to see that like implied scene from Star Wars where Jabba violates Princess Leia?
Yeah.
Was that implied?
Oh yeah. I mean, he's over there like licking her cheek when she's in like she's not wearing any underwear in her slave costume. It's like sitting with a collar and a leash on. Jabba hit that with his weird, I don't know, weird worm cloaca.
Did you guys see the discourse? Did you guys see the discourse around DLSS5 and the massive outcry?
Oh yeah.
Yes. Yeah. What was your take on it, Hutch?
Man, I mean, I feel like I'm on a bit of an island. Like I think people have valid concerns about the ethics of stealing art and that kind of thing. And I don't know how Congress can regulate that, but I view AI as like really just this inevitable thing. And it is a kind of an arms race. And so I don't think we can afford to stifle it too much. I don't think we can afford to let other countries like just lap us exponentially with this tech. And so I just view it as something that is just like, it was always kind of destined to come. And then the rest of it is just about us having a conversation about how we think it should be regulated. But this idea that it shouldn't be made, I don't know, like the people that looked at the DLSS5 versus the original, I thought people were kind of lying to themselves a little bit when they said that the DLSS5 looked like shit. Because when I looked at it, I was like, okay, this is obviously like much better. Yeah.
The people who are like going, oh, AI will never actually be good. I'm like, what fucking planet are you living in? Somebody made like a Star Wars fan film, and it's like Luke Skywalker going through Beggar's Canyon fighting Tusken Raiders or some shit. And I go, if you had shown me to this 5 years ago before I knew what AI was, my mind would have exploded. I would have said, how'd you find a guy who looks exactly like Luke Skywalker to walk around Beggar's Canyon? And now people watching, they go, oh, and if you look at like frame 329 at like 1612, one of his fingers ghosts into the other finger, and you're like, oh my God, this is like pedantic.
Yeah, I can imagine Vito making counter. You think AI is not good? I got a sock in the corner that stands up on its own, proving that it's not too bad.
Okay.
I saw a video.
Do you have an AI Black Widow, Scarlett Johansson screaming at your dick in Spanish? No, you don't, but I do. So
what did she say?
I
don't know, and that's what makes it hot, Kyle.
I saw a hyper-realistic AI video of Charlie Kirk and Jeffrey Epstein conga dancing. and there were no extra fingers. Looks pretty real.
I think people got stuck in the Will Smith spaghetti videos, and you know, I think people, they just kind of get stuck there, and they don't. You know, it's kind of like the early days of the internet. You remember, you guys are old enough to like, we were in school. They used to tell us like, you can't use the internet to do homework because it just wasn't a reliable source of information. That obviously changed, but with this technology, the leaps are going to happen just so much quicker. And just 2 years after the crazy spaghetti video, now we're having videos where it's like, I genuinely don't know if that's real or not.
Have you seen this video? This is the Tom Cruise Brad Pitt fight.
Yeah, I've seen that. That's pretty. Yeah, so it's getting scary good. And just 2 years from now, it's going to be just something else entirely. And
I mean, if you're a creative person and you're not either A, utilizing this technology, or B, horrifically depressed by this technology, like, you're just not living in reality. I see so many artists who are like, nah, it's a fad, and you're like, dude, we're fucked. Like, it's
an incredibly powerful tool that
I have a buddy, dude, I have a buddy who made an entire trailer for a werewolf movie. It's like fucking phenomenal. And he's talking to me, he's going, dude, I have guys in Hollywood being like, you know, hey, we want to like fund a movie. We want, like, we know this is just going to be how it gets made. He's like, I'm nobody. I'm a dude on fucking YouTube. And he's like, I got like studios coming to me being like, can we fund a thing? Can we work? Like, the shit that a dude in his basement can just put together. He put together a whole fucking werewolf trailer, and I was watching it. I'm like, man, this is like actually really cool. I want to see this fucking movie. So
I really like AI. I'm not sure I love DLSS5. I just need to see more of it. I kept seeing mostly still scenes, and I'm like, let's see it in motion. Let's see what it really looks like. A still shot can be misleading.
What is DLSS5 in the world of AI?
So NVIDIA uses, it's called deep learning super sampling, I think, and it's basically like a predictive algorithm that they've been iterating on for years, and it's a way for their system to inject like basically fake frames. It predicts what the next frame is going to be, and it allows you to get like really good graphical fidelity by boosting your performance. And so you can run, 4K highest settings with frame generation on and DLSS5, and it looks really good and it plays really good. DLSS5 is like it's a huge leap, and it takes images that it basically has to do with lighting. And I don't know if you can pull up like the side-to-side images, but they're going for like photorealism, and people didn't like that. But it's not something that you have to use. Like if you don't like the filter and you don't think that the game looks good with this filter on, you just don't use the filter.
The point is, you like play the video game, and now your video game looks like it's actual people running around in your video game.
Oh, all right. Well, that sounds
creepy.
That sounds pretty neat. But
I
also,
looked at examples of it the other day. Like all of the stills we saw, I thought were improvements. Like. Now, if you want the classic experience, if you don't want that character to look a little bit different, then just turn it the fuck off. But I would use it on most games. Definitely like RPGs, like old RPGs for sure. Oblivion.
Well, dude, just
like
think about anything you want to tailor your experience. Like we're gonna get to the point where you're gonna be like, I like this game, but I wish the main character was fucking Sonic. And you're going to be able to tell the AI, like, hey, can you just skin this game to look like a fucking Sonic game? And be like, yeah, sure. You're like, cool, I like it better now. Like, you're going to be able to watch movies and be like, yeah, just replace that actor. I don't like that fucking guy. Make him a Chinese guy with a really heavy accent. That might be funny.
Now I'm in.
Come with me if you want to live. Come with me. Oh, this is a better Terminator. I like it.
Well, let me fix Snape in the new Harry Potter, because then I can watch.
Yeah, well... That's why you can't even complain about acting choices now. It's like, for all the races, every country will have its own version of the movie. You'll go to fucking China, it'll be all Chinese guys in the fucking Iron Man.
China already does that with like American superhero movies, right? Where they're like, oh, these too brack, and then they just don't. Then they don't even run it.
Dude, that's my favorite thing about Marvel, or one of them, is that they have Chinese cuts of the movie where you'll be watching in America and there'll be like one Chinese lady doctor who goes like, yes, Mr. Iron Man. And then you find out in China there's a cut of the movie where she has like an entire expanded side story of running around doing science shit for 30 minutes. And you're like, wait, really? Yeah.
There's this book on the MCU where they talked about the early days of the MCU where they were I didn't realize, like, so China has like a set of criteria where if you meet that criteria, they'll allow like a full release of the film in the country. So that's why you turn on these movies and you see like, a third of the cast. I think it's like a third of the cast have to be like native Chinese or something like that. And then they have strict censorship rules. Like, I don't think they allow queer couples.
A year still, I think. It's
but if you don't get that full release, then they let it go to the black market, which just like destroys their sales there. So, but yeah, especially the early days of Marvel films, they were heavily trying to adjust their movies to fit that market. Looper was another one too, where that movie was. That movie was a huge success because he did it on a relatively low budget, but it made like $90 or $100 million, and he changed that movie a lot so that it could thrive in the Chinese market. But
yeah, and that's part of the reason for them to say anyway.
Remember that Lady Ghostbusters movie, which was made by Sony? Sony really wanted that movie to get released in China, but China has a very strict no fucking ghosts policy on everything. China just fucking hates ghosts.
Is that right?
Like, I'm dead serious. And Taylor, you play Magic. If you look at Chinese Magic cards, if there's a ghost in the art, they'll like draw a fucking zombie over the ghost because China's just like, no fucking ghosts.
Are you serious?
Fucking hate ghosts. Yeah. So all the Chinese Magic cards have alternate art. I don't know. It's like something about their culture, and like also skeletons. They don't like skeletons. They don't like ghosts. It's something about either they revere them or they are afraid of them. I don't know.
I'm reading it right here. It says the government views supernatural themes as promoting unscientific beliefs and potentially causing social instability. Ghosts in Chinese folklore can symbolize corrupt officials or political critique, making them politically sensitive.
What?
So that's part of the reason the Lady Ghostbusters movie, if you watch it, all the ghosts are not really like ghosts. They're like fucking weird. I don't know what the fuck, because they really wanted to get released in China. And then China went to them and they went, what's the name of the movie? And they said, Ghostbusters, and they said it's got the word ghost. No, you can't release this in China. Like, what were you thinking?
That's
so
insane.
they made all these compromises and try and get the movie to China. China's like, no, it's a movie about ghosts. We don't want.
There's
this
a
shit.
lot
Get
of
outta here.
movies with ghosts and skeletons,
and none of them come out in China.
They were really trying to slip one past the goalie there. Like the movie was Ghostbusters.
Yeah, they really, dude. That was the thing. It was everyone went.
The movie's about getting rid of them. You should love it.
Yeah, exactly. We also hate ghosts. It's about 4 women who hate ghosts.
What a sick job, just being some guy in the Chinese Communist Party who's like, oh, too spooky. No. He just shoots that shit down.
They banned in the early days in the Cultural Revolution. They banned anybody talking about like the Big Bang Theory. They viewed it as like liberal propaganda, I guess.
Wow. Are they over that now? I would guess.
I think so. Yeah, pretty sure.
I want to meet China's anti-skeleton minister. I bet he's a cool guy.
Yeah. I mean, like being against ghosts because you think their demons are like going to reflect poorly on the population. Like that's retarded, but okay.
I'm a little worried China knows something we don't about ghosts, though. Like maybe they know something that the American government keeps from us about ghosts, spooks, specters. Maybe there's something to it. 1 billion people can't be wrong, Taylor.
If you play Monster Mash in China, those guys in the van show up and shove you into culturally educate you.
Damn.
It was a graveyard smash. I don't understand. What did I do wrong?
These not catch on in Smash and Flash.
We no smash. We no mash.
I wish that we got some Chinese movies the way they get our movies. I would love to see what they're up to, what their big blockbusters
Well,
are.
their huge movie was Ninjang 2 or whatever, the most profitable animated movie of all time. And that's about like a little devil baby. So I guess they're okay with like devils. It's like a
Back
little
in the
devil
day, Crouching
kung fu
Tiger, Hidden
baby.
Dragon, or something like that. Crouching Dragon, Hidden Tiger. One of those.
I mean, did
Mon
you ever hear
films?
the story where like some Chinese like cultural they loved Kung Fu Panda, and like the head of like Chinese movies was like, this is the great. How has America made the greatest Chinese movie of all time? Like Kung Fu Panda kicked China into gear because they went and they saw Kung Fu Panda and they wept at the majesty and the beauty of it. And now they're actually like making movies, making like billions of dollars, and it's all thanks to fucking Kung Fu Panda.
Good for Jack Black.
Yeah,
Changing
he
the
kickstarted
tone.
an entire Chinese cultural revolution with Kung Fu Panda.
I
They
feel
probably
like
don't know his voice though. Wouldn't they dub it? They probably
Probably.
fucking
You're
you
right,
probably had
actually.
Jackie Chan do the voice or something.
Oh,
Yeah.
Did you ever see the Chinese cut of Mulan?
It must have been
No,
altered a
how's it
bit.
different?
All right. Well, we all know the best song from
World of War.
Mulan. Let's
Yeah.
get down to business. Be a man.
Great song.
You know who's and that was Donny Osmond in America. They had to bring in a ringer, so they brought in Donny Osmond. You know who they brought in for the Chinese version of that song? Jackie Chan. Ding yong cha yong ding yong ding yong ka. What the? I listen to it all the time. The Chinese version is like up there. Yeah, but it's all in like fucking Mandarin, so I have no idea what he's saying. I mean, I guess I understand the translation.
Did you ever watch the animated Jackie Chan Adventures?
Hell yeah.
No, I would see
So-
that advertised and I would turn off the channel. I didn't like it.
So they had Jackie Chan do the voice of his animated character in a show called The Jackie Chan Animated Adventures or some shit. He is a real first take kind of guy, it would seem. They over there.
Jay,
Quick,
get
get
dragon
them.
statue.
He's just zero effort. Zero effort. He might have been doing it by phone. He just did not care.
It was a surprisingly good show.
It wasn't bad.
The
But
talent.
I like animation.
Yeah.
I like animated Star Trek, the old one. And I'm loving this season of Invincible. That's one of my favorite shows.
Oh yeah, dude.
Superhero show?
Yeah.
Although I have to admit, I saw everybody shitting on the last episode, and I was like, it can't be that bad. And then I watched it and I went, oh my God, it really is that bad.
Yeah, we did a
the-
side quest. It felt like the most recent episode could have been from a previous season, even, except for like the little bookends where you've got like Mark and his girlfriend's type shit, and obviously there's a spoiler at the end that I won't give away, but 90% of the episode is spent in literal hell, giving us like a lot of nonsense.
Why is the art so ugly?
Dude, I hated it. I love Invincible. You won't find a much bigger Invincible fan than me. I look forward to it. And Colin likes it. It's this thing that we share together. It's kind of nice. He's in a banging mood all day long, either in anticipation or in like post Invincible afterglow.
That's awesome.
We're big fans. This one though, I had to pretend I liked it. The main character does this thing that like Kevin from The Office does, like why use many words when few do. And there must have been 40 minutes of this ridiculous Yoda-like missing word dialogue. I'm on my computer, just like waiting for it to end. I was not loving it.
I liked it more.
I
than
was
you.
like shocked at how long some of the scenes were going on. Of just like random exposition about how hell works. I don't know.
Yeah, it was this huge exposition dump that like they literally, he's like, Papa squat, this is gonna take a minute. And they sit down next to each other on a cliff, and he's like, well, we're in like the 5th or 6th age, and the first age was the old ones, and then and he's breaking this bullshit down with and you would think that they would cut to like animation of these things happening to give us even if it was just like black and white, like remember how the old Dracula movie, like for the war scenes, they just held puppets up in front of a background or something. Like they gave us nothing.
It was worse than that. It's like this 5th hell, heaven fake, hell real, not balanced, people think. And I'm like, what the fuck is this dialogue? It was hard to sit through, I thought.
Yeah, Damon Darkblood has a very annoying cadence and speech pattern, very Yoda-esque, and he even says "erms" a lot. He has some like weird thing he says. There's some non-word reaction that's annoying. I didn't hate it, but I didn't love it either. And I want to get back to like the fucking intergalactic space war that is like coming, and I guess I care that there's a pregnancy, that all that stuff, but. Overall, like I'm loving the whole season. Like I think I like the fights. I like Mark's family dynamic.
Why is the arc so terrible?
It's fast.
Why does it look so bad?
I think
it's animation, man. They got to cut some corners to like get the shit out.
It's like worse than The Simpsons. It looks.
It is not worse than The Simpsons.
It is not worse than The Simpsons.
Did you guys watch Night of the Kings? What is it? Night of the Kingdom? The Seven Kingdoms?
Yeah, Night of the Seven Kingdoms.
Dude, that was
9 kingdoms.
I thought that was pretty sweet. I liked it.
Dude, I went into it with the lowest expectations, and it ended up being the best Game of Thrones since like season 4 of the original series. Probably it was
I had
crazy.
to talk them into it because of the hate that we all share for like Game of Thrones and what happened and everything. We all have a strong hatred for that, for what happened in the last few seasons, especially that last season. D&D, I despised them. When I saw their Star Wars deal got nixed, I was like, yeah, fuck those guys. I hope their homes burned in that big fire they had. Fuck those guys.
They're doing the 3-Body Problem now on Netflix, which is actually pretty good. It's actually pretty good.
I like the book, and I don't read it out of spite. Like, all right, I won't be part of that. I won't be part of it.
I don't feel a hatred. I just feel like a deep, like, man, how do you just not stick the landing? They were like, I think the basic plot beats could have worked, but they didn't give them any room to breathe, Like, I think you could have definitely made Daenerys evil. You just needed a season to do it. It's not just like, kill people now. Fuck it. And you're like, well, okay.
Yeah, well, this kind of ruins the previous 5 seasons of character development, but I guess
no, she was always a little over cruel.
She was a little bit, fair. But
yeah, I mean, dude, they showed her like burning guys alive and shit. Like she was on her way.
Bad guys, though.
They were bad
you needed
guys.
You needed a moment.
Like a good guy. She was.
You needed a moment where she
snaps.
snaps.
Yeah,
I think we talked about this maybe one of the last times I was on, but when you go back and rewatch the seasons and you look at her arc, she's actually taught through that universe that violence is the solution. And so I think it is building to that moment, but it's just the fact that, I think HBO wanted 3 seasons and they said, no, we need to do it in 1. And so they really did rush that.
They did 6 episodes, remember?
Well, she was building towards overcoming that traditional Targaryen strategy towards achieving what you want, which was brutal violence in the furtherance of your goal.
It's called an arc, Taylor. That's what you call a fucking arc.
Like and then that arc was dissipated.
Because they only did 6 episodes and ended that season so short, when it should have been at least another season, maybe even another season after that, to really, if you go back to the first season and see how slow the wheels move, in the second season how slow we're barely moving. And then by the time you get to the sixth in the seventh and eighth seasons, we're teleporting around the seven kingdoms like it's nothing. The last time you saw a character there in King's Landing and whoopsie daisy, I'm at the wall, or vice versa, just zipping around, and it ruins that. Like, the size of the continent was a character in its own way, where it's like when you said that, oh, like bad things are happening to my family, but they're happening in King's Landing, it's like, oh well, shit. It'll be there in 2 months. Like, I hope they're still relevant in 2 months.
It's that slow burn that makes the tension work so well in those early seasons of Game of Thrones. Like the fact that they slowly built to things like the Red Wedding and Joffrey, everything that, like all of that just made those scenes just so much more tense. And so you robbed of that a bit in that last season. But I remember being so compromised that I was like defending the last season on Twitter. I was like, it's not that bad. Everyone's fucking overreacting, because I just wanted it to be like perfect, because I just loved that show so much. And then I watched it the second time. I was like, no, there's fucking problems here.
Well, that's interesting. I went the other direction. The first time I watched it, I thought it was terrible. And a lot of that was because I was so excited and so invested that I wanted it to be great, and it missed the mark of great. But on rewatch, when I'm like slurping down 2-3 episodes in a day, suddenly it's not like, man, we only have 7 episodes this year, and I need each of them to be wonderful. It's like, whatever. I can watch them back to back. If this one was kind of a miss, the next one's good. And
I just didn't like what they did to the characters.
18 months.
Jamie's arc. Jamie had been doing an 8-year arc where he's going from a literal like snotty evil guy. He cripples Bran. He tried to kill him. And by the end,
Bran deserved it.
He's our hero. Bran did deserve it. What are you peeping in there for?
Character.
Little sister love. That's all. You little fucking 4-eyed bitch, Harry Potter looking cripple. Get out of here.
Kyle, you'd have watched.
I'd have watched too, but I'd have worked into a bird to do it, so they wouldn't catch me.
That's
jerk
good
my
thinking.
bird cloaca. Yeah, it's 2 cloaca mentions. There's a third coming. I didn't like that. I didn't like that Jamie's story. Like, he became a bad guy again. He went back to his sister.
I think he just became pathetic.
Let me rewrite it real quick.
Guy.
All you gotta do to rewrite it, and this is perfect.
I don't know. Did he become a bad guy though? Because he saved her from that one. Who was that one guy who was supposed to be like so much worse in the books? I think, and I didn't read the books, but I hear like the books is like way more evil.
Guy.
That guy.
Though.
Yeah,
he was going to tell us his answer to fix
Kyle,
Jamie's
how do we fix Game of Thrones?
I needed Arya to pretend to be Jamie and go back to the queen and get her revenge on the queen for killing her father, because that's her entire arc, beginning to end. The story of Arya begins when her father's head is cut off, and it ends when she gets revenge for that against
the queen. Didn't really kill her father, though.
Yeah, that's true.
Was against that.
But she definitely hates the queen. I need her to kill the queen there. And I didn't like the Clegane Bowl, as they called it. It was so built up. It was a whole meme that they were going to fight. That was a huge letdown. I didn't like Jamie like spurning that big tall bitch. What's her name? Brienne of Tarth. I didn't like that. By the way, she's a descendant of the main character from Night of the Seven Kingdoms. I'm like 95% sure.
Yeah,
like that.
She is.
Yeah, makes
Brienne
sense.
was one of the characters. Brienne was one of the few characters who was better in the show than the books, because there was nothing worse than turning the page in a Game of Thrones book and seeing Brienne at the top. It was
I'm
like,
in the woods
my
again,
God, we're
walking
gonna have
around
to
again. You're like, God damn
this.
it, Brienne. You don't fucking anything.
Maybe I'm super toxic, but I kind of liked that he ended up going back to Cersei, because even though he had this redemption arc, that like his love for Cersei was always just a fundamental part of him. And so it was bittersweet, and you felt bad for Brienne, but I did feel like that was a satisfying end to that arc.
I didn't like
it.
Me personally, I thought it was kind of fucked up and romantic
and of course
in a way.
The biggest,
every conversation he had in the previous 2 seasons with Brienne and everyone else was a lie, when he just, seamlessly inserted himself back into that same situation.
The character growth was for naught, because he ended up right back where he started in his sister's arms.
None of this character shit matters. Here's what matters. You're the main zombie, and all the other zombies are fed by your power. Do you go to the woods so a little bitch can stab you, or do you hang out in the fucking other side of the wall and you don't got to bother with none of it?
None of the prophecies mattered. None of
it mattered. John coming back.
Why would the Night
matter.
King be like, all these guys are powered by me, I gotta go personally down there and get stabbed by a magic knife?
The Night King was sick. And when he died to Arya, like fucking parkouring her way to him, I was like, what the fuck is this? Like, this
Did the
is
Night King have to kill Bran for some reason? He was like trying to kill Bran.
Remember when the 10,000 Dothraki horsemen were defeated off screen?
Yeah.
After being built
And
up,
the Golden
for
Company
years.
were destroyed in like 1 second.
Yeah,
they're the most
Green.
dangerous cavalry force in the world. And it's
Like there were
wow,
entire
Sir Jorah.
episodes. There were entire episodes that were about the negotiation and the payment of the Gold Company because they're so fucking hard as nails, badass motherfuckers. Gone instantly. And the same is true of the Dothraki horde. When Robert Baratheon is like, the Dothraki horde on an open field are undefeated. They cannot be beaten. And it's just like, oh shit, they got it. And then obviously we hang out with Khal Drogo for a while, and you realize these guys aren't fat old men. There's not an old guy among these guys. Everybody's like a 25-year-old badass,
They
and
look
they
like
live
300.
to fight. Yeah,
I
they
should have
don't want
mentioned all of their battles involve, unarmed farmers.
They're very good at slaughtering women and
They
children.
have never
They
fought
just-
immortal ice beings from the north.
Kyle said they were beat off screen, and if I recall correctly, that's mostly right. But they were actually beaten in the dark. You just saw the torches go out.
Yeah,
You know what nobody's
And it was
talking
such a
about?
That's
disappointing.
worse.
It
If you
is.
told me a
Nobody's watching-
story of how they lost, I'd have liked it better than seeing the torch. Because remember the Red Witch, whatever her name is, Missandra. She like raises her hand in the air and does some fire magic, and all of their hook swords ignite. I was like, oh shit, this is gonna be insane. I expected us to go like POV of like a Dothraki badass as he rides headlong through like hundreds of yards of ice demons, and every time he hits
man.
one, they explode, and the cinders of him that touch other ones make them explode, and they're just screaming like Apache, making their way through the ice people, clearly going to win the day. And then zombie ice dragon shows up and does a zombie ice breath right over the top of the Dothraki. Do that for me, and I won't mind. Don't kill them off screen like they're peons.
Dude,
or
they
fucking
spent 5 minutes of that
Zombie ice
episode having
dragon
Arya sneak
wipes them
around a
out.
library.
Ugh.
Hold on. Zombie Ice Dragon wipes him out. Bran wargs the Ice Dragon. Now he's back on our side. I would have
loved that. We all wanted that.
I thought it was fun and kind of funny that the Night King waited until like 40 minutes before the battle to be like, "There's a dragon in that lake. Like we're gonna get him."
Light bulb.
Like
Let me
shit,
throw you
guys.
another little nugget. What if the reason that the I can't the head Lannister who died, what was his name?
Tywin.
What if the reason Tywin hated the midget so much and also had that huge beef with the king was that the king had sex with his wife, and Tyrion was actually a secret Targaryen this whole time, and he gets to ride the small dragon. Remember, there were 3 dragons and one of them was little. I was thinking the whole time through, like, if there's a scene where she tries to use the dragon to kill Tyrion, like she puts Tyrion to the trial and she's like guilty, fucking says the magic word to make the dragon blow fire, and it nuzzles Tyrion, and that would have been so. And then fucking Tyrion on a dragon flying through the air. I think he even has a quote. He has a quote at one point, like early on, where he's like crying about some shit about how bad his childhood is, and he's like, "I always wanted to fly." And I'm like, "Oh shit, foreshadowing. They're going to let him fly by the end. Remember this moment."
That undermines Tyrion's position of power. Like he's not meant to be a physically powerful guy. Like he's
But hear
powerful
me
in
out.
other ways.
How dope would it be if Tyrion was so clever that he warmed up to the dragons while they were locked away underground? That he just
That would've
went
been cool,
there and he
man.
fed them goats and stuff. And then when they tried to use the dragons against him, they're like, "Not our buddy Tyrion, not the goat dude."
Did you guys hear that they're working on a movie? They just announced a movie.
Game of Thrones?
I'm disappointed.
I don't
I'm
trust
like,
it.
"Oh, so it's like an episode."
Is
but
it a
30
movie
minutes
or a
longer,
show? Because
and
there's the
it's a-
Jon Snow.
$12.
No, the Jon Snow show got canceled.
It's back because
it's
of the
back?
success of Night of the Seven Kingdoms. They're back into like
Oh, hell
pre-production.
yeah.
So they're
When
going to
did,
do.
when did they announce that?
I read it on Reddit like a week ago.
Oh, shit.
They're going to do
Okay.
like a Jon Snow show that has Arya in it.
Oh,
I like
okay.
it.
Oh,
No,
I'm
I didn't
down.
hear that.
I'm totally down.
No, they're
You
doing a
know what
movie. They're doing a
also?
feature film and it's on. I don't know anything about the book, so it's on Aegon the First, known as Aegon the Conqueror and Aegon
Okay.
the Dragon. But yeah, they're
right.
doing a movie there.
Oh, isn't that's
I
way
got 2
back.
things to say. One, Game of Thrones, I feel like none of the actors aged badly. Maybe Bran or something. I haven't seen her, but Arya could still play Arya. Sansa could still play Sansa. She's in terrific shape right now.
Fucking what's her name's playing Tomb Raider?
That's Sansa.
Whoever
That's
Sansa is.
yeah.
Sophie,
Yeah.
maybe? Sophie something?
Sophie Turner.
Turner.
Sophie Turner, yeah.
Sophie Turner. You know what I'm looking forward to? Firefly. I think there's an animated Firefly coming out.
That's
it's
right.
I
animated?
did see that.
That's right.
Well,
But
it's
keep
gotta
in
be
mind, all the
animated.
actors are 1,005 years
Yeah.
old now.
What the
I
fuck
thought
is
you would just
Firefly?
see. I'm okay with the actors being kind of old as long as they don't try to play younger versions of themselves. Like when Star Trek did that third episode of Picard, or third season of Picard, and everybody's 60, 70, 80, 90, I think, Patrick Stewart maybe. And I was like, this is fine. It's still fine. They're always cracking jokes about how they're old and shit. Like they made plenty of I'm over the hill or jokes. It was fine having all those old ass people play their original selves because they're not trying to play younger. That's what doesn't work.
I get you. Yeah. What I don't want is, the 70-year-old version of them beating up random people around the galaxy. Like, give that a rest. But I'm also okay with animated because there's no limits on what they can do. There's no budget constraints aren't the same kind of problem in the
That's what Harry
animated
Potter
world.
should be. The Harry Potter TV show should be animated because they've already said that at first, I feel like they said they were going to try to do one season per year of per book.
That's right.
And one season per year. And they've now said that's completely impossible. So it's going to take them 10, 12 years to do this series that's supposed to be, I think, 8 years or seven.
Seven,
years.
yeah.
Yeah, I always mix that up because the seventh book is 2 books or whatever, or something like that. In any case, they're going to be so old by the end. They're going to be too fucking old. All of them.
Harry Potter turns 40 this summer. I don't need him playing a high school kid.
Well, no, I don't need him. Well, no, I wasn't suggesting that.
Well,
That would be funny.
A new voice actor. Get children to do the voices of.
No. We're not on the same page. I think I was mostly agreeing with you. Like, yeah, it should be animated. They could even get Daniel Radcliffe to play the guy and keep the voice. But if they took a 40-year-old and cast him as a high school senior, they start to lose me.
Yeah, well, they start out at 11. So I would imagine the actors are all like 10 or 11 years old, playing 10 or 11-year-olds because that's the first year. But
What would be the ethics of puberty blockers?
It would be immoral.
I'm just saying. Saying. That's a very practical.
Normally, I'm nervous about this,
Hear
but
me
if
out.
it's for my entertainment,
Hear me out. I'm just saying.
Listen, you're gonna be 5'3" forever, and your testicles are gonna be little, and you're not gonna have a developed dick. But you're gonna be the most fantastic Harry Potter there's ever been, other than the original.
Speaking of Patrick Stewart, him and Ian McKellen are both coming back again as Professor X and Magneto in Doomsday.
hell yeah,
That
I'm
movie.
here for it.
That movie.
Here's why that's just perfectly fine, especially with Patrick Stewart's case. I bet Patrick Stewart's probably not that mobile these days. He looked real rickety in that last season of Picard. Professor X is in a goddamn wheelchair. It's perfect. You just wheel his ass around. He'll be able to work full hours at that rate. You just wheeling him everywhere. I don't know about Magneto though. He
old
floats
is
a
he?
lot.
Like
93 is my guess.
They're in their
93?
90s. They're in their 90s.
Pretty
Yeah. I think it's
job.
both of their last films is what they say, but I feel like every actor says that and then keeps doing movies. But-
That's risky to start a movie with a 93-year-old actor. Like,
well, no,
Maybe
that's
a
their.
minute. Oh, he's
that's
only
their-
85.
It's the swan song. So like Kevin Feige
Only.
got his start working on the X-Men films originally. And then he ended up at Marvel and then they made their own like dedicated studio.
okay.
So for him, he's using the Doomsday to be like a swan song for everything, like X-Men, the old Tobey Spider-Man movies. So like all those characters are going to show up in one form or another. Like people are not ready for how much that movie is like they are cooking insanely with that movie. It's gonna blow people fucking away.
I wouldn't say I'm excited for it, but I'm going to watch it. I won't miss it. I'll make sure I see it as soon as I can. I guess I'll go to the movies. Why not? Unless
They're not phoning it in for this one. They are not phoning it in for this one.
X-Men, I don't think I've ever really loved an X-Men movie. I love scenes from X-Men movies. I love the scene where Quicksilver went fast and tastes the coffee along the way or something. There are a bunch of good scenes in it, but movie like from start to finish, I don't think the X-Men have ever been very good.
X-Men 1 and 2 and Days of Future Past, I would say, are all like very solid. And then the rest are kind of varying degrees of quality, I would say.
What's the one where they break that giant Australian juggernaut guy out of the truck?
That was X-Men 3. It's not good. Not
I've
good.
seen that one, and he was the only part of that movie that was like sick. Like that. So your power is just you get moving. Hell yeah! Like you can't be stopped. No one can stand in front of this guy. But yeah, the only other cool thing about that movie was that Ian McKellen was in it because he's awesome. He can kind of pull anything away from the brink.
Magneto's a cool character. He's not like an evil villain. He's just not aligned with pure good. He's a Nazi death camp survivor.
He's kind of evil. He killed those innocent guys who were trying to guard him.
He has a rational reason to be the way that he is, which is like the best kind of villains, But
yeah,
I was waiting my turn, but that's big for me. The villains in Avatar 2 were just evil for the point of being evil. They just found like the worst tactics. It's always like kill the children to lure the moms, to capture the children. They're like handcuffing children to sinking ships to lure the parents in and stuff like that. They were so over the top evil without really a good reason or plan for being this evil. It wasn't believable. But like a good Thanos or Magneto, who you're like, yeah, look, he's kind of evil, but he's kind of right.
Well, they changed Thanos in the comics. Like his motivation for killing half the universe was because he wanted to fuck Death, which is this character in the. But in the
he's kind of right.
Well, she's played by Aubrey Plaza in the show, which is she's pretty smoking hot.
The Parks and Rec lady.
Yeah.
She had her day.
Yeah.
But in the movie, they
him.
changed the writers changed him because they thought that was just kind of boring. So they changed him up to be someone who like you kind of makes you think like, well, I don't know, like maybe it is a good idea to do that. So, but they want to do the same thing with Downey coming back as Dune. I know people probably think that's nothing but a gimmick, but I don't think they're phoning it in at all. Like I think they are going to make that character very compelling.
I think people are really excited about it. I think there's generally a positive vibe about him, Robert Downey Jr. coming back and being a bad guy and such. I'm skeptical that he can continue to hit a home run every time he comes at bat, but we'll see.
I hope
he's
not likable at all. I hope that they don't make him. I hope that they make him awful, and I hope that I hope that they're able to intermingle all these characters together because I'm almost positive the Fantastic Four are going to be part of this because at the end of Fantastic Four they tease Doom, and then you're gonna have all of the X-Men. Are they going to do both versions, like both timelines? Is there going to be time travel where like you've got both versions of Professor X or something like that? Somehow Logan is still alive. Again. Like, are we in a different universe where Logan is still alive?
Well, Logan, the Logan from like the X-Men films, he's dead, but like the new one in the Deadpool, he's going to be in this film 100%. Same with Toby.
They need to fix their pacing with Marvel movies. Now, I've seen Iron Man 1, I've seen Guardians of the Galaxy, and I've seen Infinity War. And so I think I have a pretty good feel on the whole universe.
Subject matter expert.
When I was watching Infinity Wars years ago, I remember like they would all land there triumphantly. And then the director was like making them stand still for 3 to 5 seconds because they knew that would be a point where the entire theater was clapping. And it's like, this is crazy. Like you're catering the movie to like victory events within the theater. Like that it's so fan servicey that it turned me off, and I didn't even know the backstory of those characters. As people were landing, I'm like, I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is. Oh, Iron Man, Spider-Man. Who the fuck is that? That's some lady with like fucking wasp antennas. Like, I did not care for it.
They do something.
That's the wasp, by the way.
I could.
She got fucked up. She just recently fell and hit her head on a rock, and she's like really fucked up. She might not act. She might not act again. Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's
real
wasp.
The real wasp.
Yeah.
Yeah. The actress.
She was from Lost. Yeah. That girl.
Yeah.
Can't remember her name.
How'd she fall? Just a random trip, or was she?
I don't know. Yeah. I think she just tripped and her fucking head landed on a rock.
Oh, that's horrible. Hopefully she gets better. That sucks. Okay. That would be the worst way to get injured. You're like trying to be healthy, and you fall and crack your head open.
Did you guys give Andor
from accident? Brain damage. Oh my.
Yeah, no,
God.
She got fucked up. Yeah.
Did you
guys give it? Oh, I was gonna ask you. Yeah. Did everybody give Andor a shot?
I
gave it a shot. I watched season 1. I thought it was hot garbage.
Oh, what? Wait,
what
do you mean?
I'm right.
Okay.
I mean, it just it was like two different stories they were telling, like before and after the prison thing. The pacing was super slow. You kept waiting for them to like make their breakout or something, and they just took one episode's worth of content and stretched it to 3 for the second half of the season. I didn't love it. And maybe I was a little damaged by the fact that people hyped it. They're like, Andor is one of the better Star Wars contents that exists.
Best.
Are you saying that because season 2 was good, the one I didn't see?
No, I loved it. When we watched season 1, I think we started season 1 when season 2 was about to come out or something, and it was that perfect timing. And I ended season 1, and my girlfriend was like, dang, now we got to wait a year. And I'm like, but wait, there's more. And I like pushed the button down, and season 2 happens, and she was, yes! Like, she was so pumped for season 2. But yeah, I love it. I love the acting. I love that character. Prior to Andor, Rogue One was already my favorite Star Wars property, like bar none. I like the gritty, like I don't need lightsabers everywhere in my face. I don't need more stormtroopers necessarily like getting slaughtered. I liked the gritty nature of that movie, and so the show really like clicked with me. And I like the the political like stuff, especially like it feels relevant, in our current political
I thought you
climate
hated
a little
all
bit.
the Star Wars shit. Like all the new Star Wars shit, because
so I'm glad you brought that up.
I
I firmly believe that if you're going to actually hate something, then you should know everything about it. You shouldn't hate ignorantly. You should hate being well informed about something.
Okay, I like that.
So I've
Why I hate
steeped
Rings of Power.
myself in the Star Wars universe. I've read the comics. I've watched like those deep dive YouTube fucking docs and stuff. Like I want to know. I want to know what's so good about this, so I can go back and shit on it time and time and time again afterwards. And if I had to rank them, like Andor is the best shit they've ever done. Season 2 is better than season 1 in my opinion. It was just so fucking good. But Rogue One is my next favorite after that. And then I would probably go back to like Return of the Jedi, like back to the old movies, and then they're all bad after that. Everything's bad.
Well, they brought Tony Gilroy in to fix kind of Rogue One. I think they had Colin Trevorrow, who was the original director, and then Tony Gilroy came in, and Kathleen Kennedy liked what he did so much with Rogue One that they workshopped an idea, and like the studio, they like the execs, they didn't want to give him that budget because Andor had like a $400 million budget. It was crazy, but she believed in his vision so much that she pushed for him to like execute on that creative vision. But Tony Gilroy just openly says he's not a fan of Star Wars. Like that move, like Andor is about, basically it's just about revolution, just the conditions for revolution, what revolution looks like, and especially like what you have to sacrifice for a revolution. And I just found that writing to be so inspiring. Like the show is really good at rousing speeches. Like there's like 7 just insanely inspirational speeches.
The best speech, and so the best speech for me is the twin.
Can you imagine going to a guy? You gotta watch the show. It's got all these rousing speeches.
Yeah,
you say that. You say that. You say
Remember,
that.
I watched Lincoln. It was the same shit. I don't want to watch a.
I'm the only one here who hasn't watched it, and you're not telling me.
I like speeches. I get into this.
Think back to Theoden, before the Palantir
Don't even
Fields or whatever.
fucking compare
All right?
it to Theoden.
I mean, there's some speeches that come close when the old like head spy guy is talking to his underling that he's got implanted into the place.
Yep.
And they're out on this catwalk, like having this clandestine meeting, and the underling is like, you're not risking anything. You have nothing to lose. He's lose. I've lost everything. And he like breaks down the things he's lost, and they're all intangible things. My honor, my self-respect.
It's like a 5-minute speech. It's like a 5-minute speech too.
When you see a movie poster, and on the poster it'll say "rousing speeches, variety," and you go, "Oh, this will be."
Are you ready to be lectured?
Are you ready to be roused?
Get fucked. No.
Rouse the shit out of you.
Like a good rousing speech, Taylor.
I'm sorry.
He loves a good rousing speech.
Oh, I love a good rousing speech if it comports with kind of the nature of the film.
What's your favorite good rousing speach? Is it Theoden before they did the charge?
Would genuinely be Theoden before the charge.
Can I tell you, for a long time, for a long time, it was Independence Day when the president's getting everybody hyped up to like take off, and then they're all ragtag. The 4th of July will no longer be known as an American holiday. He's getting us fucking going. Clint Eastwood and Unforgiven before he steps outside. All right, I'm coming out. Like all those speeches are just great. I like those.
The Independence Day speech, though, when I try to think about it, I'm like, wait, what's happening? Are we declaring our independence from aliens?
Yes.
Okay,
This is
it's kind of a stretched
independence.
theme.
Well, no, it's not going to be known
That
as
whole
an
movie is
Independence
fucking
Day anymore.
retarded. As now
Fourth
that
of
I'm an
July has a
adult.
new meaning. I mean, the speech kind of explains what the new 4th of July is about. That's what the speech is. You know,
I wish he had said, "This is ID4." And in ID4, we don't fuck around. Do you remember that's how they marketed the movie for some reason? Everything said ID4 on it. And you're like, what is ID4? What the fuck is this?
Yeah,
I can't think of any other good rousing speeches in movies that I really love. And you guys know my movie
Braveheart,
knowledge
Gladiator?
is
I was going to say, there's a Gladiator. He gave a good
Braveheart would be up
speech.
there. Oh, it's not so rousing, but it's also in Return of the King when Gandalf is speaking to Pippin, where Pippin's like, "So this is where it ends." It's like, "Oh, this isn't the end." Yeah.
Rocky
White
at the end of Rocky 4 when he
I haven't
fucking
seen any of the Rocky.
That's
movies
cheesy.
since
Basketball when they're on
It's
the
incredible.
Laguna Guna balance board of friendship or whatever,
Yeah.
and fucking
Yeah.
Squeak has to remind them to fight his brothers.
who doesn't love a good rousing speech? I mean, that was like the
Oh no, I'm not saying I don't like them. I'm saying they've got to comport to the nature of it. It can't be a lecture. It's got to be part of the story.
You should watch Rocky 4 independent of the other films because he basically like solves the Cold War and it's incredible.
yeah.
It is incredible.
Wait, Sly Stallone gives the speech?
Yeah, he fights
Yes.
Ivan Drago in fucking communist Soviet Union.
Well,
And,
I mean, I do like seeing the U.S. dominate communist Russia. That's pretty sick.
Then you
You know,
should
good
watch. Have you
speech.
really never seen Rocky 4?
I haven't seen any of the Rockies. No.
Let me just tell you this about Rocky 4. You don't need to see the other films for this. Rocky comes out of so here's the situation, Taylor. I'm gonna lay it out for you. This is a hell of a story. So Rocky's mentor, Apollo Creed.
Telling me the story.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you the story of Rocky 4 real quick. So Rocky's
There's this
mentor,
guy loves fighting, right? Yeah.
No, he doesn't anymore. He's retired. He's a millionaire. He's out of the game. But his mentor, Apollo Creed, the black guy, Carl Weathers, he's gonna do like this
I like
exhibition fight against this big Russian champion that nobody knows anything about on the 4th of July. So Apollo
Can't
Creed
lose.
comes out dressed like Uncle Sam, doing like shuffle steps and stuff and dancing for the crowd, playing it up. James Brown is there. The James Brown band is there singing a song, performing. It's a big like silly fight. It's not meant to be serious. Ivan Drago beats him to death in the second round. Beats him to death.
He's that giant Jax Blonde guy, right?
Yes, Dolph Lundgren, enormous human being. And so Rocky decides that he has to avenge his friend and America's honor and the only way the Soviets will accept the fight, they're like, we came to you the first time. You're coming to us. So Rocky has to train in Siberia in like an old cabin. He's doing upside down sit-ups in an old frozen barn. He's cutting trees down and dragging logs while the KGB like observers try and fail to follow him through the snow. A farmer's wagon is broken down. Rocky lashes it to himself and starts pulling it through the snow.
Rickshaws it. Yeah.
Rickshaws it, a whole like mule wagon. All right. Meanwhile, Ivan Drago is back at some secret Soviet laboratory with all these digital displays.
Hooked up to like
he's got a
electrodes. Yeah.
and they show them injecting the steroids into him, and he's doing all these. He's got a machine for every muscle imaginable. It's like 10 gold gyms on top of one, and they're measuring his punching power, and they're showing like how many pounds per square inch. And they'd already told you earlier, no one can survive 1,000 psi. It is lethal, and he's hitting 1,100. 1,200, 1,250, and the music's playing, the montage music, and finally
But they didn't test it against
chopping wood with an axe.
wop skull.
Exactly. They didn't anticipate that a wop skull can take any amount of punishment that man can throw at it. You need to hit him with a fucking Buick to put Sylvester Stallone down because he's coming with America and Apollo Creed on his shoulder. America over here, Apollo Creed over here. And they're just talking in his ear. He even hears Mickey at one point. Mickey's ghost comes back to him.
Dude, I'm going to skip the first three and watch this. That sounds awesome.
You literally can without.
You'll be fine.
You'll be
Yeah.
fine.
You'll be good. And you should go straight from that. You should go straight.
Follow Rocky.
You should go straight from that to Creed 2. Because
After
then Creed
what
2
he does to Ivan Drago, so you got to keep in mind, this is a very politically charged environment. All the Soviet like communist bosses are sitting like up in the, it almost looks like a jury booth, up sort of a box. They're like above the regular crowd.
Sure.
And at the end, they stand and clap.
One by one, they just stand up and start clapping. Yeah.
And then
he's giving a speech. If eyes can change and yous can change, so the best part about the Rocky films are the best part about the Rocky films are the montages, the training montages, because they're just so over the top. Rocky 4, there's a scene like that scene where he's in Siberia. They do 3 training montages back to back to back. Like it's like 15 minutes of training montage. It's so over the top, but it's incredible.
I used to watch that and then go work out in the basement when I was a kid. I was like, all right, let's do it.
That's great.
It's great.
Motivational when you watch Rocky do one of his montages.
So is Rocky 4 the best one?
No, not by far.
No.
The first one won Oscars. Sylvester
second one
Stallone
was
wrote
my
the first
favorite.
one. So the first one's the best. The second one is the second best. The fourth one is pretty good. The third one's pretty good. After the fifth one's garbage.
Wait, the fifth one, is that the one with this
The
kid?
fifth one, he trains this new guy named Tommy, like
I
Tommy
like
Gunn.
that one. I like that more than Kyle did.
But
Sylvester gave it a 0 out of 10.
But then
They
they
asked
started
him
making
recently.
Creed films, and like
wrong.
all those are great. And then but
There's
Creed
also
2,
Rocky Balboa.
yeah, Rocky Balboa is really good too. That one's
It's not bad. It's
underappreciated.
Rocky 6, but it's
There's
just called
a
Rocky
line-
Balboa.
In Rocky 5 that I just love. Like Rocky's there, he's at a diner, he's a regular there. All these other like big fat guys are at the diner. They're like old friends, it would seem. And Tommy Lee, who's played by Tommy
Gunn.
Morrison, an actual is he the Gun? Anyway, an actual like professional heavyweight boxer. I think he might have been champion for a brief while. Foreman, I don't know. Anyway, he calls out Sylvester Stallone and his buddies in the streets. And he goes into this diner and he's like, let's do this. And his friends are like, Rocky, we back you up. And he's like, oh, this ain't no pie eating contest. They're all 80 pounds overweight. It was a dope line.
He originally died in the script. Like he was supposed to die in Adrian's arms, and they decided not to do that, which saved made them a lot of money in the future.
Instead, it ends with he defeats Tommy Gunn in a street fight, showing off like street fighting skills. It's no longer a boxing match. He's street fighting. He defeats the heavyweight champion of the world as old over the hill Rocky in a street fight, and then like he sort of bucks up to his manager, who's this black actor. I think it's Jackie, the lawyer from Seinfeld. I think it's that same actor, and he's like,
that's hilarious.
And that guy like bristles up, he's like, "Catch me and I'll sue." And Rocky thinks about it for a second and then hits him so hard that he flies through the air onto the hood of a car. And he's like, sue me for what?
I think I got a case against the tobacco companies.
But Rocky's so broke, he's got nothing to sue him for right at this point. So that's the worst movie by far. The first one is legit.
Broke in Rocky 4.
5. In Rocky 5, he's broke.
Dude, it's not the worst movie. Sylvester Stallone gives that inspirational speech to his son who like doesn't take accountability for his stuff.
It's not for me. It's the worst by far.
You know what you gotta be doing is fighting people in the street.
I'm telling you, these are good fucking movies. The first Rocky, like if you watch the first Rocky, you'll want to see the second Rocky.
I feel like I don't even need to watch it now.
It's a genuine classic. It won Best Picture. It won. It was like a genuine. But then as the series, as the franchise progresses, no, I think it won Best Picture, and I think he won Best Screenplay too. But
that's amazing.
As the franchise progresses, it just gets more and more ridiculous. Like he fights Mr. T in the third one, and then the fourth one was like.
I think the third one is a dip. And gets better afterwards. But that's just me.
You don't like Mr. T?
Right.
Oh.
He also fights Hulk Hogan in that movie too, who plays a character called Thunderlips.
I didn't like the silliness of it.
He broke Sylvester Stallone's ribs, like in real life. Hulk Hogan just went fully ham, and I think like kneed him in the sternum or something like that, and he actually like broke his ribs. He was injured when he did that.
I love those movies. I wish I could get Taylor to watch things. I told him
we don't have that power.
Yeah, I'm going to have to get him to do our movie podcast where I force him to watch the movies his family should have inflicted on him for the last 2 generations of movies. How do you not see Rocky?
What movies, like, or better yet, what like scenes or moments do you think are in the like Mount Rushmore of American cinema?
Man,
No Time for Caution. No Time for Caution. The in Interstellar, where he's got to fucking dock the.
Oh my god, that music! Dun, 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 dun. And he's like, That's an amazing scene. I love when Captain America catches the hammer.
I have that one in mind.
You Can't Handle the Truth, when Tom Cruise faces down against what's his name, and Jack Nicholson in court. That goes both ways, but Nicholson kills it. But for me, I love Unforgiven with Clint Eastwood. He's got this whole speech when he walks in the bar, and they've killed Morgan Freeman, his best friend, and they got him like hanging as a decoration outside.
That's
and
so
he
good.
walks in the bar. Like, who's the fellow owns this shithole? Nobody says anything, and this guy's, you fat man, speak up. And this guy steps out of the back. I own this establishment. I bought it from Freely back in '78. And Clint Eastwood goes, you boys better step aside. And two guys kind of move out of the way, and he just immediately, boom, blows him away with a shotgun. And
it's so iconic. That movie, talk about a slow burn. You only get a glimpse of just how fucking badass he is in like the final 5 minutes of the film.
The whole movie, they talk him up. The whole movie, people will be like, remember that time when you did this, that, and the other, and you killed those 5 men? And he just said, I ain't like that no more. I ain't like that. I was drinking half the time. I don't remember most of it. I ain't like that no more. And he hasn't touched a drop the whole movie. And then he hears that they whipped Morgan Freeman to death for information in this town, and now they're decorating the saloon with his body. He starts drinking as he listens to the story of what they did to Morgan Freeman. And like I said, he walks in there, and Gene Hackman jumps forward. He's the sheriff. Gene's big, and he's got great bravado in this movie. And he's like, well, sir, you are a cowardly son of a bitch. You just shot an unarmed man. I said, you should have armed himself if he's going to decorate his saloon with my friend. You be William Money, I suspect. Killer of women and children. That's right. I killed women and children. I killed just about everything that walked or crawled this earth at one time or another. And I'm here to kill you, little Bill, for what you've done to Ned.
You really got it down. That's impressive.
It's fucking intense. I love that scene.
What other? I want to do the moments thing. I don't want the topic to change.
I'm sorry. I got caught up in the moment.
America Hammer thing. No one mentioned the Darth Vader reveal. Where is Luke's father? I thought that was an American cinema moment. Oh,
the first time you see the T-Rex in Jurassic Park is pretty fucking iconic. I saw that in theaters on opening night and just blew my mind as a 9-year-old. And it still holds up to this day for sure.
I'm thinking about Michael kissing Fredo, man. It broke my heart.
I was just thinking about the Godfather.
The montage of Michael taking out all of the New York crime families, that's the moment for me that like is the moment of that movie, when you've just got this montage of everybody getting shot in the eye. Mo Green gets shot in the eye. That dude gets stuck on, one guy gets shot on the fucking steps of the courthouse, like all that shit.
The diner scene between Al Pacino and De Niro in Heat is another pretty fucking iconic scene. Yeah.
The Italian restaurant scene between Michael and the police captain and Barzini or whoever it is, I can't remember the character's name in Godfather 1. That's one of my favorite scenes in any movie. Like, even when they start speaking in Italian, you can follow exactly what's being said. Like, you know what's being said. It's so fucking good. And that elevated train starts getting louder and louder, and they zoom in on Michael's eyes, and sort of like that noise of the train is like this static in his brain, and you're feeling it. And then he just fucking pulls the gun out and kills them both. Ooh, that's intense as hell.
You know, dying.
I love how he can't find the gun at first. It's such a nice little detail.
Oh, like, yeah.
Fuck?
You're like, fuck.
There's a moment
nervous. Start getting nervous.
In Saving Private Ryan when they slowly push the knife into that guy's chest towards the end of the movie. And it's just like you lose hope bit by bit as it sinks deeper and deeper. Yeah. Like, that hit pretty hard. I don't know if it belongs on Mount Rushmore, but
that's an intense moment in a movie has intense moments, but none more so than that. That's so visceral because you like that character. That's your kind of comedic relief guy. And like this coward downstairs, if he just fucking buck up and come up the stairs, like, could solve this problem for us. And you think he will, because that's what usually happens, but he doesn't. Oh, yeah. I feel that every time.
On the other side, the same movie, the sniper who has a gift for war, like, just calling out, like, quarterbacking all this shit, making it happen, probably leading the squad in kills as
shooting
well
a right-handed rifle, left-handed also.
Oh, like good detail. Yeah. I probably wouldn't pick that for Mount Rushmore, but it is a really good scene.
What about the 2v1 at the end of The Raid? Did you guys ever watch The Raid?
Yeah, I watched it this week. Yeah.
Fuck, bro, it's so good. God.
I'll be honest. By the end of the movie, I'm like, it feels like my nervous system is so overstimulated by go. Then I'm a little burnt out. Like,
Me too.
I'm impressed by the choreography big time, and it's a visceral, good story. Like, it's intense as hell. But by the end, I'm kind of I'm not intense anymore. I'm all out of adrenaline. I'm all out of whatever, and I'm just like kind of. It's
Your
all
cortisol has been depleted.
It's a 90-minute fight scene, and I'm like, yawn at some point.
I like the fight scene in Old Boy with the hammers when he's fighting like that whole group of people.
That's
with
sick.
the hammers. That's a amazing scene.
You told me to watch Old Boy years ago, and I started watching the American one, and I was like, this can't be what he meant. Like, it was literally so bad. I was like, Kyle wouldn't bully me like this. He wouldn't tell me to have watched this. And so then I found the Korean one or Japanese, whatever it was. That shit was sick. That was awesome.
Dude, that twist at the end is...
Wait, hold on.
Look, I'm not going to spoil... Oh, I would never spoil Old Boy. Right. Like, this is one of those where, like...
Oh, has Hutch not seen Old Boy?
No. Everyone tells me to watch it. I've never watched it.
Okay. Well, I hope that knowing that there's a twist isn't too much of a spoiler. You won't see it coming. It's wild. It is a very intense movie. Do you know the premise, like just the basics?
No, everyone tells me to watch it. People give me shit for not having it because I love movies. I've just never seen it.
The basic premise that you learn in the first 5 minutes is that this man has been held captive by he knows not who in a room by himself for like many years, and he doesn't know who has kept him in this room. He never sees them, and so he's just so mad in there. He starts practicing like martial arts against the wall. He starts punching the wall one day, and he doesn't stop for like 15 years until his knuckles are just calluses, and he's just it's a little bit bullshit for people who are fans of martial arts, but
no, I dig it.
He trains himself to be a martial artist while he's in there. Seemingly, I don't remember that he had a background in that. Maybe he did, but anyway, he sharpens his skills over like 20 years, maybe, of hitting the wall, and when he's turned loose, he is not taking any prisoners on his mission to find out who put him in that fucking
But it
room.
wasn't that he was an expert in martial arts that made him capable after he got out. It was his like toughness and mental resolve more than anything, which are things you can absolutely cultivate while being locked in a hotel room for 15 years.
He is focused.
Another, I think arguably a Mount Rushmore scene is when the reveal at the beginning of The Dark Knight, where he takes his mask off and you see his face for the first time. Like that whole intro sequence to The Dark Knight is for sure one of the most iconic scenes.
Bank robbery.
Is that that's after the bank robbery?
He says whatever doesn't kill you makes you stranger, and he takes his fucking I remember I saw that on at midnight, back when midnight shows were a thing, and I firmly believe like the audience that you see movies with can create like a totally unique, awesome experience, and everybody in the theater just roared with applause when he pulled that mask off. Like it was just one of like a top 5 experience for me.
You know what else is really good? I'll just say one line, you'll all get it. What's in the box?
Oh yeah, bro. Oh my god,
that
hit. Seven is such a good movie.
The pocket watch scene from Pulp Fiction. The pocket watch story comes out of left field, and it hooks you. And it gets your full attention. You will put your phone down if you hear the pocket watch story for the first time, because it grabs you. That I love that. I love all Pulp Fiction.
Was in my ass. Is that
Knuckle Pucks from Mighty Ducks? Now that was real shit.
That was solid.
He goes, we got to do the Flying V. I don't know which one's better.
The flying V. It's like we're gonna do an offensive strategy that doesn't make any sense and opens us up to all sorts of recompense if one of us drops the ball.
The fact that there's a Mighty Ducks hockey team, and like I feel like they should be contractually obligated to once a game run the Flying V, no matter how terrible a strategy it is.
The Anaheim Ducks, the fucking Anaheim Ducks tried to rebrand to just the normal Ducks, and they had the gayest, worst jerseys forever. Like, and now occasionally they wear the actual Mighty Ducks logo out on special.
I saw that. That's cool.
That shit rules. Like the Mighty Ducks are awesome. That's
you're the right age for it.
I am the right age for it. Yeah. that hit me like fucking crack hit the inner city communities in the 80s.
You guys remember,
Guy they made that for.
you guys remember Rookie of the Year?
Yes.
Of course.
God,
Yeah, where he's the pitcher.
incredible movie. Just unbelievably stupid premise, but
Wait, that's when he
incredible.
breaks his arm and now he can throw 100 miles an hour.
Butt loving? I
kid
don't
breaks-
remember that line.
The kid breaks his arm, and then for some reason, because he broke his arm, he can throw like 105 mile per hour
Yeah.
fastball or something like that. But
So
no
he's
one ever
recruited
talks about
as
that
a
movie.
majors
At the
as like
very
a
end.
12-year-old.
He can't throw it anymore. His arm gets
Yeah.
fixed. And then there's that big Mark McGuire guy sitting at the fucking plate. And so he has to finish the strikeout with his own ability, which I loved. I remember watching.
Don't they run like a weird play to like I forget exactly what
His mom comes up with
He
the
has, like, a
idea to
fake
throw the ball
ball or
really high
something?
his mom comes up with the idea to like underhand it really high. The professional
an-
baseball player
I think
has
you're
no idea how to handle an underhanded throw.
No. That's called an ephus pitch. That is a very difficult pitch to throw and a very difficult pitch to hit if you don't know it's coming. Like that's the only one he threw of the game. Like he probably, if he threw that for a strike, he'd probably get him out. Like for realsies. Like an ephus pitch is wild. I don't think anyone's ever thrown one
I've
in a
never
Major
heard
League
that
Baseball game.
I would be surprised. It seems like the pitch that you throw to yourself all the time.
No,
like,
because he
just
throws
hit-
it. You throw it in a very high arc, a very high. So it's
so it comes down a lot like throwing it to yourself. And
no, but it's.
trust me,
He's
you're an
already-
expert in baseball.
I saw a.
I saw the movie. He strikes out.
I saw a graph analysis
Okay.
of how many pitches in MLB are thrown below like 40 miles an hour or something like that. And it was like 0 for all the 90s and all the 2000s. And then around like 2014, it starts increasing. And they clearly figured out that you can deceive the batter because they're so used to these bombs that professionals are throwing that they can.
It's called a changeup.
You can trick them. Yeah, but these are very, very slow. Like this was like under
that's a
40 miles an
player
hour.
specific thing. Like they will always throw it as slow as they possibly can, but the trick is keeping your motion and your arm movement exactly the same. So you'll see these overlay videos of the best pitchers, and everything they do, their whole body does the same thing, and then all the pitches go in different directions and do different things. It's complete same like wind up, step, body movement, arm angle, everything. But at the moment of release, because there's like 5 videos being overlaid, his fastball goes here, his curveball goes here, his sinker does this. Like they're all going in different directions just based on the grip and the speed.
I feel like MLB pitcher, like
Spin.
baseball is not a physical sport. It's not a collision sport or anything, but you see still shots of those pitchers throwing. Their bodies and arms in particular, are going through a crazy amount of trauma every single pitch, every single one. I can't believe those guys last as long as they do.
They don't pitch a lot. They don't throw a lot of balls. They throw way fewer pitches than they used to. Like complete games used to happen a lot. People used to throw 100 pitches a game, 120 pitches a game. They don't do that anymore. Almost nobody does. You have a starter that comes in and gets you 5, maybe 6, and then a relief pitcher for 2 or 3, and then a closer for the last one.
Do closers play every day?
They usually have like 2 or 3 closers.
Yeah, they do.
They've got like one guy who's like their fucking ace, and then a couple of guys who are almost as good. I always really like closers, like Mariano Rivera or John Smoltz used to be a starting pitcher. He had Tommy Johns, and he came back, and he was just as good, but he couldn't go full game, so they made him a closer. So good. He was so lights out. A guy who usually had to do 6 or 7 innings. It's like, we only need you for 1. He's like, oh, so I don't need to hold anything back anymore.
I can
And it
just
was
fire off.
so great to watch. Tiger Woods said he's the best golfer that wasn't a professional golfer that he's played with. Smoltz
I love those athletes who are so elite in their niche that you can know what they're doing, you can know what they're going to do, but you can't stop them. Like, that's sick. And Alex Ovechkin is one of those guys for the Washington Capitals in the NHL. All-time leading goal scorer. But the thing with Ovechkin is he's 43 years or 41 or something, and he's 230 pounds, 6'3". Like he's a big dude, never gets injured. And his entire job at this point in his career is to stand at the top of the circle and just wait. every goalie in the NHL is a fan of Ovi. They know what he's going to do. They know how he shoots. They know exactly everything. But he can just still stand there and fire off when he gets a one-timer in a way that no one can stop.
How old is he now?
I think he's 41.
He looks 51. He has a gray beard. He's like...
he grayed early, and that age is... But he also... there's a whole hockey website that was based on like a joke about him, which is Russian machine never break. Like he does not get injured. He doesn't have problems. He has the same meal before every game. He is the one player on his team who has a special water bottle full of full sugar Coca-Cola. That's what he drinks during the game is full sugar Coke.
Who was the old guy who did that? He was supposed to be funny, played for Boston amongst other teams.
Oh,
always drank Coke.
Rose?
Maybe Brizgalov. If we're talking hockey.
He was an American or Canadian guy, and he was funny.
He was Russian, but that was the one thing that pissed me off about the current Olympics and otherwise these international competitions where they're like, oh, Russians can't play. And it's like, yeah, Russians not being able to play doesn't really fucking matter if we're talking basketball. But if you're a hockey fan, like, we need Russia in the mix. We need Ovechkin. We need Kucherov. We need these incredible players because they're so fun to watch. And they have no control over their country's foreign policy. Like, let them play. Let them have fun.
Taylor, it was Phill Kessel. Do you know Phill Kessel?
Oh, Phill Kessel, the Iron Man record holder in the NHL. He looks like he's a trash man because bring up a picture
I'll
of
find
Phill
a
Kessel.
picture if I can find it.
And this guy is so solidly built that he was destroyed with checks, with the physicality of the NHL. His entire career, never missed a game. For 1,019 games or
this
something?
Guy, you act like he was built like a linebacker or wide receiver. This guy doesn't even look like an athlete. This guy looks like we could all beat him up. This guy looks like he would get winded taking the trash out.
The only time I saw him and I was like, this guy looks like an athlete is when he was wearing shorts. And I was like, oh, I can see why this guy doesn't get injured. He's got a gigantic ass, huge quads, big...
Zach can't share a picture. He's having internet issues. He wants me to share my screen, but I'm too fucking experienced to share my screen. I'm not going to do that shit.
Okay. Shout out Phill Kessel, but that's neat. I love when, back to the core point, when athletes are so elite at what they do, you can know what they're going to do, you can see them do it, but you can't stop it. That's probably something that applies to shooters in the NBA just as much. I just don't know. Like, isn't Steph Curry the big shooter guy?
I don't know much about basketball, but yeah,
that's my understanding.
He's
Taylor,
the best shooter ever.
I don't
Go
want to
ahead.
Go ahead.
Did you end up getting that? Did you were thinking about getting a 357 Magnum?
Yeah. I messaged you earlier before I even knew you were on the show tonight because I wanted to know what that gun you had was, if it was 44. I think I'm going to go with the 357 route. With my revolver,
the Python,
maybe a Python. Those things are fucking pricey. Like we'll see though. I do 100% want 357 as the cartridge because then you can kind of plink with 38s, have a little bit of fun there. It would be way too expensive to like. I can't imagine like plinking with a 44. I'd be like, oh,
you load your ammo.
That's $2. Oh,
bro, it's like 90, like 100 rounds in California is like $90. So
have you considered reloading your own
44
ammo?
Magnum or 44 special?
No, Magnum.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, you can shoot special, right?
Yeah, I mean it's not as fun. Like I want to shoot that gun because it's like I want to get that 300 grain rounds, but it's tough. Like I got to wear gloves, man. It's like it really is tough on your hands. But Kyle, I wanted to say that I switched to the Weaver stance after you told me. Yeah, and I'm shooting way better with that stance, with that gun in particular. I did buy an M&P 2.0 and I use the isosceles for that, and that one. It's definitely helps me with that. But the Weaver stance with that fucking hand cannon actually got me to be much more accurate. Yeah, shooting is fun. I had no idea how rewarding it is to get those groupings like just a little bit tighter each time, it's unbelievably rewarding.
It's so fun.
It's a lot of fun.
Weaver stance is that left foot in front of right foot and then pulling back?
Yeah.
What's the name of the other stance where you just stand?
Isosceles.
Isosceles, yeah.
I don't like that. That doesn't make any sense to me.
I don't either. Weaver makes a lot of sense from like a sports kind of standpoint, like having your weight distributed like that and being able to put more weight on your front foot depending on how powerful the gun is. I've shot elephant guns before, and like 90% of my weight, I'm on my tippy toe of my front foot, leaning so far into it because by the end of the recoil, I'm going to be on the back of my right foot. Like, I'm going to be on my heels by the time I'm done with it. It gives
What's
you a
the
lot
caliber
more,
of that? Like, what is an elephant gun?
Technically, what they did was they took a 20 gauge shotgun and then they custom cast brass shells for it, and then they put 1,000 grain projectiles inside of that, and they added more and more powder until the shotgun exploded, and then they took a little powder out and they bought another shotgun.
The bullet fits in a 20 gauge.
It's a 20 gauge bullet.
That's bananas. That's like a military thing.
Well,
like
the projectile, like he's talking about 300 grains in that 44 Magnum, is a gargantuan bullet. 300 grains is huge. This thing was shooting at either 1,000 or 1,100 grain projectiles, but none of that matters until you talk about the speed it's going at. So it's shooting 1,000 grains, I think 2,200, 2,300 feet per second. It hurt so much. It bruised me severely. I was like, "You're filming, you're recording, right? Like 100%." Better be. I'm not going to shoot this thing much more. Like,
how many times did you shoot it total?
Like 5 times, and I was beaten. Like I felt like I'd been in a fight. Like the only thing that kicks harder than that is like a 20 millimeter rifle, and that's the same bullet like an F-18 fighter jet shoots. I think.
Yeah, I think those attach to like the top of Humvees.
No, they don't. That's too big for a Humvee.
I fucked up when I took the Anaconda to the range, and I thought I was shooting like the proper 240 grain rounds or whatever. I think those are the standard for 44 Magnum. And I was shooting 44 special, and I didn't realize that. I was like, this is nothing, man. Maybe I'm just a fucking natural. So the next time I came into the range, the guy's like, do you want to try the big boy rounds? I'm like, fuck yeah, I can handle this. And he gave me like, I think it was above 300 grain. I don't know what it was, but I fire up that first bullet and I almost had to like stop. But when you buy the ammo in California, you have to spend all that ammo. So I was like, fuck, man. And so I ended up shooting like all of it, and I kind of fucked my hand up. Like I completely underestimated how much.
In Cali, they won't let you bring the rest home?
So you have to get a federal background check in California to buy ammo. It's kind of dumb. It's like, I don't know what lives they're saving by doing that, but like you have to get like a special permit, I think, to sell ammunition. And most of the ranges that I've gone to, they don't have that permit. So you don't have to do the background check, but you have to spend all the ammo at the range. And so I spent $60 on like 50 44 Magnum bullets, and I didn't want to waste them all. But I ended up like scratching my finger, and
that is so
they
fucking
make sure
cool.
you don't smuggle out ammo?
Gun.
What's that?
Do they make sure you don't smuggle out the ammo? Like, what if it was just you just didn't shoot it all?
They would probably know. Like, I don't know. Well, I mean, you could try,
is news
but
to me. I don't think there's any restrictions on reloading your own ammo in California.
You can do that.
So I would highly recommend that. It's very, very easy because there's only like 3 components to a round, right? You've got brass, primer, powder, and projectile. The presses are about $300.
Yeah, that's it. That's the thing. Yeah.
Well, you're gonna get it. Your ammo is gonna be half price, like going forward. Is the nice thing. And the brass you're gonna acquire. You can buy your own brass. You wouldn't even have to go shoot expensive ammo to acquire brass. That's a component you can purchase. And you'd be half price on your ammo.
I looked into it. It just looked intimidating to like, because I don't want to fuck up a bullet and then have it explode in my hand. So like that's the only concern I have there.
Okay, so that is a concern. I've only had one gun explode because of that. After years of doing it, we did have one gun explode in our hands from a hot loaded round. But
in your hand or in somebody else's hand?
In my dad's hand. In my dad's hand.
Did you load the round though, or was it someone else?
One of us did. We sort of worked as a team, and what could happen is you could sort of double chuck the handle, but the the cartridge wouldn't rotate over, or maybe there was a foul. There's a carousel of bullets, and every time you pull the handle, a different thing happens to a different shell in that carousel, if you can imagine. So one of them's getting deprimed, then it's getting primed, then it's getting powdered, then it's getting packing and shot, then it's getting an initial crimp, then it's getting a final crimp, then it falls out of the back of the machine. And each chamber is loaded every time you pull the handle down, and you just monitor that. But if there's a little hiccup here and there and something falls out or gets fouled, you could accidentally put a double powder charge in. And that's kind of a problem, especially in a shotgun.
Is that what the problem was?
Most likely, yeah. The whole shotgun exploded in his hands. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's not ideal. Yeah.
But with pistol rounds, I don't think you can blow a 40. If you put double powder in a 44 Magnum, you're going to notice, I think. And I still don't think double powder would blow up a 44 Magnum. And what you could do, you could individually weigh the powder for each round, and it really doesn't take that long. Like, it's to just do the powder manually, not even trust the machine if you were scared. But I had a 44 Magnum where I had loaded the bullets down really slow. I was going the opposite way, trying to make them as light as possible. And a round got stuck halfway down the barrel of my Ruger Super Blackhawk or Red Hawk. I don't remember which. I've got one of each. And so the round's just stuck in the middle of the barrel, this maybe 110 grain bullet or something. I got something really small for the 44 Magnum. Anyway, I was like, tried to ram it out. That doesn't work. So I just threw a full power round in and gave it hell. And
you just shot it through.
It's one way to do it, I guess.
I didn't want Dad to come home and see his $1,200 pistol had a round stuck in the barrel, and I would have to tell him because I don't want him to be the one to like explode. So I just risked it all and fired it off through there. Worked fine, blew it right out.
Do you guys do dry fire exercises?
I don't do any firing exercises.
Oh, that's
no,
right. Yeah.
No, I've never done those.
I used to.
Well, you can buy these like bullets where, you put it in the barrel and it'll shoot just like a red laser, and then you just buy like a, digital target or whatever. And I've been doing that a lot, and it definitely has helped. But then when you get to the range, it's just a different experience with the gun actually firing a bullet. It's just an inherently stressful thing to do, to shoot a gun. And so
do you think you flinch at all?
What's that?
Do you think you flinch?
So I'm getting better at that. And so anticipating the recoil is definitely like what has been throwing my aim off the most. And just the more reps you get in, the better it gets. But the dry fire exercises have helped a lot. But it's just, I'm finding that, when in California, you can only have 10 round magazines. And like the first 5 rounds, I'll have like a really good grouping. But then, you kind of get that stress kicking in and everything. And then I find like the last few rounds, I keep fucking up like what otherwise would be like really perfect groupings. So that's been kind of frustrating, but
flinching will throw you off considerably. My dad used to load the rifle for me and not tell me if it was loaded or not. And we would do that over and over with me shooting at a target. And if you shoot it without a round in it, you see the flinch. It's like, you push forward and you sort of come off. Yeah. And after half an hour of him showing me my own flinch so that I could see what I was doing and erase it from because every now and then the gun goes off because he's putting the bullets in or not putting the bullets in. We're playing Russian roulette with that watermelon down there.
I think that's common. I think with gun instructors, that's common. They'll do that. Well, they'll put dummy rounds in with live rounds, and they'll see if they're flinching.
Yeah, I was going to tell that story. I was at the range, and I forget exactly what it was, but a lot of my shots were going top left. So I talked to the range master, and I'm like, I don't know if my sights are off, because when I put it right on, it seems like I'm going, top left a lot. My groupings are okay, but they're all going in the same spot wrong. And I was like, I can fix it by aiming wrong, or maybe it's the sights. Can you tell me? So he shot it, and he seemed to think it was right, and he loads it, but he doesn't tell me that he's putting a dummy round in there. And I don't know this at the time, but he's doing kind of a flinch test. So I shoot, and by the time I get to the 7th round or something, there's a dummy. There's no flinch at all. That's not my symptom. And he's like, well, that wasn't it. Well, good luck with this. And he leaves me. Got to the bottom of it.
He didn't follow up.
You're fucking terrible.
Did you figure it out?
No.
Fucking telepathy. I have no idea how you're making that bullet go up there because I can't.
Yeah,
that's a good test.
Yeah, that.
What are you going to buy, Taylor? Because you like we were talking the last couple of days about guns, and we were talking about ARs, semi-autos, and revolvers. So which is it going to be?
Well, I feel like the most practical one for me to get is the AR. I'm the last of my friends and everyone I know to not own an AR.
This is like periods for men.
Yeah,
Like you're going to be one of the boys now.
Now I will. I've shot many ARs over the years. I've shot a ton of them, but they've always been friends or from a range. And so I'm going to follow your advice, which I thought was incredibly prescient, where you were like, are you going to be shooting stuff at 500 yards? And I was like, no. And then you're like, okay, well then get something like this and then spend all that money you otherwise would have spent on a really expensive base model on the accessories. Get a brilliant sight, get a great handle, get a great grip. There's no purpose for you to have something so absurd. And so I'm buying an AR this Saturday. My buddy, who I've mentioned many times on this show, shout out, he's combat Marine. He's obsessed with guns. His level of knowledge is not quite yours, but up there. And so we're going to go and grab one. And after that, I really want a revolver. Really
Before
want
we get to the revolver, are you getting an AR-15, M4, or whatever?
Yeah, AR-15.
Cool.
What's your thought?
Everyone has that. Everyone. I have an FN. I have an FN 2000, and for whatever reason, like I'm not a special shot, but there are a couple guns. My M&P 9mm, my Henry 22 lever action, and my FN 2000. I'm a better shot with those three weapons than I am with the other 20 some that I own. And whenever I pull out the FN 2000, like it's different than everybody else's scary black gun. I think cool. The scope, I think it looks dope on there. And it's a bullpup. It's a bullpup.
It's waterproof. The shells eject out the front, but only when you fill that tube up does the door open to start releasing.
If you
them.
only kill 4 or 5 guys, you leave no trace behind. Just saying.
That's true.
It's also the worst gun.
Bullet casings with their thumbprints
in
on
Modern Warfare 2.
It's the worst gun in MW2. That's
by far.
People used to slay with that thing.
But in my hands, I can hit with that thing, and it just feels neater than all the other guns. I considered
your exact viewpoint. So I think that's going to break the budget though, because if you go to a quad rail AK, we're starting with like a $950 gun and then building on top of that. If we go to like a FAL, like a 308 FAL, we're starting with like a $2,000 gun. If we go to an FN, we're at a $2,500 gun. If we even an F2000 used, I think I bought mine for like $1,200, but I think they're like $1,500, maybe $1,800 these days. I don't know. And I also don't like those. So like I don't like the
You're
trigger.
Not a fan. Okay.
I had one. I loved it, but it was like my 73rd gun. Not my first.
AR just makes the most sense. Like
in
AR
a lot
makes
of
the
ways,
most sense because a cheap AR is $400 to $500. So you right out of the bat, you have a working rifle for $400 or $500, and then you can spend the rest of that like $1,000 budget or $1,200 budget or whatever it is on the accessories, the thing that actually make the gun do its thing. Like you don't need a custom forged Magnum barrel if you're going to be shooting targets at 100 yards tops. You need a decent 1x6 power scope, a nice muzzle brake to take some of the kick out, a comfortable stock, a comfortable like a couple of grips, and you're good. You've got a nice ass rifle that will do whatever you want.
Yeah.
Not whatever you want.
Sense.
Like I said, you wouldn't take it to war. You wouldn't like go competitively shooting long range with it necessarily, but it meets all of your requirements.
But if I want to plink, or if I need to shoot someone a bunch of times because they broke into my house, like that, like that's
what is plink?
primo.
What is that? What is that?
Just going out and plinking, like just shooting targets,
metal targets.
Metal targets, 2 liters, watermelons.
Metal targets are tremendous. So metal targets, you get this really satisfying ping, and they also they flip over. You get a visual thing, a visual cue that everybody, and so it's just like a video game. You can kind of keep score. There's there are these trees of targets where you can race each other to the top target. You have an identical amount of targets in a pattern, and we race each other to the top target. And obviously, you miss, you go back to your target, you slow down and stuff. Plinking is the fun way to shoot. You need like a little place full of bullshit. When you drive through the Southwest, there will be plinking stands on the side of the highway. Like you'll literally pull over and there's just like tin cans and metal targets there for folks to pull over and shoot. It's great.
You guys know the YouTuber Hickok, the old guy?
Oh, love Hickok.
He's got the prime. Oh, you've actually met him?
Yeah, a few times.
Isn't he like 6'10" or something ridiculous?
He's very, very tall. Him and his son are, I would say, 6'7", 6'9". But when somebody's that much taller than me, I'm not too good at calculating. He's a very tall man.
Yeah, he's fun. He's fun to watch on YouTube. I've watched like 50 of his videos.
Yeah,
he's got a dope setup in whatever he's got there.
Exactly.
You know, he was a teacher.
He's got a dream setup.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was a teacher. He retired, I suspect, because his YouTube channel did so well, but I don't know that for a fact.
I thought he was a cop. Was he a teacher?
Yeah, I thought he was a cop.
I'm almost
too.
positive he was a teacher.
I thought he was a police officer, and then the YouTube shit took off, but he's aged so little. Like, I'll watch a video from him.
He was a school teacher.
That's like 9 years old, and it looks just like him now.
He uses the Weaver. He uses the Weaver stance.
Sure.
Yeah.
I think his teaching background shows up in his videos. It's just natural for him to be like, this is this gun. It was used in this way during this time period, and this is how we do it now. It's just that I can feel his background in his content.
You know what? I got a question about him because he'll pick up a lot. Every time he picks up the semi and he's like racking the. Do you say racking the slide? Is that what you said?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. He'll like just kind of do it habitually, just like all the time when he's talking. Is he just doing that out of habit? Is there some purpose to that?
I think he's making good and sure and making sure everybody sees that the gun has been cleared and empty. It's also sort of it's kind of like when chefs on YouTube make sure they clean that plastic they just cut the chicken on. Like don't give me any shit about this. It's clean. It's clear and open. Like gotcha. I would always do that. If the more people are around, the more I would do that because I don't want anybody scared of my gun. I want everybody to kind of know. I don't know exactly why he does it, but that's why I would do it.
And if it's just a like micro rack where he's only doing it a little bit, he might be looking for the bullet in the chamber.
Oh, that's could be a thing too.
He'll do it like 20 times.
Clear. Yeah,
he'll do it like 20 times.
Yeah.
Like as he's talking,
you're
like he just keeps doing it. So I didn't know if there was something.
He might be building muscle memory for fucking quick reloads for all I know. There's no telling that. But mostly it's just showing everybody that this is a safe gun.
Kyle, are you impressed when he'll be like holding a Derringer and be like, let's go for the gong, 400 yards away, and then he just hits it twice? Like, is that something you're like, that's impressive? Or to you, you're like, yeah, I could do that easily?
I would have to see exactly what you're talking about because, like, I'm a pretty good pistol shot. I can shoot man-sized targets at 100 yards with a pistol. I
think this would be like Captain America's shield at 120 meters, something like that. Pretty good shot
with
to
a
me.
Derringer.
He was using a tiny little gun, and he's 6'10" or whatever, so his hands are gigantic, and so it's just enveloping.
I'd be very impressed with a Derringer shot at 100 yards. Yeah, that'd be a good shot. Yeah.
Also, I don't think he edits it because if it takes him 3 tries to hit it, he'll show all 3.
Yeah.
I can hit it first try with proper editing.
Oh yeah, that's. I mean, what are you gonna do? Like show him every time you miss? Well, I usually didn't miss, but occasionally things wouldn't explode the right way. Like we didn't get the effect we wanted. Like everything didn't go off right, or something tipped over, and you'd have to go back and do that. But there wasn't a lot. Or like somebody else. The infamous time that Scott got blown up was just because I had to blow up this target. I didn't. It was a paid thing, and this was the last little bit of the video, and the explosives wouldn't go off with the shotgun I was shooting it with, and so I was like, "Look, you go over there and you shoot it with a rifle at the same time I shoot it with the shotgun, and so you'll trigger the explosion. It'll blow up, and we'll be done." Well, the guy that I went and grabbed to fire the shot had been drinking. I didn't know that, but. There's a little bit of talking before I blow something up. Yeah. So I'm looking at the camera like, all right, now we're going to take this Sega 12 gauge and I'm going to show you how we do a door entry Russian style. And I like go to shoot the door. And when I just aim at the door and he detonates the door. And I'm like, I clearly didn't fire this gun. The door clearly just detonated on its own. The door's ruined now. And he felt so bad about it. He's like, I got a fridge you could blow up. And I'm like, well, that's not exactly the gag I was doing. But all right, get it down here before the sun goes down so I can get this on YouTube in half an hour. And so we blew up the fridge and the fridge exploded and it hit Scott. And he had to go to the emergency room and I had to pay for it. It was $1,400 of stitches.
But the memories.
Yeah.
That's what really
well, here's what I told him. I was like, if you let me stitch you up, I'll give you $750, or we can go to the hospital and I'll pay for whatever that costs. And he's like, take me to the fucking hospital. Yeah. So we went to the hospital.
But regardless, I'm taking your advice on the AR stuff. It makes a ton of sense to me. Go ahead.
So I don't know what your budget is. I don't know what you want to do here, but I would get an AR that's like $500 roughly. And then my first thing I'd add on to it would be the FRT trigger. Like before even a good optic, I'd get that FRT trigger and turn that thing into
so fun, dude.
It's a legal machine gun. Basically, the way it works is you pull the trigger back and it resets the trigger for you, but you never stopped pulling it back. So it immediately fires again and becomes seemingly fully automatic. Although every round is requiring one trigger pull, the trigger is just doing some of the work for you by resetting itself.
That's wild.
So they go, they are full auto. They are sick.
That seems so fun.
Can you turn it off?
I don't know, but I would imagine on high-end models, there'd be like if you want to go semi-auto, it won't do anything unless
I don't
want
to accidentally shoot too, right? Like
I don't know the answer to that question,
happening.
but I would imagine that on like more expensive models, because I saw some of them are like $200, and I saw some of them were like $500 just for the triggers.
Dude, they're so close to full auto. When I learned about them, I was like, does this ruin the full auto market? If listeners don't know, something like 1985, you could
86.
sell full. Okay. Up until 1986, you could sell these full auto guns. Those are grandfathered in, and they're really expensive now because they have special, less restrictive laws around them. These old grandfathered.
A pre-86 made machine gun can be transferred from individual to individual with nothing more than the transference of a tax stamp. No licensing required. It is a legal machine gun.
For that reason, these guns, where like the semi-auto model might cost like $800 or something, they can go for $25,000 or $40,000. Like there's, Kyle says more than that, 70,000. I don't know. And this trigger that he's talking about is so essentially full auto that I'm like, do people still want to pay 70 grand, 50 grand for an actual full auto when for 500 you get that too?
Yeah.
They're very good. They're very cool. I would definitely put that on there, and then I'd probably go to an optic or something after that.
You gave me a ton. I saved every single thing you linked me yesterday and the day before, just so I can go back.
That's such a sign of respect. I would be honored if you were like, "Look, Woody's speaking. I got to take notes." That's never.
I did. I saved every single thing Kyle sent because
it's just
people will look at Kyle's old videos and be like, "Oh, he was being bombastic. He was being entertaining. He was doing a character. This and that." Easy to forget. Kyle has an encyclopedic knowledge of firearms, accessories.
I don't know about
all of it.
I'm plugged in. I'm plugged into the hobby, or I used to be plugged into the hobby pretty well, so I know brands, price points, and it's a lot. I play Tarkov too, so like assembling your gun is this. It was very much like if you were new at Tarkov and you were like level 25 or 30, and you're like, Kyle, build me a budget AR. All right, I got you. Like it's the same parts. That Romeo sight. That's used plenty of all the time in Tarkov. That's
they
my
have
favorite
like
early red dots.
The game?
Everything. Yeah, that's why so many gun guys like Tarkov. You can build the gun you have at home in the game.
That's cool.
Like down to all the scopes and red dots. There are so many attachments. There are dozens of grips.
Have you tried a marathon yet?
Woody's super into it. He's already.
Are you?
A master.
Yeah, I have. Here, I'll look. I have 164 hours in that game. What level are you?
I'm at 90. I'm like level 30. I only play solo, so
wait, that's two levels. I'm confused. Oh, 90 hours, level 30. I see.
Yeah. I only play solo, so like that's how I enjoy those kind of games. But I love marathon. It's a lot of fun. Super rewarding.
Like it too. I like it a lot. It's really rewarding. I worry the auto aim is really good. Sometimes I see clips on Reddit with people on a controller and they're just lasers on the nose.
Yeah.
Like, is that how I lost gunfights?
I have cross-platform, or can the console people snipe the PC people?
It is, yeah. You can.
Yeah, and console people can turn off so they don't have to face PC, but the inverse is not true. I can't turn off the auto aimers, and
well, you can use a controller with a PC too. You don't have to just. I mean, it'll give you auto aim.
My dick's like really big.
I use mouse and keyboard too because I just think you're doing so many things in that game. Same with like Arc Raiders. I went back to controller for like 2 years, and then Arc Raiders came out, and there's just like so many things to do. So I felt like I was at a disadvantage, and so I started playing.
Play Marathon. I heard it looks really good.
It is awesome. It is
like everybody was really. It looks like they really improved it. Did anybody like play the early version? I know they had like a really early beta, and everybody was like shitting on it.
Woody,
did you play the early version?
No, so he's talking about the version from like April last year or something, the alpha, and they did this play test. I wasn't even aware of the game at the time. It looked like
trash originally.
People
but then, like,
hated it. They didn't like the way it played, and somehow Bungie like turned this into something that everyone who plays it loves it. It's gotten a lot of hate from people who
I was like
haven't.
super surprised at how much they improved it. It looked like
it takes a bit. It really does. Like Arc Raiders is pretty intuitive. Like you can kind of pick up the gist of that game in like 4 or 5 hours, and then it's just a matter of learning what to save and what to discard, like how to loot, but you can learn the systems really quick. With Marathon, you have to put I would say 10 to 15 hours. And then once it really starts clicking, it just becomes so addicting. Like you just wake up and you just want to play.
I think the problem with Marathon is going to be that it's going to be seen as a failure. They didn't sell nearly enough copies for as big of a release as it is. Arc Raiders sold 14 million copies. You know how many copies Marathon sold?
1.2 or something.
1.2.
Kyle, I think you're probably right, but I have this delusion. I have 3 games. One is Cyberpunk. The other is it No Man's Sky?
Yeah.
And those games had different problems.
The third
they sold
one,
plenty, but were underwhelming.
Rainbow Six. Like these are all games that were kind of panned on
Cinderella
day one.
stories. We call them Cinderella stories.
Okay, so my hope is that because I think Marathon is a far better game than its sales would imply, and its Steam reviews are really high. I just hope that somehow it gets traction. The one thing I think that hold against it, even as a guy who super loves the game like me, who plays it 5 hours as a weekday. Hold on, it doesn't look that good on a stream. Even I watch streams, and I'm just like, I don't know. I can't put my finger on why it's more fun to watch Counter-Strike, Arc Raiders, freaking silly golfing games that Peanut plays or whatever. But watching Marathon as a Marathon addict doesn't pull me in. And I worry that will hurt its advertising. Streamers are not playing it.
Are they pivoting away?
They got paid to play it. And I don't know that many of them have played much without being paid. Shroud has.
Shroud is obsessed with that game.
Shroud's obsessed. There's another guy named Aztec Cross who was a big Destiny streamer. He's new to me, but he's a million sub channel. He's not like small or new.
Sure.
And but just something about watching it, even as an addict, I'm like, well, I see why people it's not getting the views.
So Sony's committed to it. I mean, they spent billions to buy Bungie, so they kind of have to commit to it for a little bit.
Make another Halo game.
Kyle's right though that the sales have been underwhelming, but I'm with you, Woody. I think there's so much potential for that. Another good example is Rainbow Six Siege. That was a game that came out. Oh, did you say that? Yeah.
Hang on, I don't know if that's a good comparison. And I don't. Maybe I'm talking on my ass a little bit, but I think all of those examples sold really well out of the gate. They had great initial sales. The problem was they had glitches, or they weren't exactly what they had advertised, or things just weren't working out. And then the developer went back to work and finished the product. I know that for sure with Cyberpunk. I remember watching somebody stream it on day one, and it was like they're in an elevator, and then they just fell through the floor, and everything was
I have a video of
glitching.
All the glitches I had on day one with that game. It was awful.
But they fixed it, and now like Scum, for example, he's like, it's so much fun just to run through the city with my hyper knife, fucking shit up. Now it's a polished working game.
They did more than just fix the bugs. Most of those bugs were on console, and specifically the previous gen. I bought Cyberpunk on PC day one, and I didn't really have any bugs. I had a great experience, but a few years into that game's life cycle, they came out with the expansion and the 2.5 update, and they radically changed the systems in that game and really vastly improved it. No Man's Sky is very similar. I mean, they improved the visuals, they improved the systems. That is a very, very fun game, but it was super rough. But the point is, most games, you get this spike of the player base in the beginning, and then most games are kind of dead after 90 days. And so for games to go up after a year, 2 years, 3 years, that's super rare. Like that almost
That's
never
what
happens.
Tarkov did. Tarkov started as like a grassroots thing almost, and like built its momentum over the course of many years of like, and it required loyal streamers who were passionate about the game, and a developing team that was interconnected and willing to like reach out and like tap that audience. Like it seemed like it was streaming seems really important to the developers at Tarkov. Like they have their streamer item integrations and all sorts of things like that. They do all sorts of streaming events, and that game sort of it always got better. Every 6 months that game got better for like 8 years or something like that.
Well, I mean,
like maybe you take a little step back. Audio was always buggy, but for the most part, like the game got closer to what they wanted.
The
every
Wipes
6
always
months.
delivered like 1/3 of what they promised. I remember that being a big thing. I think they called it battle state time or something like that. They just 6 months takes years.
How many games
hopeful for Marathon? What's definitely going to happen? This I'm sure. If Marathon does get shut down, I'll have gotten my $40 out of it.
Oh yeah.
Like if you want to buy this game and try it, and I'm like a salesman for them at this point. Like my game, but give it 2 days and I think you'll like it. And even if it never gets super popular, you'll have gotten your value.
I didn't know it was only $40. That's a horse of a different color, honestly. That's a big deal.
They're gonna stick with it for at least a year, is what I read. Because I mean that's already a big. It's not like Concord, you know. Like they were always gonna stick with it. The sales are like not great, but they're also not horrible, and there is a room to expand that player base. But they need to figure out a way to hook people faster. I'm not saying make the game more casual because I don't think it should be that, but they need to hook people within like 5 hours, and I don't think they're doing a good enough job with that right now.
I want to
Let's talk about the economics of it, though. All right, so $40 game, right? Is there any like in-game transactions, microtransactions?
There's cosmetics you can buy.
They're gonna have a battle pass, but it's not fleshed out yet. Like
okay, the reason I ask, they sold 1.2 million copies at $40 per copy. That's pretty easy math. They've got like $50 million in sales. The game costs $250 million to develop and another $150 to $200 million to market.
Yeah.
They're in the hole.
That's a lot of.
I don't understand how it costs so much to make a fucking video game.
It took them 5 years.
It's
like when you look at it, it is a lot, but a studio with like 1,000 people working for 5 years could spend $50 billion a year. Like I get that. I'm not particularly tied to Bungie's success. Bungie can lose tons of money, and you know who wins? Me. I've already enjoyed this game for 160 hours for $40. Like you can't make me. They could turn it off today. I've got it, but if they won't turn them off that quick. If you buy this game and give it a day, it has an onboarding problem. That's what I call what Hutch called out.
Sure.
On day 1 of the server slam, I wanted to like the game and I hated it. By day 2, I was addicted. I spent 37 hours over the course of 3 days in that game. And then
similar.
That's
situation,
a bananas amount of time over 3 days.
Yes. Well, there was a reward if you got to level 30, and I was like determined to do that. And
was it worth it?
No. it put shit in my stash that I'm like, I hate this. Sell. And then the game came out. Same thing. I'm like, oh, I know I didn't like it on day 1, but I'm not a day 1 player anymore. I'm nearly 40 hours in. Hated it on day 1. You just spawn in and your character has no stamina. He doesn't jump high enough. He doesn't run long enough. It's kind of like the beginning of Tarkov, to be honest, where you're this soldier and you can't go 30 minutes without 2 snack breaks and a drink in Escape from Tarkov when you first start. Well, this guy can't run more than 30 meters without stopping and resting, and he's a robot. But give it 5 hours and you'll start to get your arms around the game and addicted to it.
I think Taylor, like if you get into guns a little bit, that can be the gateway drug to Tarkov. Because there's PvE Tarkov where just you and I would go in and fight bots. And the bots are lethal, but it's very gun centric. Like it really is like making a real gun when you build your guns and stuff.
Interesting.
It's very fun. It's addictive as hell, and I would love to play Tarkov and have a reason to play Tarkov.
Well, I mean, I'm loving looking more into guns now and dreading the fact that I'm getting into it because this seems like the most expensive hobby I can
Yeah.
imagine, other than like if I suddenly got into cars.
So the problem is like as long as you don't make any wrong turns and buy the wrong thing or waste some money on stuff, is like my dad bought a gun the other day and I'm like, why didn't you ask my opinion? I
What
was
did he
like, this
buy?
would be like if you're fucking like if I was like Kyle Petty, the race car driver, and you went and joined a race team or something without me. Like, what are you doing? You didn't. I just want to summon shoot. Fuck you, dude. I was so mad.
Why wouldn't you fucking ask? I mean, we know Hutch has his incredible hand cannon. That Anaconda is sick as fuck. Vito, I know you're in Cali as well. Are you a gun guy? Do you have any?
I got a little pea shooter, but I'm not really a big gun guy. No.
What do you have?
also-
You know?
No. It's I don't touch the thing.
Okay.
How are you
I
going to
don't-
protect all of those DVDs?
I know. Well, maybe I need to upgrade to something.
Grab something, dude.
I also bought an MMP 2.0 compact,
I don't
which
know
is
what
like
that
I
is.
think
I'm gonna Google that.
I think it's Smith and Wesson's competition with the Glock. Is what it was supposed to be.
It's the 2.0 part. I think I have the
Ooh.
older one.
A Smith and Wesson?
Yeah. It's nice. It's smooth experience.
Are you shooting? I mean, brother, it's got to feel like a walk in the park after
It
you're
is.
shooting full load 44s.
It's much less stressful. Yeah.
What caliber is it?
9.
9mm. It's just
9mm,
yeah.
Yeah, I have a full-sized M&P 9, and it's even easier to shoot because it's heavier. You wouldn't want to carry it, I don't think, unless you're a cop. But it's my favorite pistol.
Can you
Yeah.
conceal carry? And is it a bitch to conceal carry in California or no?
It isn't necessarily, but where I live in the Los Angeles area, it is, because I think like there's only one sheriff that you can go through in the entire county, and so I think the process takes like 18 months to even get started. But if you live in a less populated area of California, I think you can get one pretty reasonably fast. It just depends on where you're at. I thought about doing it, but I don't know, like an 18-month wait. So,
And that's a big gun to carry. Woody's right. Yeah, a full size.
no,
He has a
I have the
compact.
compact.
I have
The fucking revolver.
Oh,
you get
yeah,
one of
the
those
compact.
shoulder straps like in Taxi Driver. Oh,
Don't cops carry full-size guns oftentimes?
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're not conceal carrying. Like they got
yeah.
it right on the hip.
Right. I think I said unless you're a cop or something.
Oh yeah.
yeah.
I was surprised to learn sometime recently that the vast majority of states are just open carry. You can just walk around. I grew up in California my whole life. It's just a kind of a foreign concept to me. But I looked it up on stream, and it's like 35 states or something where you just
Wasn't
you can
always
just-
that way. There's been some
Yeah.
advances gun rights wise over the last few years.
in the courts. You mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
Do you guys ever see people open carry, like out and about in your
I
daily life?
never see people open carry, but Missouri is a state where if you're over 21, you can conceal carry without a permit, which it was awesome because 1 week after I finished my concealed carry class in 2015 in Missouri, they said, anyone can do it. And I was like, you fucking
Actually,
bitches.
So I don't know about. I think it's a federal thing. So if you've got that concealed carry permit, that counts as your background check when you make firearm purchases.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't have to like wait for that, like whatever time that might take. You just fill out your form and take your gun.
I'll have
You
to look it
show
up.
them
'Cause
that
I
and
have
you're good
no
to go.
idea where I lost that thing years ago.
My parents live in kind of like a Trump country area of Nevada. That's where I'm at right now. And there's definitely people that walk around open carrying, like just very casually with, magazines and a pistol right there on their hip. And
I see it every once in a blue moon, and it's always some guy who can pull it off. I worry if I open carried, they'd be like, look at this guy cosplaying as someone who can open carry. But I don't know, these grizzled old guys just vibe that they couldn't give less of a hoot what you think of them.
Put on a
And they
black
have a-
polo and tuck into some khakis, and everybody will think you're a cop. You got the haircut. You'll be good.
Woody, I know
You'll never see people start
exactly.
respecting your authority.
I know exactly what you're saying, Woody, because I'll see I have to go to like a Bass Pro or something, and they'll have a handgun on their side, but it'll be some grizzled guy with a white beard, and I'll be like, damn, that guy knows what's up. But then in my mind's eye, I picture myself doing that, and I'm like, everyone's gonna think I'm a fag. Like they're gonna think
They look
I'm
like
so
the
lame.
old cowboy in Yellowstone, you know, the one that like mentors all the others, but is kind of a fuck up himself, but lives in the house.
Sure.
Like that guy can open carry, and no one really like. Yeah, special rules for him. But me, I feel like
There's no reason to open carry. There's no reason to do it anyway. If anything, I've seen videos of people just getting their pistol taken off their hip, you know, while they're from someone behind. Like,
You make
conceal-
yourself a target with open carry. Like the
Absolutely.
conceal is the part of it. Like you should be.
that's what the
concealed.
gun community says. Like if a
Yeah.
bad guy went into the Quickie Mart at the gas station, he'd take you out first because you're open carrying. I'm like, guys, see the logic, I guess.
Yeah,
I kind of want to.
Most guys
I just,
robbing a. I don't know. Do they scope the store out? Usually, when I see those videos, the guy with the gun just like kind of pops around the corner, and
He's super
most
nervous
criminals
himself.
are dumb. They're not like planners.
Yeah.
I just having the power to do it here, though, I kind of want to just like once. I mean,
Do
I'm
it,
just
dude.
kind of curious, you know.
Dude,
I
with
also
your
dissuades-
44 Magnum
Yeah.
Anaconda.
I bought a holster for that, and I bought a chest holster for the M&P, just if I ever need it, if the zombie apocalypse ever happens.
Yeah.
But
Better
Dude,
to
I
have it
think
not
I
use it.
told you that too. Like, get a holster. Even if you're just keeping it in a gym bag, you don't want your gun loose in a gym bag. What are you grabbing when you pull it out of a gym bag semi-blind? The barrel, the trigger, the grip? I don't know. Like, put it in a holster.
I bought one. It's a big old holster.
That's
Glad.
Taylor and I,
Glad.
Taylor and I were kind of having this exact conversation about carrying the other day because if he gets the pistol, he'll, you know, it's a carry pistol, so you're gonna need to carry it somehow. We're talking about the different holsters and stuff, and I was like, you know, if you don't care about cool factor, the tactical fanny pack is the way to go. They make these little tactical fanny packs that like
Those
you
are
can
sick.
stick your hand right into really quickly
Yeah.
and get your gun, and your gun is strapped in there, and you can even get ones that hold extra mags.
Yeah.
But it's a fanny pack. You know,
It is a
And they-
fanny pack, and in red states or as red as Missouri, where I live, like if I see someone with a fanny pack, I assume they have a gun. Like I'm
Dude,
serious. Like I don't.
I
Think
look
that-
at fanny packs like cauliflower ears. I know what you're about.
Yeah, it's like you 100% have a gun in there. There's no other reason to have a fanny pack. You've got a gun. It's
Right.
all,
Fanny
to
pack,
me. It's
get a-
almost like open carrying.
It
How to get
looks
a bad
like you
rep
carry
anyway?
juice boxes, but I know what's really in there.
What is bad about having easy access to the immediate front of your, you know, why you want the stuff on your back? You can't get out of your back.
Dude, you're
here.
right. You're right. But you know, when I do rock the fanny pack and the rollerblades, people look at me funny.
They have
the shorts,
they
dude.
have a
It's the
new
shorts.
kind of
It's the
they have a new
latex
kind of
shorts
fanny
with the
pack though.
spandex.
They have a
What
new
kind of
kind of fanny pack that you put around your shoulder and it goes across your chest.
The shoulder
I
strap
saw
is
that
pretty
as well.
bad.
It's like
See,
a-
that's
Yeah.
badass because that looks like a sword sheath.
Yeah,
you know?
I mean, if I
that's how you
see that
sling your
in-
weapon on the back.
If I see that in Missouri, I'm like, that guy has a gun and he kind of likes hiking. Like that, that would be exactly what I think.
Well,
There's
actually,
actually- I actually have to-
like. You gotta
Sorry
bounce,
guys,
you gotta
I actually
bounce.
have to take off, guys. But it's good talking to you.
All right,
Always.
great chatting. Hutch.
Always. Thanks for
Take care.
coming.
Hey, cheers,
Enjoy
Vito.
the
We didn't get a
anaconda.
chance to talk, but it was good to meet you.
Oh yeah. Well, we'll catch up sometime.
All right.
Hey,
take
let's
it
play
easy.
marathon. I gotta get marathon.
Let's do it, man.
Gotta grab
All right,
it.
cheers, guys. Take it easy.
I gotta
Here, Hutch.
Later.
get in the
Dude,
drop
Hutch teeing up
zone.
marathon talk was like teeing up hockey talk for me. I'm like, oh my god.
It was like teeing up hockey talk for me, where I'm like, oh my god, they care, kind of.
Did you ever play? Were you a Destiny guy, Woody, and all?
I wasn't. Destiny players are taking to marathon like a fish to water, but I was
Really?
not that
That's
guy.
interesting.
Yeah.
Dude, what's funny is I got Destiny because everybody was playing Destiny, and then for some reason my girlfriend at the time was like, "I want to try," and I'm like, "Yeah, but you're a girl, you're not gonna play video games." I remember like having to teach her how to use like the two sticks on the Xbox. I'm like, "All right, that one controls where you look, and that one controls how you move." She's like, "This is crazy. You guys are crazy." And then she spent 10 years playing fucking Destiny. I'm like, "Oh my god!" Like she actually really. I stopped playing
She's
it,
got
and she was
game
just
now, I
like.
guess.
Yeah, dude, she got so into it, and she was like making all these friends. I'm like, good, I'm not gonna bother with you now. Go play fucking Destiny.
Does
I
she
can do
like
whatever I
carry her
want."
squad? I mean, you play the same game for 10 years, you get good at it.
She was all right. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I honestly, dude, I just let her and her friends play Destiny, and I just because I got sick of it. I'm like, once I liked the PvP because it just felt like Halo. I was like, this is nice and floaty. I run around a corner and punch a guy, but I think it was when I had to do that same stupid quest with my buddies when they finally had like that main boss thing where there's like one guy and he's spawning 800 guys and all these different phases. And if you fuck up any one of them, you have to do the whole thing over. I'm like, well, this is annoying and not fun, and I'm done with it.
My son's played the same 2 games for the last like 15 years or whatever. It's like one's Minecraft, the other is Fall Guy, which I know isn't 15 years old, but
are they still playing Minecraft? Like,
he's autistic. He doesn't need variety. He likes disciplined schedules
and he crafts.
And he's so good, but every so often, like, he'll be like, that guy shot me, and he's like crashing out. I'm like, yeah, that's valid. I'm not going to parent that.
I always felt like Minecraft. I remember playing it when it was the first couple years. I'm like, this is great. I can't wait to see where it goes and how they evolve the experience. And they're like, oh, we're not doing that. It's just Legos. And I'm like, oh no, there should be like quests and villagers you can actually talk to. And
I'm not current on it, but like, oh, there's like much more pre-built structures and kind of quests and things you need to find. Like there's almost a path you can follow in some of the Minecrafts. I'm really low info on.
Well, not to mention the faction servers. I feel like that alone. The
modded stuff was
It seems like the mods are where all the fun's at. I always thought it should be like Animal Crossing. Did you ever play Animal Crossing?
No, again,
I assume
it's
not.
huge dick. Yeah.
But I was like, dude, I want to go around the world and find weird. Well, Animal Crossing is all about you have a village full of idiot little like monster people you talk to, and they go, yeah, I got to pay my rent or whatever, and it's like kind of fun to collect them. And if you get one you kind of hate, you can kick them out, and then a new one shows up, and he goes, hey, I'm Tommy the Moose. I like to party. You want to see what's in my house? And you're like, I do want to see what's in your house, Tommy the Moose. And they all have their own house with their own shit in it. And I was like, man, I want to go around Minecraft, like finding cool guys to live in my clearly empty Minecraft castle that I spent all this time building and there's fucking nothing in it. I'm like, I should be able to get like weird guys to live in there and fuck around and have lives.
The PKA Hangout boys were playing Minecraft, right? Who got thrown out for making ugly houses?
I must have missed that. Although
it might have been Can Crusher or Dirty, I forget, but someone like sucked at Minecraft, and everyone else is crafting these beautiful little cottages. And this guy's house is made of like mismatched dirt and cobble, and they're like, you're lowering the real estate value of the rest of our universe here. And they booted him from the server for being so bad.
The homeowners association kicks you out of Minecraft. You're really fucking up.
I thought it was.
I do kind of want the homeowners association simulator. I kind of like that. Everyone's got to build a really nice house. It's like, hey man, we got rules in this village. You can't put a fire pit right next to a sidewalk. Come on,
dude.
Here.
I had a server and people built the nicest, like almost thematically like similar villages and homes, and they all matched. And then like it's like, dude, that's dope. That's dope. That's dope. Oh, so Hitler lives in this one. Okay.
You go inside, there's just all fucking pixel swastikas.
Swastikas.
And I don't like that necessarily.
What was the most users you ever had on it once?
Probably 6,000 or something. Like not a huge number, but pretty lot.
Seems like a huge number.
Dude, that's a huge number for a Minecraft server. That's fucking insane. I'm more
I had one of the biggest Minecraft servers in the world. Yeah. It was really good. I worked really hard at that time, but
Woody, I like to tell people this because you would never like brag on yourself like this. I don't even know if it is a brag. This is some Japanese shit. Woody built a bunk bed above his home desk so he could climb into this little bunk bed that was literally right above his desk and get power naps. And then if they needed him in the server, they could ping him and he'd climb his sleepy ass down. And he'd get right back to like he's
I had a monitor
from the keyboard
with the status of every computer and server, and if it turned red, I would just see
You'd
it.
Have to
like
jump out of your bed and
I'd roll out of my bed to the keyboard 3.5 feet away and get to work. I mean, it's a business at that point. I assume. It was not a hobby.
Yes.
Yeah.
This was a business that I worked with.
A lot of diamond swords. He's still riding high on diamond sword sales. You know.
When we shut down the Minecraft server, we haven't worked since. But I worked like 60 hours in 3 days back then. Like it was, I worked really hard.
Jesus Christ. I'm glad. Oh, it's crazy, man. It's so funny that Minecraft movie came out, and everyone's like, "Well, it's kind of dog shit, but who cares? It's funny." And like, even I was watching, I'm like, "Man, this is the stupidest movie," and I kind of am okay with this.
I heard it was
like
a little better than expected, right? I didn't see it.
It's like so gleefully stupid. There's like a part where Jack Black is like, "We gotta jump off this cliff," and they're like flying. I forget if they have like wings or something. He's like, "You gotta tuck, and then what's his name? The big guy, fucking It's that big actor who played
The Rock,
Aquaman,
Jason Momoa.
Yeah, Jason Momoa. He's like, "You got to tuck in," and Jason Momoa's like putting his face in Jack Black's crotch. He's like, "Oh, gross!" And I'm like, "Man, I'm back in the '90s. This is just a stupid goofball fucking comedy, man." And that chicken song, I wanted to hate it, and I don't. Jack Black singing about his chicken
jockey or something. Everyone threw popcorn for some reason. Why do people throw popcorn at that?
Dude, so it just became this viral because the movie again is so stupid. Where the chicken jockey comes down, Jack Black just goes, "Chicken jockey," like doesn't explain it to Jason Momoa or anything. It's literally just like an in joke for the fans to scream, "I know that. I know the chicken jockey." So that became the kids. They wait for Jack Black to yell "chicken jockey," and then they announced what I thought was gonna save movie theaters in America. Was they announced that they were gonna do, based on the viral success of everyone screaming at the Minecraft movie. They're like, "We're doing the Minecraft movie Block Party Edition, where we're re-releasing it in theaters, and you are allowed to just go fucking nuts. Like, it is encouraged. Throw shit, scream, bring props, whatever else." And I'm like, dude, if they did this for, like, Star Wars or, like, any like, I would go to the "you're allowed to be a complete jackass and scream at the movie," because that's some of my favorite movie experiences. Are going to see a shitty movie and there's just one guy in the back yelling at the screen. You're like, "This is this is way better than it was before."
Dude,
I don't know what happened to that.
The industries are both tanking. And like,
dude, the movie industry is totally fucked, like beyond belief. Nobody's seeing movies.
In video games, what happened is the video game industry was absolutely killing it during COVID. And the studios started hiring, thinking that this was just their new reality. And then COVID ended and video games went back to where they were, and now they're all bloated and losing money. And
well, here's my theory on this is I think we as a society right now there's two problems. One of which is we're at peak content. Like, there are literally a bajillion movies, there are a bajillion video games, and the other problem is that there used to be like advances in the technology. So it used to be, "Oh, I'm not going to watch a fucking black and white movie. We got color movies now. I'm not going to watch a silent movie. We got talking movies now." But now you can go back, watch a movie from 30 years ago. It still feels fresh. I'm playing video games. Dude, I'm playing Dark Souls 3 now. I looked up. I think Dark Souls 3 is like 12 years old. And I'm like, I don't know, man. It feels like a modern game. I don't feel like I need to get the new console. I don't feel like I need to run out and spend $60 on a new video game. We're just an endless glut of like infinite movies, infinite TV shows. That's why they were pushing the metaverse so hard, I think. I think they said, "We have nothing to sell you people." Like, when's the last time you bought a new TV? When's the last time you looked at your TV and you said, "This TV is so old and junky, I need to upgrade to the new thing"?
I think all of those things have stagnated. Like there is, we're at the peak. Because like 8K is not necessary. Like maybe they could do 5K, but like most living room and most viewing situations with the size of TVs now, you can barely tell the difference between 1080 and 4K depending on how far you're sitting. 4K is obviously the way to go, but I don't think you're going to notice the fidelity upgrade by spending 4 times as much for an 8K TV. So no one's going to buy them. The only tech that I want that my TV I don't think has is OLED. I think you need those like shutters that close so you get complete blackness. Because right now you have like lights illuminating like a black screen or something. I don't know. Or it just turns off the light. And so light from the other pixels bleeds in through the black and your blacks are gray is what you end up with. But once you have 4K OLED, you're done. I don't know what
they've run out of stuff to sell us is what they're running into. Is like, there's no new tech to sell us. Look at it. It used to be you would have a different device for everything you did. Now you're like, I have a rectangle. The rectangle's a phone. It plays movies. It does whatever else. And now they're kicking themselves. They're going, fuck, everybody just buys one rectangle and then they're done. And it's the same thing with like, yeah, maybe I'll go see a new movie, but I also have access to infinite content. I mean, dude, I have a backlog of video games going back 20 years that I haven't made time for. Like, I'm not, whenever they come out and they go, hey, video games are going to be $90 now. I'm like, what are you, insane? You should be going the other way. It should be like, oh my God, $10, please.
I
buy
have a
a new
different opinion.
thing.
I respect where you're coming from, and I think you're in the majority. Right now, everyone's excited about indie games. Oh, these indie games, they're better than the AAA studios. Bro, I like AAA games too sometimes. I like a huge game, one that takes hundreds, if not 1,000 hours to really fully explore. I like games that are polished and complicated and take a while to know what's happening. If you tell me 11 hardworking people build a really great game, I'm like, I hope you love it. I get it. But I've played lots of games built by 11 people before, and they seem silly and surface level to me.
Man,
like,
if you ever
so,
dip
like,
your
what-
toe into Rust, you're gonna be hooked. Rust is heroin. Rust is Tarkov's ugly sister. I'm telling you, those games hit the same fucking dopamine release and they give you the same terror. When you step outside your base with like your raid kit that you've been acquiring over the course of 3 or 4 days of hard work, like this is it. These explosives are what we worked 3 days to acquire. We're going to blow that up and try to earn profit because we think it's going to cost less to get in than there is value within that. You're gambling even if there's no interference. But as soon as people hear those rockets that boom, you can hear it map wide. And like 15-minute walks across the map wide. Like you can hear it a 15-minute walk away. The rats are coming. The rats are coming. So you've got to like know how to raid. You got to know where the splash damage is going to go. How many explosives, and there are different types of explosives to use to get the most value out of each wall. So you won't just shoot like 4 rockets at something if 3 rockets and 1 satchel charge will do. Because sulfur is so hard to acquire it took you 3 days to mine this, and now you're shooting it as fast as you can. Oh, the adrenaline! Like you don't want to let your buddies down. Like you really, your biggest fear is letting the team down because everybody needs to be clicking on this thing. We would have a pre-raid talk that would be like it would like before a basketball game talk. It'd be like, all right, does everyone eat your pumpkins?
Yeah.
Everyone drink your water. Do you have
This is the
bandages?
beginning of the Leroy Jenkins video.
We'd be slapping that sign, sign right before we go out for game 7.
It's exactly like that. Like, and you'll have one guy like reconning with a helicopter over there. Coast is clear, and then we all take off. We all get in our boat, and like we're like SEAL Team 6, it fucking like coming in from the sea, while our buddies are doing recon in a helicopter. It's really fun. It's the most intense.
It's
thing
fun.
I've ever done.
You know this. Games with a little consequence matter. I called my teammate a thieving cunt today.
Did you say anything offensive?
I was in Phill mode, which means I was playing with randoms. And I kick it off friendly like I always do. Hey, guys, got any mics out there? One of the guys had a mic. Okay, cool. He sounds like the marble mouth guy from Fat Albert. Every time I ask him a question, I'm like, say it again, nice, loud and clear for me. And he just lazily mumbling whatever he says. He's running a free kit, which already makes him a lower life form than me. And him and the no mic freaker are on my team, and they fucking suck. The other team kills 2 of them. I killed 2, but like it was fucked. Long story short, I duck out. Wait a minute, come back. I kill the 3rd. I res both of them. This fucker's looting everything. Bro, you worthless fuck.
Is there friendly fire?
What an ass.
No.
Oh, that's a mistake on Marathon's part. I like a game with friendly fire.
You know what,
Justice when needed.
On Arc Raiders, what I do is I'm not a useful member of my team. My friends are much better than me. But if I go down, I always assume the person who killed me is streaming. And so I'm the hard R king. I'm firing those out like they're going out of style because I'm like, this is going to destroy. They'll get banned from whatever streaming service they are. And so I'm trying to get them banned.
How incredibly petty and offensive of you.
I was telling my story though.
Yeah, go ahead.
Never mind. It's okay.
I just don't know where we got. Like, what would get you to go to the movie theater at this point? Like, even when, like, I don't know. There's nothing that gets me like zazzed up to go see a movie.
Yeah.
I might go watch
maybe
Doomsday.
the Doctor Doom.
Yeah, that's what I said. I said
Yeah.
Doomsday, but I meant like, what is it called?
I'm not
It
100%
is called
sure.
Doomsday, I think. Avengers Doomsday.
Is it?
I thought. I don't know.
Yeah, I bet Vito's right.
Whatever the new Avengers movie is.
Sounds right.
I might have to go watch that because I don't want to be spoiled, and there's going to be so many twists and so many cameos.
Doomsday.
And I don't want to know they're coming.
I just hate that, like, man, I remember trying to be like excited for the next wave of Marvel stuff. I remember going to Ant-Man Quantumania and I'm like, Ant-Man, Paul Rudd, this is gonna be fun and funny. And then I came out of it and I'm like, what are we doing, man? What's going on?
Was it too dark?
After Endgame?
Or like even Doctor Strange, I'm like, who'd they get to direct that one? The fucking Sam Raimi. I was like, Doctor Strange, I can't wait. It's gonna be a multiverse of madness. It's gonna be fucking insane. And then a little Mexican girl with a trans flag pin told Doctor Strange about her gay moms, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
There's
wanted an
one
adventure.
Avengers movie I think was good enough since Endgame. It was the new Spider-Man one where they had all
Yeah, but
three
that's
Spider-Men.
Sony. It's like weird that Sony's nailing it. Marvel proper.
I like that a lot.
You're making that up. In Doctor Strange, there was not a little girl with a trans flag that scolded him. You're making that up. That can't be
No,
real.
that's exactly what happened. What are you talking about? America Chavez shows up. She goes, Doctor Strange, the multiverse. Blah! And then they go through the multiverse. And then in the multiverse, they find a little thing where you can watch your memories because that's just a thing that's on the street. You stand on a little circle and watch your memories come to life. And she watches her two gay moms get sucked into a wormhole.
God.
And she's like, that's why I do it. I got to find my gay moms.
This affirms my decision
I thought he
to
was
not
going to
watch
meet like
any of
Spider-Man. Dude, it's so bad. And she definitely has a trans flag pin on like her backpack or her jacket or something. You know, 'cause she's got to tell Doctor Strange he's a washed up old man who doesn't get it.
I don't even remember this scene.
You don't remember her two gay moms getting sucked to a wormhole? It was the funniest thing I ever saw in my life. I laughed my ass off. And then for no reason, in the middle of the movie, her and Dr. Strange are walking around. She goes, hey, I'm going to stand on this memory portal. Oh, that's that time my gay moms got sucked into a black hole. And I'm like, what the fuck is that? That's your character backstory? You're going to do it this way? That's how you explain it?
Is the plot of that film that there's like infinite universes and she's going to go into another universe and take that Scarlet Witch's kid so she has a kid again?
Yeah, Scarlet Witch has gone nuts because her kids got taken from her in WandaVision, and also they weren't real. They were an imagined memory children. But she goes, but there are universes where my memory children are real children, and I'm going to steal them as a spooky witch because I want to.
She takes them away from their loving family.
Well, yeah. I think she like is going to kill the other
that's the scene
Scarlet
where
Witch
she
or
kind of
something.
sees her folly when she sees that the children are afraid of her and that she's like, hurting her.
She's got spooky
But isn't
demon eyes.
there a
The kids are like,
universe
"Ah."
where the children don't have a mom and she can just plug that hole? Like,
Yeah,
Nah, it's
there's
too
a
much
universe where I'm not fat. Like, who gives a fuck?
Find the
Damn.
universe where the Scarlet Witch just got hit by a car one day, and she's like, I'll just pop in there.
exactly. Come back, be new mom.
I mean, the kids would be like, "Wait, didn't we bury you?" And she go, witch shit don't matter. Don't think about it.
yeah.
China.
Fooled you.
I mean, that's the weird thing about Marvel is I'm like, I know they did that Agatha show, and then one of her kids is in it, a Wiccan. So one of the Scarlet Witch kids is running around, and I'm like, I don't know. I guess maybe that's interesting, but I don't know. That was the other thing. They started doing all these fucking TV shows, and I tried to get into those, and they all sucked. Captain Falcon gave me a fucking lecture at the end of Falcon. Do you remember that?
Oh, Falcon
Captain-
Punch from
Dude, yeah, the
Super Smash Brothers Melee?
Falcon who becomes Captain America.
Oh,
At the end of his TV show, there's like a big terrorist thing, and the terrorists just set off a bomb. There's people like bleeding and shit, and then he like takes a moment to give us. Speaking of rousing speeches, he goes, "Well, here's the thing about America or whatever." I'm like, "This is not the time. There's still people bleeding. Like the fucking ambulances have to get through, dude. You can't."
That's what he said.
people are dying because he
Yeah,
has to have
exactly.
his soliloquy.
It was the worst time for a rousing speech.
Yeah, he's Captain America. Just so we're clear, like that the black man with the wings is Captain America. He has been for a while now. In his movie, he fought a Red Hulk that's played by Indiana Jones, and the Red Hulk swung like an entire like Trump-sized flagpole at Captain America, who has no powers, mind you, none.
Captain America has no powers.
He has no powers.
New one,
He's just a
the
guy.
black one.
Falcon version.
I think he does have like an extra ligament in his like
Jesus
ankles.
What do you thought he was going
Jimmy the
somewhere
Greek.
else?
He's got that fast twitch. You understand?
He's got those fast twitch.
Fast twitch muscle fibers.
That's all he's got going for him. Plus, he does have like a suit on, but not like a
How did
Captain
they let him
America
into the
suit.
superhero club?
He doesn't have
anything.
He doesn't. Well,
Iron
what he
Man.
does have is he has a suit, but not like an Iron Man suit, where it's like a flying like F-22/tank that does everything. It goes to space if you want, or it blows up tanks, or it just flies you at the speed of fucking light. Apparently, his suit is like actual wings that stick out and lets him fly reasonably fast.
It's
Like he could
bulletproof,
catch up
too.
to a helicopter.
So he's getting passed up by like Southwest.
I think
Yeah.
he
Oh,
is.
yeah. He couldn't keep up with Southwest. Not for one of those cross countries for
They
sure.
should let him in the club.
He's
That
more like
Captain
a
America
super
movie is,
military guy. You know, he's
Yeah.
literally some sort of war hero. And you take his courage and 1% strength and dexterity and put him in a super suit, and you've got a low tier superhero.
I thought
Here's
the
the
original Captain America was a World War II guy who got turned into a superhero. And now the new one is a black guy with no powers.
Yes.
The new
That
one is a
seems like a
black guy who
tremendous
met
thing.
Captain
He has the shield,
America. He's
though.
like a military guy.
There are a
Okay, the
handful
real
of guys with
problem
no
is
powers.
when he was Falcon, he had guns. If you watch like the Captain America movies, there's other parts where he's got like, I think he's got like 2 Uzis or something. He's like just shooting at the bad guys.
1911, I think.
Yeah. Okay. And you're like, all right, yeah, the black guy's got some guns. This is cool. He's killing people. The second he becomes Captain America, he's all about that fucking shield. And he's like, yeah, the shield. I can whip the shield around. It's like a big Frisbee. And I'm like, okay, but you're fighting like army guys with a shield and you have no powers. That's retarded. You have wings. The movie would have worked if he was just flying over the battlefield with guns raining down hell like an angel of death. But instead, the movie, because he doesn't have superpowers, every bad guy he fights in the movie is like, he's like, oh my God, a bunch of guys are coming down a hallway at me with stun batons. And I go, why would they not just have fucking rifles,
That's
man? Like, why would they
crazy.
not just shoot you in the head? And he's got to have a badass,
So the new
hand
Captain
hand
America
fight
is
scene.
a guy that like I could knock out on the subway.
Yeah, for sure.
No.
And there's a new Falcon, and he's a little Mexican kid who
the
falls
new
in line.
Captain
Goes,
America is like better than any Navy SEAL we have. He's closer to Batman than like some guy you could knock out on the subway.
Yeah, but you're supposed to.
He's like extremely tactical.
There should be powers for these guys. Am I wrong? Like,
Well, I
why
agree
would
with that,
not
but it's also
transfer-
not what we just said, right? That like he gets beat up by podcasters. He's
I
not
got it.
that
Hang on.
guy.
I had to pull up his resume. I had to remember because I didn't
Okay.
remember.
Sam Wilson.
He's a
Captain
former
America.
Air Force pararescue airman and a veteran counselor.
How does that protect him from me being a miscreant on a subway?
How does that
He's also
protect him from a
played by
Hulk?
Anthony Mackie.
Yeah.
And why? I just don't get that. Why would they transfer the Captain America label to a guy with no powers?
Well, no,
He should
Captain
have
America
powers.
made him Captain America. Remember, Captain America got old. And then you're like, he's going to give the shield to Bucky, who also has superpowers. And he goes, actually, I'm giving it to the black gentleman. And you go, no, that doesn't make sense. Give it
Huge
to Bucky.
mistake. Give it to the guy, give it to the guy with superpowers. Are you crazy?
Yeah. Give it to the Winter Soldier. He's
That's
got some
pathetic.
super
That's
serum,
really
I think.
embarrassing. So this guy's just going to be a burden to all of their future escapades as a team.
I
Just
would
a
kill him
guy.
off at the beginning of the next movie. I'd have Doctor Doom like just grab him real quick and snap his neck.
What can Dr. Doom do?
I don't remember. I don't know too much about Doctor
You
Doom.
get to kill off Black Widow at the start too, because she's worse.
She's
than
already fucking dead.
She's already dead.
That
Touche.
movie that she had was a prequel to.
But
She's already
she's
dead.
pretty hot.
She's pretty dead. If you want, talk to Vito. He can hook you up with some quality Black Widow content. You want to, but you never seen her like have a whole Yoda stuffed inside of her.
You know
About
what was
to.
funny is when that dude who was the archer got run over in his own yard by his
And then he was
swallow.
complaining because
It
they were
snuck
like,
up on him.
yeah. He was like, they wouldn't give me a lot of money to make a Hawkeye 2 TV show. And I'm like, because nobody's watching a fucking Hawkeye show, man. Like, I would take the fucking money and be like, yeah,
Also,
like another Hawkeye season.
Yeah.
a lot of those
Hawkeye.
characters still look pretty good, but Jeremy Renner, by Endgame, that dude looks 60 something. Like
Looks run down.
Like a
yeah,
catcher's
he
mitt.
needs a little plastic surgery. His face is all wrinkly. He's double chinned. He's
Was that after he'd been injured or
before.
Before, during, and after. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
because he did get fucked
He's not
up.
even good with a bow.
Not even good with the bow. Yeah,
I bet
the
it's
bow
not.
shit infuriated me in Endgame, the movie I did watch, where it was like, get this guy the fuck out of here. Get him out of here. He's shooting a bow and arrow, and meanwhile, there's a guy who's like, I have a semi-control of time itself. And he was flying
Interesting.
in.
I'm a Norse god. Look at my hammer. It was forged in the heart of a star. La 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 la. As he flies away.
Yeah, and he's like, yeah, but I'm pretty nifty with this bow. It's like, get the hell
Is it
out of
a
here.
magical bow as we have in Asgard? No,
That's always
it's
one of the
I
classic
got it at
problems. with
Walmart.
these,
Actually,
He should
It's-
be killed. Black Widow should be killed. All
Vito-
the ones without superpowers should be killed.
Tell me if you agree with this. I thought the Marvel Universe did a pretty good job of making the low tier superheroes an important part of the team.
I was gonna say, like, that's the interesting thing is like figuring out, okay, what is everybody else gonna do? You know, and you're like, well, Black Widow can do some spy shit or whatever, and I don't know, Hawkeye can cause a distraction. You're like, they do all right. Yeah, I get it.
They used
Yeah.
Iron Man to put him on top of a building, and then he like called out the location of all the bad guys. The
They're every fucking where.
yeah. But he was like,
Literally coming from the sky.
Who is the king? Like in the Marvel group, who's the king? Who's the grand?
Who's got the
poobah?
most
It's a
powers?
difficult
Is it Hulk?
question.
Does it have to be Hulk? Is it for him for sure?
No.
It's
New
it's
Taylor
a
with
difficult
White Hulk.
question. It's a difficult question.
You're asking by the king, is that the leadership person or the
The
best
most
fighter?
powerful, the guy that if he
Oh.
decided, he could be like, "I'm in charge now." Fight
Amongst
me.
the
There
people
are-
we see all the time, it's the girl, probably Captain Marvel.
Sure.
But there are
Yeah.
like
Cosmic entities.
I was gonna say
Cosmic
Thor has a good
entities.
mix of power and not being a complete moron. Well, I guess they have made him kind of.
There are
moron.
fourth
at the
wall
tippy
breaking-
top, like the writers or something. Like there's
The power
there's
above
characters-
the power above all or something. There are like,
Like the-
I think God is a character. Like you know like
Well, you're
he's
not
in
going to
there.
top that guy. Yeah.
you can though because the writer of the comic is writing God.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think the most powerful person is called the creator or the writer or something like that, and they literally determine like the plots of the shows.
Oh well, I mean that's a different story. I just meant within their kind
no,
of.
this is within the universe. I'm
We don't
talking
know the
about-
expanded.
There are
There's so
cartoon
many comics
characters.
that there are a lot of characters that aren't
Okay,
featured
well then
in
I
any
guess
of the movies
God
that are
wins
more
again. As far
Right
as-
now,
as far as
the
that.
Maker is causing a lot of trouble in the Ultimate Universe. I know
powerful. Yes,
that.
the Maker.
Is that
You know, the
his name?
Maker?
The Maker? Is he the tippy top of the tippy
The
top?
Maker is remember they had the Ultimate Universe for the comics, was where they're like, we're gonna do all the comics again, and they had Ultimate Spider-Man, and it was like a separate Spider-Man universe or whatever. And then they had the Ultimate Fantastic Four. That was like, what if the Fantastic Four was just a bunch of kooky kids running around having Scooby-Doo adventures? And you're like, that's kind of fun. This is fun. And then kooky teenage Reed Richards went fucking nuts. And now he's called the Maker, and he's just like totally evil and killing fucking everybody. And I'm like, this is actually pretty good. I kind of like the Maker. Where he's just like, yeah, I'm Reed Richards, and I haven't been reading the comics. I got like the first issue, but I looked at the most recent one, and he's just like a fucking stretchy demon guy just being like, I rule all, I am the Maker. And I'm like, I kind of want to get into this comic
absurd.
shit again.
You know, a good hero that they should have on the lineup is a guy like called the Caterer. And
Yeah.
he can imagine any spread of food and it appears. Like
Dude,
he
the best-
could
yeah.
just a full plate, a full table of fried chicken, a full table of crab
Is that
legs. A
if
full
you could
table.
if you could be any superhero, would you be the
I
caterer?
think I would be the Caterer. Yeah, that's pretty sick, dude. Everyone would
What
love
would your
me.
costume be?
It would be me in an apron.
Okay, you got a chef hat on, or
I would have a chef's hat on, and it would have big C on it for the Caterer. And
Okay.
while you guys were fighting crime and whatnot, I'm solving homelessness. I'm solving all these things.
I like it.
People would
Taylor
love me the most.
and nothing but an apron with a formerly dented butt feeding the world.
And
I wanna be
yes,
beverage
Woody, I'm-
man.
and I-
It's
and I-
squad,
and-
mind you. He
and-
likes that
and-
to be known.
and I am also naked under the.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm
and
sorry. You don't
the
like my
apron
crab
says-
legs?
What does the apron say?
I mean, the caterer, I guess. Like,
Oh,
what would be better?
I thought it'd be something fun, like I don't know, kiss the cook or something.
I think
like-
it would be. I
Hear
would.
me
I
out,
wouldn't
hear me
even
out.
have anything on.
No,
that.
no, but
I'm
but-
humble. I'd be a humble hero, not
No,
like
it's-
these fucking dickheads.
My
I would
genius
be
is
humble.
lost on this crowd.
Shit. I think maybe you'd be like a rapey hero though. You'd be like an anti-hero. So like you'd approach women wearing your apron and nothing else, and you say check it out, and they'd say oh yeah, kiss the cook. That's funny. It's like it's actually a misprint, and then you'd lift it up to show your cock.
but no one can arrest me because also I can fly and I'm strong. And so
Oh, okay. So you're the Superman who can create.
I'm
feasts.
Superman who can create feasts.
Ooh.
That would be the goal. People
That's
would
the
love
ultimate
me.
superhot.
Think about it.
You'd be able to
Everyone-
eat like infinite
You'd be
amounts of food
beloved.
too.
Yeah.
Oh, I could. Well, I mean, that's not really that fantastical, is it?
Your stomach would just compress whatever amount of food that you put into it down to like the tiniest little like apricot seed,
Just a teeny thing.
and
I
you would
could
just pass
it.
them like pellets, like a goat. But you'd
And
have
that's
the ability, if necessary, to fire them at high velocities at your enemies.
I like that. I bend over and I fire my shits.
Yeah,
That's pretty
but
funny.
They're compressed into very, very much like an apricot pit.
It's very much like a deer shit, but it's like plutonium. It's so dense. It's it's like it can,
You
it can go,
You've
it can go
fused
through
your
a
metal
tank
into
armor.
lead. Yeah.
But everyone would like me more than the other heroes because I'd just be flying by and be like,
Except for those women.
"Ding!" You know, all of
So your
Queens
superhero
has a-
fantasy is providing food.
yes, but delicious food, not
Delicious
trash
food.
food. It would be I would
That you
be
manifest.
I could fly across Queens and
Yeah.
crab legs for all. I could fly across
That's pretty
Manhattan,
good.
Fucking
Yeah.
ribs for all.
I mean, that was a
Like,
big part of the
yeah.
Bible, man. Everybody always gave Jesus accolades for that fish stunt. So, I mean, you're just kind of expanding on that.
It
I
would
always said I
basically
would-
be that. Yeah.
As a kid, I always wanted to be Morph from the X-Men, which is kind of cheating because he can be anybody.
Who's Morph?
Morph is an X-Man who can change himself into anything. Like he's like a shapeshifter.
Oh.
So if he becomes Cyclops, he can shoot those rays out of his eyes. Or if he
Oh,
becomes,
he can steal their powers.
He gets their
What do you think?
powers.
but a diminished like version of it.
Yeah.
And when he's never as good as the real version of that, but still, it's
But
like
if you're 80%, you're in the mix. Yeah.
yeah, like
Mhm.
Wolverine kicks his Morph version of Wolverine's ass, but then he just turns back into Morph. He always had like PTSD. I think he got kidnapped by the government, like they fuck with his head or something. So he's like he was Logan's friend, like Wolverine's friend. But I
Mhm.
always wanted to be him because I figured, even as a kid, I was like, we get pretty rapey with
What
this
does
guy.
what does Nightcrawler do?
He
He teleports,
teleports.
right?
exactly.
Yeah.
But what is his
Bamf.
limitation on teleportation? Can he teleport anywhere on Earth that
I believe he
wants?
can. Yeah. He's teleported into like the president's office at one point, right?
So
He
he doesn't
prefers
even
to
have to,
tele-
he doesn't
so
have
he-
to have a visual cue on where
He-
he's teleporting. He can just pop.
Yes, but if he can't see where he's
Ooh.
going, he doesn't know whether it's necessarily safe or not. That was a crux of one of the movies. They had to teleport in somewhere, and it's like I can't go if I can't see it. And just trust me, and he just fucking goes. Pretty cool. But yeah, it'd be better if he could see where he was going. But yeah, he can
That
poof
seems
out
like
anywhere.
a crazy ability.
Yeah, but he's
Really?
ugly.
What would you do
though.
with
He's like
it?
a freak.
Like you
How-
could
You'd
dictate
rob banks.
all of
That's
all
what he
of
did.
yeah. I would rob banks with it, but you could dictate all of global policy. You could be like, oh, this
With-
leader of Thailand,
By
I'm gonna teleport right into his office, right into his bedroom, and then I'm gonna be like, do this, and then he'll have to do it. Like you could do
How would
whatever
that
you want.
work?
I think he's threatening violence in this situation.
Well,
Like
Yes,
Well, he's
100%.
gonna go to the next room and be like, "There's a blue guy with a fucking tail in my bedroom with the first lady. Please kill him right away."
No, because is he strong too?
Well, it's not like you can like have him like pass legislation while you hold his throat.
I can force him because he knows at any point I can pop back into that bedroom with a gun.
but now he has guards.
Yeah, he'll get mutant guards who can like counteract you. They'll
I
set
pop
a
in.
trap.
blammo, and then I'm out. Like,
Oh, you're just
there
going to
would be-
assassinate him.
There would be no way to stop me.
I
right?
think he's going to risk it before he like does something his country doesn't want him to do. Right?
You know what I was thinking, Taylor? Along those lines, if
terrible
you
idea.
could control time, you'd be the best at everything ever. Best investor ever. I might go to the NHL and just do a scoreless season as a goalie. You know?
Just poke around.
That'd be like a lot of work.
Yeah.
Like,
Just
you
literally
constantly
get 82
rewind time.
shutouts in a row and then
Yeah.
renegotiate my contract before the playoffs.
I feel like time has to be the unbeatable power.
Okay, that's a really
can't
good
even give
skit.
someone that. Yeah.
You like
There
it?
should be a skit where it's just like there's a guy and everybody's pretty sure he's time traveling. But they're just like, dude, you're definitely time traveling. I'm not time traveling. You guys are crazy. He's got like $1 billion.
He's wearing like those 80s futuristic glasses the whole time.
While they're accusing me of time traveling, I do that thing where I say the same thing they are at the same time.
How'd you know I was going to say that? You definitely time traveled. You're crazy. Shut up. No one's time traveling.
You know, we're not going to win the cup this year, but next year, you know, that would be.
Hey, by the way,
that's
go
a
see
good
your
one.
doctor because you might want to worry about that lump you got. I got cancer. You funny? You? How do you know you want to? God damn it!
Just the ability to create Groundhog Day like scenarios would be really fun and powerful.
Yeah.
'Cause I think they did the math and maybe Bill Murray was in that day for like 35 years or something like that. Like,
Yeah. It
there's
took
some
him
days-
that long.
I thought the
to pick
director
up
said he was
some
there for
random
like
girl.
100,000 years or something. They're like, no,
I'll
he
let
was
you
there
know what about
forever.
year 0.2, I'd have taken matters into my own hands. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I'd have gone in.
I'd have masturbated too. Good call.
Yeah.
No,
No,
that's not what
I
I'm
mean,
gonna
like,
do.
It seems like
When you take
day-
matters into your own hands.
like it
Just saying.
seemed to be like day 3. There's no excuse for him not bringing her home. Like
What? I
three?
don't know.
You
may
already
have
know
more
what
game than
she's-
I ever did.
Andy McDowell's pussy was harder to get to than anything Indiana Jones ever got in his fucking career. It took him 35 years to lock that shit down. He had to learn like 8 different instruments. He's fucking. It was absurd the lengths that he had to go to.
She wasn't hot
bed
enough to
Andy
be worth
McDowell. She's pretty hot. I'm
She's a
Andy
cutie,
McDowell
but
fan.
I mean,
Yeah,
that's
she's
a
from my
day
neck of
3
the woods.
thing. How many days are you spending in that reality before you can bring her home? It's not a lot.
Well, like she seemed like she was not into that. Like even when he had everything down perfect, like you saw, she smacked him in the face like 100 fucking times.
Yeah,
So
she's just not prone to one night stands.
No, she's like, this is a perfect night, but like, let's not ruin it. You know?
Yeah,
She's-
there's always tomorrow, and he's like,
You know what you would do is you would just have to the first night be like, "What's your sign?"
He
And
did.
then you would have to pop back in.
Have you
Yeah.
not seen this movie?
Have you
I've
seen
seen the
Groundhog
movie.
Day?
That's what he should be doing. That
He
wouldn't be
did
that hard.
it.
It didn't
The
work.
premise
Well,
of the
then-
movie is that doesn't work.
Unrealistic.
I gotta
Really?
say,
Just by
that-
pretending you have the same favorite book, wine, and something else, he should
you
get.
gotta
boned for
remember
that?
at the beginning of the day, she thinks he's an asshole. Like their
No,
prior
'cause
experiences
he
have
is.
been that he is
True.
like a piece of shit. That and she doesn't care for him, and he has to turn that around to bed her and like 12, 16 hours or something like that. No way. No dice.
What would you
and
do?
keep in mind, he's Bill Murray's an ugly ass man too. Like they those lenses and the makeup are very kind to that pockmarked, short little bald man.
I thought I was the only one that
He's
ever
short.
noticed that.
He's got charisma, but
he
let's be
short?
real. There's no way he's not short. Like he's just an ugly person.
That is a hilarious side thing. Is that he has to do it 35,000 times because he's 5'7".
He's 6'2".
Oh, okay. I was
Oh.
guessing.
I didn't expect that. I thought that in general Hollywood people were much shorter than you thought. You know who's not 6'6"? Michael Jordan. Ben Affleck is tall, and then he tells the story when he met Michael Jordan, and he's like, "How tall are you?" He's like 6'6". He goes, like 6'4", maybe. And Jordan's like 6'6". He's like, "Dude, I'm 6'3". Look at us. He's like, "Well, that just made what I did all that more impressive," which is true, but
Yep.
he's not fucking 6'6".
You should be downplaying the height.
If Jordan
for
is
exactly the
truly
reason you
6'4", that makes his accomplishments way because like 6'4" is a
Well, all the rest
unusual
of them
height.
are lying about their heights too. The NBA changed recently where they started telling the truth about their height, like in the last 4 years.
Okay.
Oh, have you seen
Major League
that,
Baseball added a fucking laser umpire so you can challenge balls and strikes.
Yeah. And now all the players, like dude who said they were 6'1" or 5'9" in baseball, like they were lying hardcore.
Whoa.
Yeah. I saw a YouTube
that's
short
not
about
an
it.
easy lie. That's a, that's a
It would
nonsense.
just be like, what's your height and weight, and trust them.
But have you guys seen this I guess French Canadian guy who plays for Florida right now in basketball, and he's 7'9"?
Yes.
Oh my god!
It's
the college
insane.
player, white
It's
guy.
insane.
Yeah.
He is. I saw a video of him, and there was a guy next to him looking up at him like, "What the fuck?" And the guy that's looking up at him is 6'8".
Yep.
Like it's.
Isn't the problem with those guys
crazy.
though that their heart goes out at 30? Like, I think you can't like sustain
True.
a career because they
They're
can't.
like Great Danes.
Yeah, it's like they can't play too many games because it's like every time they like do any amount of like moving around, their body's like, you're gonna die. I can't
He
pump
doesn't get
blood
that
this
many
fast,
minutes on his
dude.
team. Yeah, I don't know
Yeah.
if he'll make it to the NBA.
He's a freshman. He's apparently like 18 years old. Like he's
He's
True
super
freshman.
tall, and he's stronger than you'd think. A lot of times when you like, if you imagine a guy who's 7'9", you got the size of their wrist, and it just continues all the way to their
Mhm.
shoulder. This guy kind of looks normally proportioned, but 7'9", and and he's. I wouldn't say he looks really athletic. No one's super tall, just looks super athletic.
sure.
But there's a bias in the ABA against guys who like get too much over 7 foot because they never work out well.
It makes sense because like how much can you rely on that guy for reliability? Like who in the NBA is going to sign that guy to an 8-10 year contract? A guy who's 7'9". Like he's going to die 6 years from now because he's gigantic.
I hope he goes to the NBA, but I don't think he will. We'll see.
I saw him dunk and it was so funny. He didn't even jump.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just kind of like he
just
barely
kinda
like
placed
pushes
it in the ring in
Yeah.
the rim.
The other thing is like you see him handle the basketball, and it's like, it seems like they should have a bigger one for him. Like he handles the basketball like I do one of those mini footballs, you know, like it just so easily palms it and holds it.
It looks like how I would if I had to dribble a softball. Like what his hand purchase over that ball looks like. It's insane.
Mm-hmm.
I'm watching clips of him now. It is pretty funny that he doesn't dunk. He just kind of like rolls it into the hoop.
He doesn't have to. Doesn't
No, he
have
doesn't.
to dunk. When you're 7'9" and your arms
mean-
are 5 feet long, you just
Don't you go? There should maybe be a height limit in basketball at that point. It's like I'm not even playing the game.
I stand by my idea for basketball as someone who doesn't watch any of it and thinks it's a silly sport. Make it a 12-foot hoop.
Yeah.
Jump. Lift it up. Make dunking like a hard thing to do again.
I one of the big things about sports with me is like there's always this push to make sports like respectable and you know, it's a professional pastime. And I'm like, nah, let them like. Remember didn't they ban do-rags? Basketball players aren't allowed to wear do-rags anymore. And I'm like, there should be one guy on the team called the Demon, and he has fucking horns and shit. Like, why not? It would be way more fun if everybody came out in fucking battle armor and face paint, and everybody's fucking around. It's like, no, you gotta wear it. You get a nice shirt with a number on it.
That
coolest
does
thing was
sound
when-
cool. I like this sport you're suggesting. An enforcer. What if they added a few checks per game? Right? Not hockey, not where you check every time, but what if you got 5 good checks a game?
Dude,
That
that's
keep
why
people
everybody
on the
likes
toes.
hockey. It's
That'd
one
be a better
sport where
sport.
you're kind of allowed to fuck around a little bit, and it's like, you're not supposed to fight, but you know, what are you
Hockey
gonna
has
do?
this crazy
you know, get away.
culture where they're like, the fights and the lack of face masks, they keep the injuries down, actually. If you gave players face masks, they'd all be playing each other's heads like piñatas. And if you took
Yeah.
out fighting, people would all be taking runs at each other. This is how they enforce good behavior. And I'm like, is that right? If you
I
give
think
people
before every
face
hockey
masks-
game, they should hand you
think
a
it's
roll
right.
of fucking nickels, and you're allowed to take one swing at a guy. You know,
You can't
like why
have
not?
guys on skates with vengeance, like skating 30 miles an hour and crushing some guy against the boards. Like you need that self-control and that.
Why doesn't the NFL need it?
Do it with fights. The NFL doesn't, because it's just not their culture. Like they don't see it as necessary.
So it's not a safety issue; it's a cultural issue.
No, in the NHL, it's a safety issue.
Does the culture? Is it the culture that's making it a safety issue?
The NHL is it's a flowing game. And so it's very easy for someone to go, that guy fucked up my teammate. I'm going to skate at 30 miles an hour and I'm going to crush him into the boards. The NFL doesn't have that.
I see. There's more opportunity for like this.
Doesn't have the opportunity. Correct.
You can do it in the sidelines, like there's a reset after every play. That's usually when the violence does happen in the NFL. It's just not common because people get fined.
That would be sick. That'd be cool.
With helmets off, though. Like, you got to get those helmets off.
Obviously, helmets off. The NHL said, you can't take your helmets off to fight. And so what they did for a bit is both fighters would lean forward and then they would take each other's helmets off and then they would fight because you weren't allowed to take your own off. I
like it when you could use the guy's jersey as a straight jacket. I thought that fighting was kind of neat to see. And it added like people would maybe take a couple hits. That's an investment, so I can get your jersey over your head. Now I can really deliver the hits.
Yeah.
What if we let them use the sticks? Keep the helmets on,
there'd be a lot of injuries.
No fists, no fists. Keep your helmets on. Stick fight. Go. I'd watch that hockey way more than I would watch your hockey.
I'm picturing it. I would like it, but that also
imagine them circling each other.
A lot of people
like duelists
with their sticks like a sword.
They'd have fight. There's different sticks for different things. So the fucking goalie stick doesn't look like a forward stick. There's gonna be a fighting stick. They throw him his fighting stick. He's doing he's twirling that shit around like Jean-Claude Van Damme.
It's got nails in it.
We don't. All right. Well, no. This
like
is
they use the
sport.
military training, right? With the pads on either side.
Amazon is bringing American Gladiators back.
That is a terrible idea.
Hear me out here.
If they don't bring back Turbo, I'm out.
If they do American Gladiators like an adult hardcore version and not a kiddie version, that would be like a fucking. You need like Dana White to do it.
If you need an adult hardcore version of Gladiator, Vito's got this AI program that you would love.
Yeah, send it over to me.
The cocks are all enormous.
The cocks are going nuts, swinging around.
What did you play growing up, Vito? What sports were you best at?
I was on the football team for about a day. I was on the orange team in soccer. The orange team was pretty good. No, I wasn't a fucking sports guy, man. I was hanging out with the AV nerds and fucking making weird public access shit.
You didn't play sports like at all in high school?
No. I did the
why
play.
That's surprising
I was in the musical, Taylor. I was
everybody
doing play practice, singing
Taylor's
songs like a fucking gay.
My mind
almost no one plays
liberal
Massachusetts.
Our sports team, our top sports team was the fucking ultimate frisbee team, and they did go to nationals. They were the best. I still have a buddy who he goes. I remember he was on the ultimate frisbee team with this kid Sam Canner, who became like a legit ultimate frisbee pro, and he's like sponsored or whatever. One night I'm like drinking with my roommate or wherever. He goes, I was just as good as Canner, man. I could have been Canner.
I could have gone pro if coach had put me in.
And I'm like, wait, is your one big life regret is that you didn't go pro ultimate frisbee? He's like,
I could throw a frisbee over the
there,
mountains.
man.
Yeah. I could have been sponsored by fucking Dasani too.
Yeah, I could have been sponsored by Super Discs. I'm like, okay, well, no one else has this fucking internal trauma, man.
I wonder if
this is something you got to figure out.
That's
Marquise Brownlee, the tech reviewer who plays professional ultimate frisbee. I wonder if he still plays.
I don't know who that is.
Oh my God! I just looked up Sam Canner. I started
products,
typing it in, and it autofills ultimate frisbee. He's still he's still a pro.
I think his name's Marquise Brownlee, like MKBD or something. He is a hard name for me.
You got close enough that I knew who you meant.
Yeah. Dude,
and
that
I don't
guy
know his name either.
Ultimate frisbee, and he's good. Like, he earned his spot. I think he was on the U.S. national team recently, but recently it was like 3 or 4 years ago. He must be.
I didn't know there was a national team. I used to play a little bit. We had a thing in the backyard. It's not that fun. I just
Dude,
I didn't find it
the
fun.
ultimate frisbee kids are diehards. I remember they really wanted to get into the Olympics. They're like,
Wait a
"I don't
minute,
understand."
what describe? You know what? I was thinking of frisbee golf. What the fuck is ultimate frisbee?
Ultimate frisbee is
It's
basically
more
like soccer with
frisbee.
frisbees.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I don't
Okay,
think you're allowed. Like they throw the
Fast-paced. I think
frisbee.
you can't run.
Yeah, you're not allowed to run after you catch it or something like
Okay.
that.
Yeah, you get a couple steps.
So
or
you
something.
Is
gotta
it-
you gotta
if
pop
I'm
this
on
in the mouth.
defense and can I knock it down and that counts as like a stop or something?
Yeah, I
I
guess
actually
so.
don't know the
You can- I think
knockdown
you can
rules.
knock-
Interception
I
is
think you can
probably your
knock-
goal.
Oh, you can't knock it out of the air. You have to like.
I'm not sure.
I guess that would be
But you can definitely
interference. I don't
intercept
know.
it and go the other way.
I didn't know this was a sport until 30 seconds ago, so I definitely don't know.
I mean, the biggest problem it has going for it is that the name of the sport is Ultimate Frisbee, which is the gayest possible.
Would
Call
you
it
watch-
like disc fight or some shit? You know?
Would you watch professional dodgeball?
Oh,
Yeah,
dodgeball's so
maybe.
fun. I'd take
I
a
watch
peek.
like TikTok clips of like the fucking dodgeball leagues, and they're pretty interesting.
I'd take a peek at professional dodgeball for
Have
sure.
you seen the
Better
movie
cornhole.
Dodgeball, the Ben Stiller movie?
Of course.
I mean, yeah.
Okay, well, it's a comedy about professional dodgeball players, and the
I
league is
know.
very. I didn't believe you when you said you'd seen it.
Dodgeball is one of the movies I've seen.
Okay, fair.
it's on the list.
I think I would watch like professional dodgeball, but I need some
Yeah.
production value. I need some production value. I need some uniforms. I need characters. I need like Vinny the Sledgehammer Morrison or something.
I think they should throw a wrench in. If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. So like every occasion,
Ooh.
they should throw a wrench.
No, there would be weighted balls. Like one of the balls out there that was not in.
Oh,
there was
that's-
nothing indicative of it, but that one's weighted. Like he's got the bazinga ball, and you'd see some guy over there like tossing it up and catching it. Like, yeah, I
That
got
would
it.
actually be perfect because that is exactly what gym class dodgeball was.
Yeah.
Like you saw the excellent balls and you saw the dog shit balls. You saw the balls that were only suitable for blocking, and then you saw the balls that were like, that's a ripper. That's what I
So-
would throw.
We did have some squishy foam balls, but those would sell pretty good. But the best ball, my favorite ball, was a deflated volleyball. Like you take enough air out of it that you can get like a really good purchase on it, and I could whip that thing so fucking fast. Like, and I was pretty accurate with it. Like I dominated dodgeball. If my boy John Scott was on my team in anything, we took things way too seriously in like in high school gym, because like we were both on the same page. Almost everybody you have to take one semester of gym. It's required to graduate. So everybody is like does theirs freshman year or maybe sophomore year. I immediately was like, this is the thing where you're like physically vulnerable and dressed down. I want to be big me. So like I remember thinking that as a freshman, and so I did. I do senior year gym. John Scott does senior gym too. He's 6 a bunch or something like that. He's state pole vaulting champion, like 6'6", 6'7", or something like that in athletic, and he could whip it too. We would fuck people up in volleyball, like serving that dude up, like, and watching him spike it on some like 13, 14-year-old girl who wasn't paying attention. And we're over there like, yeah,
Enough, but-
like bumping chests, like as some kids being hauled off the court. Like it was great. Those are some of my
Right.
fondest memories. Like dominate when coach would be, you never knew what you were going to do for the last 30 minutes of gym. And sometimes it was just fucking walk around the track. But every now and then it'd be, you guys want to play volleyball or dodgeball? And it was like,
Dodgeball.
my lobster's too buttery. My steak is too juicy.
My steak is too moist.
It's like either way, kids are gonna pay. It was so much fun. I would have done that all day, every day if I could. It was so fun, and I was kind of athletic at the time. I couldn't grab the rim, but I could definitely jump up and like touch the rim. So
I have
volleyball
very
against those
fond
kids.
memories of we played a very aggressive variant of Foursquare, which we called Fear Square, which just involved a lot of full body contact. Once the ball had bounced within your square, you were kind of full gamed. Either you get it out of that square or you're fucking creamed, buddy. And man, Foursquare is a good game. Do you remember that?
I
didn't play
love
that.
Foursquare.
Dude,
It's a new game to me.
We played it for like 2 years straight. We're just like every gym, we're just like Fear Square, and we just fucking go nuts.
But what that reminds me of, and I know I've said it on the show before, but me and my friends thought we were good at dodgeball at Sky Zone. Like you could play dodgeball at Sky Zone, which people who don't know, Sky Zone, they have dodgeball arenas that are all trampolines on the sides, in the middle. Like you're jumping, you're doing this. Yes, but we were 16 and we would absolutely dominate these come to play teams. And then my buddy Carter was like, we should join the tournament. And then we joined the tournament. Immediately, like we were all like 16 years, 15, 16, a couple of us didn't have our licenses at the time. And we went there and all these guys had fucking jerseys. Like they were like they had like ball fondlers.
They're ready to go.
Like, and they were all puns and they were all adults too. And then we just got raped.
We went against the draft Dodgers.
There was the Dodgers. There was one guy I will never forget. I'll remember him with my dying day. This Samoan guy, huge, fat as hell. He was the only person I'd ever seen not utilize the fact that we were on trampolines. And he stood in the back and they would hand him balls and he would throw these balls harder than I've ever seen anything thrown before. And so when he hit you, it was like there was no opportunity for that, like, you know, it hits you and then you can grab it on the bounce back to try and neutralize it. No, this guy fired those things so fucking hard. We got molested. We were destroyed by the ball fondlers in that game. And it wasn't the fact that he had such skill. It was the fact that my friend who signed us up for it left in the middle. We lost a player. He was like,
and you still played a man down?
We played a man down.
Why don't you just leave, bro? Like a man down. You can't
because we already paid to be there, and we thought this would be fun.
Find a volunteer. Like there had to be kids there that were just gonna play dodgeball that day.
We should have, you know, hindsight's 2020. Jesus. We should have nabbed someone. But that guy threw these balls so hard it was unreal. They hit you and then they bounced off so fast. There was no chance of a recuperance. There was no chance whatsoever.
The closest that we did to that was paintball, but we were actually good at paintball, so it's not a funny story. It was just that we were like 17, 18, 19, and like we literally trained for paintball doing wind sprints and stuff, and like and we were in really, really good shape when we started playing those paintball tournaments. And we were playing 3v3 speedball, and we were often playing against like a police department, like 3 fat white dudes or something. And like guys, whenever we played against police or military, they had mostly like crates and barrels and stuff, not the inflatable stuff. But most of the like, whenever you play against somebody who's like military or police, they often try to employ some of the tactics that they've learned, but that's for real fucking guns.
Like yelling "stop resisting" in the middle of a match.
So we just run up on people. Like on the break, my favorite strategy was we just run up the perimeter and we don't stop. We full on kamikaze their team, because what everybody does, especially like a dumpy 42-year-old guy, is he runs forward 10, 15 yards. He's already a little out of breath. So he hunkers down behind the first thing, and it takes him like a good 3 or 4 seconds to like then pop back up and get his bearings. By the time he doesn't have time for that. I'm on him. I'm literally 6 feet away, sprinting past him while I just like, and as soon as I'm done with him, I'm shooting his buddies in the back too. We won a whole tournament like that.
That's awesome.
Game after game after game. It was so fun. We were douchebags. We really were. I think I was 18, maybe 17 even. We made our own shirts that mine said "I shoot children for fun," because I thought it was.
That's funny. Yeah.
Because I really liked bunkering people, like, which is again where you run up on people, because I liked getting shot. It's a rush to get shot a few times at paintball, so I got nothing to lose, but at all. If anything, I don't care if you shoot me. I just want to sneak up on you, because most people didn't play that way. And they'd never been shot point blank, and I really liked like running right up on some dude and just shooting him in the ass. It was my favorite thing to do for years. We played paintball every weekend or every other weekend from the time I was 13 till like I was a man grown. I had my own like paintball field. Like the place where I shot YouTube videos used to be my paintball field, like full of like paintball field, like crates and barrels and tanks and shit. And we'd have like games there every weekend. My dad played with us for years and years until one ill-fitted day he got shot right in the nipple by somebody. And we turned our guns up way faster than a field would let you, like usually 325 or something. They shoot a lot straighter that way. It hurts like hell. But he got shot right in the nipple. And I remember he's like, ah, I've been shot in the titty. They pulls up his shirt and he had this purple welt right in the center of his nipple. And I'm not even joking. Up until that moment, he had played every game of paintball with us that we had ever played for like 4 years. Mm-hmm. He retired in that moment and never played again.
Were you guys getting chronoed and then going back to your little spot and being like,
oh, okay,
and then
so
turning it up?
I did do that, but that's not what I'm describing because we were playing at my field at our farm. Sure. So like everybody knew that we were shooting 325. Everyone was comfortable with that. I have my own chronograph. They're cheap. And we'd shoot the guns and we just wanted them to shoot straight because 285, I think is what some fields do. And it's just this lazy arc. And we had a big field. So you want to be able to, shoot people in a hit them.
My local field, when I played paintball when I was younger, had the 300 limit, not the 285 or anything, but
it's pretty good.
If you had to rent a Tippmann 98 or whatever it was, like that thing was it was basically shooting, just lobbing balls at people over 20 yards.
Yep.
Frustrating.
Yeah.
That's what fucking T-Mart and I got stuck with the first time we went to those paintball events. They're like, oh, try these.
When I started playing, they were kind of like two kind of styles and types of guns. There were the Tippmanns and then the Spiders were the two brands that I was familiar with at all. They were similarly priced, but the Tippmann's kind of built like an old World War II grease gun or something like that. Yeah. It's all ugly and plastic and black everywhere. And it's made to kind of look like a Tommy gun or something. But the Spider was like anodized aluminum everywhere with a double trigger. And it looked more like a tournament marker. And I was like, give me the purple one. Like, I did. I had
that trigger that you could kind of do like you could.
I started before those were really. I started before I didn't have one of those. I don't know if they were available, but mine was just you had to pull the trigger every time. There wasn't an electronic trigger. It was probably pneumatic or something like that. I was triggering something, but you could not like fan it with your fingers and shoot 12 balls a second like you can with a speedball marker today.
I remember spending a lot of time when I was like 10, 11 on the family computer looking up paintball guns and just fantasizing about like, oh man, if I had this, I would be good. If I had that, I would be good.
I would put shopping carts together.
I would, dude, from 100%, I would put shopping carts together, and then it would be an amount of money I didn't have because I was 12.
I had no money.
No one was going to buy anything.
Same thing. 12 years old.
I had $0, and so I'd be like, man, this is so sick. Like, I could impress my friends. I could dominate.
You literally would be good. Like we did that thing where it was like, I'm making up the numbers, but these are close. 7 YouTubers against 70 fans, right? In Juliet. Yep. And we all had the good guns and they all had the Tippmanns. I thought we won because we were good. I had never had a bad gun before. I was too blessed with the YouTube thing. And then I tried the other one and I'm like, the gun is making me so much better. The rounds didn't even go straight. They would curve off. You could be a perfect person. And it's the freaking Angelina Jolie's gun curving bullets around walls and shit.
And rate of fire
totally
is terrible
a different thing. Like
rate of fire is slow. You miss if you're perfect.
You'd shoot one of those guns that you or Kyle were issued, and it was a fucking frozen rope. Like it was fantastic. And then you'd shoot the ones that me and T-Mart were issued, and it was like having a China lake. Like way back.
Wait, hang on. Rattle.
Hold on, I can't keep shooting. I have to do that.
Meanwhile, we're over there going I'm literally like I pop my hopper over and while I'm shooting, I'm pouring more.
That's another thing. Like our fans would shoot balls, like trying to hit things. I've never experienced what it's like to pay for a paintball. They just come for free.
You don't know what they cost.
They're so expensive.
On balls is like how many I feel like carrying. And so I've got like pods all around me. I'm dumping them, half go on the floor. Do I care? Paint's free, right? No one pays for paintballs. Yes, they do.
Nope.
But
We don't.
it's a very different experience when you're shooting free paintballs out of an electronic gun than
And a free gun?
It's rough.
You may have. I don't know if you may have bought that gun, or maybe we issued you that gun.
You arranged it for me.
I think. Well, the situation was, I think that like, I think we told Dye that like these guys, it's in your best interest for Woody's gamer tag to have a Dye Dam at his house. If he ever pulls it out, you'll sell another gun. And they're like, yes, Woody's gamer tag gets a die down. And it was like, I don't remember how many we had. We had like 5, maybe. It was a limited supply. What we had done is like taken my payment and like just made it so we could do a big trip is what had actually happened. But I was so happy to do it. That first trip I did was just me and like 350 fucking fans. And I was in character for 2 full 12-hour days in Chicago's winter.
Yes, my friend, I am not thirsty. Yeah.
I was not in shape on the for like a physical thing like that, and my thighs and quads were burning so bad on the second day that it was like every step was excruciating, and I was like, but all these kids paid like 150 or 200, and then they had to get here. This one kid drove up from like Texas or something like that. Like it was. So I wanted some backup. Yeah.
Dude, I appreciate you doing that. I don't think I've ever played paintball where I didn't come home with a decent facial injury.
you did have bad luck with that.
Oh my God. Yeah, that one.
You got up in the face.
Cost me the forehead one. Like I have a little span of time that I don't remember, and it hurt. I had a headache. It was rough, and I looked disgusting. I felt impolite to board a plane. Like I should not be around other people.
He was drawing eyes, sometimes gasps, and questioned faces everywhere he went. It looked
man stuff.
And I remember, like, I saw it happen to you. I had it on camera, and as early, I think, like maybe 6-8 months ago or something like that. Whenever I moved into this place, I went through all my old thumb drives and unless it's on a PC that's in my basement, I just got a like SATA cable or whatever it's called, so I can pull that hard drive and see what's going on in there. I can't find the footage, but I have the footage of that kid shooting you point blank in the side of the fucking head.
What happened
point blank.
And there was like a little barn type structure with the door on the side. I came out the door, I charged at people, got some shots off. I don't know, maybe hits, who knows. And then I like ran back to where I was coming from. But someone had backfilled my spot, and he went to shoot, hit me from like 18 inches away, which isn't normally what happens in paintball.
Yes.
Right in the face. And it hit really hard.
It's so rare to get shot that close in the head. Like, it's a combination of follies that combine to make that injury happen. I don't think I've ever been shot in the head or the skull that close as you did. I've been shot everywhere. I've been shot but we had really low profile equipment, like expensive stuff from Dye. So you kind of look like a praying mantis, but they don't add any extra protection. And so the idea is that a paintball might like skim along you without breaking if you're in a tournament or something. But when you're playing recreational ball or just silly ball, you'd rather just be armored up all the way. So if it breaks on your ear, it breaks on your ear. But you didn't have enough protection above like
you guys
this line.
were wearing those Dye face masks that stopped like half an inch above the eyebrow. Yeah, and there was nothing.
Yes, and my chin went below it a little bit, which managed to get hit on a different trip.
It was
my face
so
is
bad.
Just too big for it.
Yeah. His chin was sticking out the bottom, and his forehead was sticking out the top, and so it was like
that's where he got shot.
Well, no, just to be fair, he had been shot many times in the eyes, nose, mouth.
Yeah.
but he noticed what, dude. I don't know which one was worse, the one on your chin or the one on your head, but I think they were different trips.
They were
The
different
head's
trips.
gotta be
The
worse.
forehead one was worse because it was so
bleeding.
close. They were both bleeding, like some sort of like
Oozing.
not like a cut open, but just your skin's been hit so hard that now blood oozes out of it.
Yeah.
The paintball shatters, and it's like an eggshell, and all those brittle pieces make tiny little cuts, lots of them in that whole circle. Yeah, it's
Makes sense.
you're not supposed to get shot that close, that hard in the skull.
I got
I'll
a
keep that in
ton.
mind.
Don't do that
because
again.
In the middle
My
of
bad.
that second day, you were like, we have to shoot an FPSRussia video. I need you, Taylor, to stand there and get shot by me. And I was like, all right, well, feels like I owe these guys a lot for even being here. So I'll go stand there. And then Kyle's like, I'm going to shoot Mercaderka in the hand. And then he shot me with this
First strike round.
first strike razor thin plastic in the hand. And I was bleeding for like 3 hours. Like
You're pretty far away too. I was impressed with that shot.
That was a good shot. You got me pretty good.
I didn't
It
feel
hurt.
bad at all.
You shouldn't have.
Still don't.
Even after that, I was like,
I hope it still
all
hurts
right,
a little.
even after that, I was like, all right, at least I'm still in the mix. I think they like me. Like,
I think I'm cool.
I
I'm
liked you.
cool.
I liked you as when you ran as soon as you ran out on that ice rink in Boston. I was like, this guy's game. This guy's game.
This guy plays for keeps. Yeah.
He's not the clown. I'm like, all right, I see what's up. Okay. I bet he
Remember the
climbed with
first
a
time I
shopping
was
cart if I
shot?
asked him to.
Kyle was like chronoing his gun or something. This whole world is new to me. And I'm like, how bad does it hurt to get hit by a paintball gun?
He's never been shot before.
And he's like, I can shoot you right now if you want. And I'm like, in my mind, I guess I'm a bitch if I don't want to get shot.
No, I certainly didn't. It was like a
All of
coin
this
flip.
happened between my ears, right?
Oh, man, I wish I'd like presented it like in a way where I was like,
So I
feel bad.
like I don't know what I did, like twisted my leg and flexed a calf or something. Like, well, let's see. And Kyle, without any hesitation, is like, boom, I'm bleeding from my leg. Again, I'm shot from like 18 inches. Like that doesn't happen all that much. But I've got this calf that's dripping blood out of it. I'm like, well, that's as bad as it gets.
Am I misremembering, or did I immediately shoot myself to be like, yeah, see, it's not so bad, but then mine didn't bleed?
Yeah, but you had pants on. I never wore pants.
I don't. Oh, you didn't have pants?
No, I was in shorts. I just got.
Why were you in
bearskin
shorts?
Pegged in my calf.
Woody's a shorts guy. He's always in shorts.
I don't do that well in heat. I'm worse than average. And so I wear shorts as much as I can. We also, Kyle hooked me up with this really dope Portal, the video game based like paintball.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to call it a shirt, but you might
Jersey.
like almost jersey, but it's a padded jersey. And it's perfect for paintball, but it's warm. It's warm in a Chicago July. And I just wilt if I wear it all the time.
I remember that jersey. That thing's cool. Yeah,
It is
They
cool.
would always. That company would make sick custom jerseys for us every time. I've got like 2 or 3 of them. They're just like really intricate, well done. And like you said, they're padded, almost not like a motorcycle shirt, but like I don't know. They're
Gets
padding
it
in the
done
right
for
place.
paintballs. Also, it's not a guarantee, but it ups the odds a little bit of the paintball not breaking.
Oh yeah,
And in the paintball world, if it doesn't break, it doesn't hit.
yeah, bounces. Well, see,
That's
no
why people
regret.
wear those beanies, even when it's hot as fuck.
I always wear the beanie
beanies
to protect my forehead.
because that makes sense. Like it's more likely to bounce.
Well, whereas I have no regret or mercy for shooting Taylor in the hand or whatever, but now I really feel bad. That I feel like I should have for Woody, because I feel like I should have presented it in a way that didn't make it seem like turning it down was in any way emasculating. Because I remember the moment pretty well. I definitely remember like us being under that shelter and all. We were in like the far end of it, and I remember all that and presenting the idea. But to me, it was like, let's do a Band-Aid type thing and just get it over with. You know, like it'd be nice to know, because to me,
he
it
would have been a
doesn't hurt at all.
bitch if he said no, though. I mean, it's just
Right.
That is
Exactly.
also true.
Yeah, yeah.
That's what that was the
you
implication.
don't want to be a bitch.
You don't want to be a bitch.
I guess maybe not. I wish I hadn't presented it that way now.
Yeah.
But you know, it usually doesn't make people bleed.
I didn't mind.
I think
you
it was
shooting
you were
me
using old paintballs that you wouldn't shoot
Oh,
people with
harden
at the
up,
chrono
probably.
range. Yeah, and they hardened up, and then we thought of that afterwards.
Oh, that could have been. Yeah.
Hello,
I
just like-
plastic's
when-
been curing on the outside.
Mhm. That's yeah. It was orange
Yeah.
instead of green like they used at the event.
Ooh.
I was mostly thankful that when Kyle was doing his first strike round exhibition for the sponsor, that he chose to shoot me in the hand, because the next guy in the lineup, because we were all standing in a lineup like covering our genitals, and he was like, I'm going to shoot Taylor in the hand, and then he shot me in the hand and my hand was bleeding a lot, and then the next guy over, he's like, shot him right in the neck. Just popped the next guy right in the neck, and he was like,
It was an
dropped
effective
all
advertisement.
his equipment, just everything. And I was
Kyle
like, oh
did
man,
everything.
this
He
actually
called his
bad.
shots and it hit everyone. I couldn't do that with a regular paintball gun.
That was such
Very
a fun
happy
day.
with the sales. I'm thrilled. They wanted to make me Captain Paintball. But yeah, those things really are very, very accurate. I think I was shooting them out of maybe a die dam or something like that, a magazine fed gun, and they're shaped like sabots from or slugs from a shotgun. If you ever like really taken a good look at those, they have the rifling built into them because they're going down a smooth bore weapon. Well, these do that same thing, and then they're shaped like a bullet, you know, with those, they say fins, but it's really just the conical shape of a bullet.
It's
with
just
a flat
It's a
end.
little bit like
You
a
are.
shuttlecock, right?
Yeah, but without
that's a
the
good
parts
way to
that slow
put
it down, I guess. And they, you know, they spin going through the air, and they're quite accurate. You know, out to 50 yards, maybe, way more accurate than a paintball. And they shoot straighter too. And
But I remember the gun you were using what looked like a military gun when you were doing that video, and
Yeah.
that was not the gun you were using day
No.
to day. Like you were
No.
using one of those little die, I guess, like
Yeah.
Quick
He had an
fire.
even higher end version of mine, but it wasn't the gap between his and the one I had, I think, wasn't significant. The one between Taylor and I made a big difference in how effective you were, but Kyle's is only a little bit better. I wouldn't have been better if I had Kyle's.
I remember being behind a bunker with T-Mart. Both of us had Tipman 98s, and it was like, what do we even do, brother? Like, what is our option here? Because at best, I stand
We're
up
gonna
and get
die
shot
in
in
this
the mask
hole,
instead of
man.
the neck. No,
I don't know about you, man, but this
We
hole is
just-
comfy.
yeah. Oh my god.
And then
the
like
scenario game was fun. The scenario games we did were really fun. You know, they're describing a trip where we did like mixed recreational ball with our fans. You know, we'd be on like me and Woody would be on a team, and Taylor and the other guys would be mixed in on the teams, and it'd be like, I don't know, 50 versus 50 or something like that, depending on how many people we had going at once. But then we would also do this big scenario games. They had a scenario game called Living Legends there in Joliet, Illinois, where you would have, I think it was like 800 versus 800.
something like that.
And there would be like espionage and
Huge.
battlefield lines, and people would be trying to sneak behind enemy lines and steal briefcases and stuff. We never got involved with any of the intricacies of that. And I was always angry that we weren't part of that. I so wanted to be part of the game where we win, because they would just tell us on the last day, yeah, well, the Joliet brothers, they win because they captured 3 briefcases and a golden egg. And I'm like, we've just been like shooting kids in the woods for 2 days. I had no idea we were capturing golden eggs and
I
shit.
did cheat. I did cheat a lot for that. Yeah. I would
Yeah,
get hit and I
well,
would just wipe it. They were like,
that's called-
if you get shot, you have to walk half a mile back and half a mile back here. And it was like fascinating. No, thank you.
I didn't
was covered
cheat.
in paint.
And I was on the dominant team. So if you're on the bad team, and I'm not dominant because of me, but anyway, if you're on the bad team, you walk back like 100 yards and then you respawn and you go forward. If you're on the good team and you get shot, it's like a mile away. You are hiking for quite some time. And I never cheated. I just, all right, I'll see you guys after lunch.
You were honorable?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I
See,
cheated. I wiped
so many of those
many
kids paid
shots.
there to like play with us that I would just, what
I
I would
see
do
the
is I would
logic.
take myself out of the combat. I would just stop shooting for 5 minutes or 10 minutes or something and just hang out, just so I was still like talking to people, because I'd like, they paid to come play with us. So I wanted to give them their value. And also, I didn't want to do all that walking. Just so we're clear,
Some of the times I'd walk back with a fan. We just
that's true.
I don't know, walking together for the next 20
those
minutes.
are some of the best interactions for sure. It was just like you going this way too. Yeah, it went poorly.
Yeah. Do you have any? There'd be like golf carts to take us like to the front or to the back sometimes because that was like a VIP, and I'd bring the fan with me, and that was like a thing I could offer him.
Aw,
have you ever
paintballed? Nice
Vito?
little moment. Way back in the day. I haven't not in probably 20 years. I wasn't good, I was the fat kid stumbling around going, God damn it, I can't shoot nobody. Yeah, fuck.
We'd have been great together. You're the fat kid, I'm the old man. Hop on the golf cart with me.
I could have helped you. I would have taught you the art of cheating. Yeah, they're like, oh man, you got tagged, and it's like, nah.
Well, that's that was what always bothered me about it. Is I'm like, I'm pretty sure I shot that guy, and it's like, no, you didn't shoot me. Then
shoot him again.
Like, all right, fuck this shit.
You just shoot them again until they admit they're out.
I guess that's the way to do it.
That fucking scenario game we did in like July or August or something, and it was oppressively hot. And I remember like on the first day, I started walking toward what I thought was the enemy lines, and it got just so thick in those woods. And like I'm used to like thick woods down here in Georgia and hunting and walking through places nobody like goes and there aren't trails and stuff, but it was like, my God, I need a machete. Sometimes I'd have to get on my hands and knees and kind of crawl through some bramble, and it never occurred to me that like this isn't where I'm supposed to be. By the time I found a clearing, I had come upon the spawn point for the 800-man enemy team. I could see the bus. They have these buses with the sides cut off, so it's all open air. I could see those delivering them, the people getting out 30 or 40 deep, and then walking up, and then there's like a line you cross. Now it's hot.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd wait till a whole bunch of them, like we're all bunched up, and I'm like fucking Charlie in the jungle.
You were camping the spawn?
By the way, I've got a dam with like a 275 round drum magazine, and I'm carrying 1,800 rounds of ammunition on my back. And so I just start arcing. I just start like arcing into a crowd of people walking, like not even like heads up, just kind of heading toward the field of play.
You have masks on yet?
And then they'll all start spraying the woods where the shots came from. So I'll go back into the woods and do a little U-shaped maneuver, and I'll pop out in a different spot. I was in there for way longer than I should have been. Like,
what eventually got you to give up? Did you actually get tagged?
They organized a resistance.
Get that one fucker.
They came and got me eventually, like 30 or 40 deep. Like they eventually came for me and got me.
I didn't have. So I had the experience of crawling through the woods for a long time, and I'm like, I don't understand. I can find people and I can crawl through the woods, but I can't do both.
I remember there were a couple guys that we met that were all about the crawl and grind mindset. Like a couple young kids who were like, yeah, I don't really care. I just want to crawl through the woods and shoot someone eventually.
I was impressed by the other guys. Oh, I'm sorry. You're still going.
Oh, no. Go ahead.
Dude, there would be people with like no shirts and double barrel shotguns that shoot paintballs. And I'm like, how are you effective? But Kitty's like, no, trust me. He's the guy you want on your team.
There was an archer.
There was an archer, a paintball archer. I didn't know that was a thing. There should be a slingshot.
When he draws it back, there's like a rod and a plunger, and then a paintball drops down, and then he releases it, fires that rod and plunger forward, and like launches the paintball at some speed. He was running around,
break the paintball when
and then he'd like run a little and thunk. It was so silly.
I think we need to revisit how effective Hawkeye is.
Yeah, I was about to say we were talking shit about Hawkeye. Yo, there was this archer. He was the coolest one. I mean, there's some cool about a bow. There always is. I don't know what it is.
Well, bows are inherently cool. That you can't get away from that.
There was almost a fight because they had this issue where the teams were unbalanced, and one team was one team was pushing the other team way too far back, and to sort of reset the front lines, they did this bullshit where they let 2 or 3 ringers with gigantic miniguns who
was so
apparently
gay.
ignore paintball hits.
We were winning
like,
too good.
they allow them to inject behind your lines and just randomly attack you. So like people get pissed off, and there was almost a fight. I don't remember who it was who almost came to blows because those guys
they look like fitness influencers or something.
Yes.
Those guys were jacked and
look like
shirtless.
WWE superstars, literally shirtless, wearing
With
boas, and they had minigun paintball guns, and they weren't tapping out when they got shot. So it was like, you're assaulting me, Hulk Hogan. Leave me alone.
Yeah, they would just bully the winning team to level the playing field a bit. But
I hate
it doesn't
that.
feel fair if you're on the winning team.
But it also doesn't matter if you just cheat and wipe it off.
Yeah.
And
Dude,
You was a
guys don't
referee
see-
right there. Like this was like the main battlefield. Like the referees were like, "You out of here! You out of here! You out of here!" You're getting pulled off the field.
Man, I don't think I'm generally a pussy day to day, but I felt like paintballs hurt. I remember, I'm like, imagine me, I'm in the woods and like dried leaves, staying low, face down. I'm getting shot, and they just keep shooting me, and it starts to hurt. I've been hit like 34 times now, and I'm like, ref, I'm hit. Like, I tell him to stop, and then he's like, stand up, and they'll stop. I'm like, that's the last thing I want to do right now. And I'm like, can't you talk to them or something? And like I'm standing up with my arm in the air, and they're just lighting me on fire. Like, why do you hate me so much? I've been hit 60 times now. This keeps getting worse.
That is the word. Like being out, having someone calling you on being out, and having people continue to pour rounds into your body is so discouraging in paintball. It sucks. That's the
It
worst.
happens. You've got to learn the body language. Most people like cue to that of a hit player. You know, head down, one hand up, your gun hand like down by your hip. I've used that body language when I'm not hit and just approach the enemy lines, and then at the last second they're like huzzah, and they lit them all up. They destroy you. They absolutely they hate that.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, they shoot you up.
I think that's part of what turned me away from paintball. Is I'm like, a lot of these guys have anger issues that they seem to want to take out by just pumping you full of fucking paintballs. Yeah,
I've gotten in like maybe I play a lot, to be fair, but in all my play, I think I've gotten in about 3 like screaming matches, 4, and then like I didn't scream on that one. I threatened some people one time. But then there was like 3 screaming matches. I got no screaming match at Joliet. He was like, stop shooting me, and I'm like, you stop shooting me. Like we were just kept shooting each other. He's like, you kept shooting me. I'm like, you kept shooting me, asshole. Do we have a fucking problem? Because I'm important. Look at my badge, you piece of shit. You know who I am.
If anything, we're both out.
We were both out. That's the
I have
point. I'm trying
access
to make
to an air-conditioned room.
I got so much
access to
I
bottled
pulled it
water.
out.
And then we'll see a guy sitting right outside our room, borderline dying. Someone has to go give him water like he's a fucking Kenyan kid.
I'm taking full credit for saving that kid's life. Like, Vito, here's the situation.
Yeah.
We have a little VIP room so that we don't have to brush shoulders with the plebs. Okay.
Right.
And we're back in it's like southern Illinois or southern Chicago in the summer or the late summer, early
Super
fall.
hot.
It's baking outside. It is so hot and humid and muggy and just disgusting. And we've got like these double doors, like those push doors, like you see it like everywhere, that lead to the outside world, just right outside to the blacktop and the parking lot. And there's I come back like from playing paintball and I am beat. I'm so red faced and dehydrated, and I'm just trying to strip all my gear off, and it's just stuck to me with sweat. And I'm trying to get some water, and I look through those double doors, and laying on blacktop, there is a pale autistic boy who looks so red-faced and dehydrated that I wonder if he's roadkill or what the fuck has happened to him.
Wearing
His
like duct
paintball
tape.
gear, his paintball
Duct
gear is
tape, man.
handmade. He's made his own,
no.
like you have these bandoliers for your like pods of paintballs.
Right.
And like we've all got brand new shit because Di hooked us up. His are made of duct tape. and he's handmade them, and they're intricate and well done.
It's pretty good.
I was gonna say, I like, are they like fucking autistic kid duct tape bandoliers? That's
like,
exciting.
I'm like, somebody get. And there's people sitting around, by the way. This wasn't an empty room. Like I don't want to name any names, but people have been sitting there, not coming to this child's aid.
I don't want to name names, but no one in particular.
It was a touring test from fucking Blade Runner, where they're like, you see a turtle upside down in the sun. It's struggling for life and in pain. But you don't.
You're not helping the autistic paintballer. Why not? What do you mean I'm not helping him? Why aren't you helping him?
There's a pale, sickly child baking in the sun on its back. It's in pain. Why aren't you helping, guys? So, scoop up some fucking Powerade and get his little ass tucked in there. And of course, he's like, FPSRussia, thank you. Nursing this little cocksucker back to life. Turned out he was like the son of like a friend of a friend or something. It would have been terrible if we'd let him die. He's the kid who came back the next year with all those cups, all those gifts. His mom his mom did like laser engraving or like
thank you for saving my son's
something
life.
like that.
Maybe
Etching or like mug designs and stuff. He brought us like all the leftover mugs, I guess. He was like, you guys want some leftover mugs? And we were like, yeah, I'll take a free fucking mug.
Yes.
Big shout out to that guy. Hope it's going
Duct
well.
tape, man. Hope you're doing well.
I'm glad you saved a life.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well,
I guess it's time to wrap. Check out Vito.
Right.
Links in the description. Where can they find you?
YouTube.com/Vito. Always trucking along. And I've been selling magic cards like crazy over on Whatnot.
And
whatnot.com.
comic books, I assume. It's all
comic
published
books. Yeah. Go to whatnot.com/invite/Vito and get $15 off your first Whatnot purchase.
Check it out. PKA 797.
Buy some shit from Vito.
You see that black snake?
Shout out to Coda.